Brr. Alright, let's hope we don't get stream sniped. Currently 1-0. I haven't brushed my hair yet, so I apologize that I look like hell. Haven't shaved either. But we defeated Amulet round 1. Hopefully we're not going to get stream sniped. Hopefully the stream's actually up and running. Everyone hears me. Holy crap. Haven't shaved either. I hear myself on stream twice. That's not great. Stream sniped. Alright, here we go. I believe we're up and functioning. Josh McClain's trying to ask how to sideboard against Death Shadows. Probably should have helped him with that before this tournament. We played against Amulet round 1, so bad matchup. Lost game 1. They kept a 2-lander, but then peeled a couple extra lands. Opponent's going to 6. I've got a pretty solid Bolt Counterscrawl hand here. And then in the post-board games, I spent all of my mana basically every single turn, which was pretty great. So I had like Fulminator on 3, Cryptic Bounce a land on 4, Fulminator on 5, Snap Cryptic on 6. It was pretty nice. Thankfully, game 3 we had a Tasker, so the game ended on turn 6 rather than turn 15. Temple of Triumphs. This is likely the red-white prison deck. My hand's pretty horrendous against that deck. Thankfully, I have multiple basics in my hand. Gonna lead here on Flooded Strand, as I'm either gonna fetch Steam Vents or Basic Island. I'm very likely to get Basic Island with this hand. It is really nice that I've got this swamp in my hand, though. Turns on my way to kill like a Chalice. Turns on my Counterscrawl, even if they do have a turn 2 Blood Moon here. You can make an argument there for Serum Visioning, but I still don't exactly know what my opponent is, so I'd rather develop my hand a little bit further before having to make that decision. EU stream bug Joe, what's up, Oker? Storm, at the request / harassment of one Samuel Party, we have no delay. Part of that is because I'm already qualified for the championships, like I already won a quarterly, and this is a monthly. So in reality, what we're fighting for here, I don't even know. Like, here, we can go find out. It might be like 100 packs or something. Oops, that's collection. You don't want to see my collection. Come on, Slimota. Where are we at? Oh, maybe I have to hit this. Go back to here. Hit. Prize structure. It's going to open it up in my window over here. Ew, it opens it up in Microsoft. Blech. Alright, what are we fighting for? We're fighting for 72 packs. And a regular set of 8th Revolt, of which I already own 4 of those, so. Fighting for almost nothing, but we're fighting for pride and for the stream. So there's that. Chalice of the Void, X equals 1. Okay, so... Given that I have a K command, obviously I don't care about this. It's more a matter of do I want to fetch my Strand. I don't really think I do. So it doesn't really turn off any of the cards in my hand. It's just my opponent discarding a card. So I think I'm just going to let this happen. I'm just going to keep my Flooded Strand here. I'm just going to play Swamp on the next turn. Ooh, Tasker. What's up, Dylan? Yeah, Okers, that's pretty worthless. I got 4 for winning the MOCS. I used them a lot during PT testing, where I would just trade them around to a million different friends. Where it's like, so-and-so needs a set, so-and-so needs something. Alright, again, not going to fetch here because I would prefer if I drew a Basic Island, and I'm 100% to fetch a Basic Island with this, and then I'm going to play a Sulphur Falls to hold up K-Command. I'm also not going to fire off K-Command immediately in case my opponent has Chandra. I want to counter Chandra. Ooh, Snappy Doo. Welcome to the party, buddy. Alright, do have to fetch first, otherwise Sulphur Falls comes into the ETB tapped because I don't control plains, or sorry, excuse me, island or mountain. Islando, Sulphur Falls, ship back to my opponent. The jig's up, we're not on Esper. Alright, if they're not doing anything here, let's go ahead and you discard Shatter Your Nonsense. Okay, I mean, yeah, reasonable. I would definitely just sell it in an instant. Like, so much of it still is loaned out. Like, yeah, that's just a dead card in the matchup. Would accept another land here. Would accept a Thought Scour. Thought Scour would actually be just insane. I think Thought Scour basically allow me to win the game on the spot. I'd be like really shocked if I'd lose the game if I hit a Thought Scour here. Getting to play Tasker with Counter Squall open seems like the whole wide world. Could leave up Bolt, Snap, Bolt. I think that's what I'm going to do. I just don't really have an incentive to move, and next turn I get to play Tasker with Counter Squall up, and I get to Serum Visions on the next turn. And I don't really want to Serum Visions, as again, I still don't know what my hand actually needs to combat whatever my opponent's hand is, and I have another fetch land, so I want to fetch next turn, so if I top, I'm going to have to shuffle something away. Is this finally a Chandra? Do we finally get to play? Ooh, Nahiri, okay. Here we're definitely countering, so let's get that. Oops, we should probably tap our mana somewhat properly. Counter that nonsense. That puts a 4th card in the graveyard after our fetch land. Tasker would be 5, and then we can hold up Snapcaster plus Counter Squall. We could bolt our opponent right now in order to also leave K-Command in the graveyard, and that's what I'm considering. Scalding Tarn really wants to fetch. Huh. Scalding Tarn really wants to fetch a Blood Crypt here. Yeah, I guess I want to get a Blood Crypt in a basic island. Okay. We get Blood Crypt basic island then. It's a little weird as it wouldn't allow me to Snapcaster plus Cryptic, but still want to land away from that, so hopefully find another blue one. What's up, Bucket Boy, Planet Blade, and the Elite 357 Troll? What's up? How's everyone doing this morning? Alright, so I'm going to bolt my opponent here, basically trading a card to keep better options open later. Holding on to my Serum Visions again one more turn, because I want to hold up Snapcaster Mage plus... excuse me, Counter Squall. So this is going to fetch a basic... Oh, did I miscount my graveyard? Maybe I did. Well, even then, I'm really happy that I miscounted, because then there's a Counter Squall in my graveyard. Let's see, we said basic island. Do I need to preserve my life total in this matchup? Not particularly, so there is an argument to just get better mana. But there is also the facet of, I just like to have a bunch of basics on the battlefield. So I'm just going to put a bunch of basics on the battlefield. Exile everything but the old Counter Squall. Alright, so my opponent should know that literally there's a Snapcaster face up in my hand. If my opponent can't figure that out, then we've got bigger problems. My opponent's at 15, so I mean, yeah, we're a few turns away from winning with this Tassiger, but it's going to be a Storm Breath. Wrath of the Bejeebies. God, I kind of want to activate Tassiger. And then just use Snapcaster to counter... Yeah. I'm just going to hold up Counter Squall to stop Elspeth. Also, my opponent just drew that land, so... Wait, they're going to Terminator or Counter Squall, so now I'm Storm Breath resistant. Decent. Alright, now we'll start Serum Visioning it up. No Thunder Fister, I haven't done that yet. I realized that the first match this morning, and I was like, oh my gosh. It was a bad moment. Alright, Thought Scoured and Ancestral. Ancestral, we don't really need you right now. And Thought Scour, I already have one. Not really in the mood for a second. Yeah, I'm just going to bomb that and play my Scalding Tarn. Ship back to my opponent. There's an argument to just like Thought Scour there immediately. Potentially top both the cards, then Thought Scour is also an option. I'd rather just get looks at newer cards, and I'm likely to fetch anyway, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. fetch land of choice here would be a Watery Grave. Okay, so we're just passing. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle those 2 cards back in, then Thought Scour myself. Alright, what do we find? Big money, big money, big money. The Lightning Bolt is not big money. Milling over Tasker, also not big money. We did mill over an Ancestral, so that's okay. Ooh, another Counter Squall. Alright. Fine spot, not insane. Sort of just need to turn the corner. We are Blood Moon resistant, so we don't really care about that card. So that's always nice. The Batterist of Skulls. Alright, well, we're going to go ahead and Counter Squall this with Snapcaster so we can start applying the clock. KB Phoenix, the EEs are both in our sideboard today. We're playing the 1x Fatal Push main deck. After this round, remind me, and I'll be sure that we get the list up on stream, as I will probably go cut up some fruit and make some breakfasts. Should also mute Facebook, because that guy, it's probably going to get really annoying for you guys. Hopefully no one important was messaging me. Ooh, Cryptic Commando, also known as The Game. Alright, so opponent's at 11, we've got a Bolt which puts them to 8, a Counter Squall which puts them to 6. At some point we can counter our spell and bounce our Snapcaster Mage which puts them to 3. They discarded a Lightning Helix earlier, so it's possible Lightning Helix is another one of the cards still in their hand. Casting Simian Spirit Guide. Yeah, you've got a Grey Ogre. You did it. Let's see. Giving them 1 extra draw step against my hand versus terminating in case they draw Running Stormbreast. I have 2 answers to Stormbreast. I'm just going to terminate this the first time. If they play a second one, I'll bolt it. But my Snapcaster Mage is going to get more than 3 points of damage here, at which point it lowers the clock enough that I'd rather keep my Snapcaster on the battlefield. Alright, we've reached the point where we both believe my Snapcaster is worth infinite cards. Alright, this is fine. Just find a K Commander, Tasker, or Snapcaster Mage and win the game. At this point, I would take an Ancestral... Oh, there we go. I will take an Ancestral Visions at this point, as I think the game's going to go 6 or 7 more turns. I think the game's pretty locked up, but it's just a matter of... Now we have to sit here and flip cards off the top of our deck until someone concedes. Of which I would be shocked if we're the one conceding. But I've made horrible plays before. Not going to Thought Scour, so I can leave a Counter Squall plus Cryptic just in case. Milling myself here on end step. There's K command. Let's make Snappy come back and make them discard. Yeah, Dylan. Target acquired. Alright, they discarded a 7th land. That's okay with us. We're not going to fire off Snappy main phase. Did draw the land that we would like, so that's our 3rd island. So now Blood Moon is literally not a card anymore. Like, if our opponent casts Blood... I would actively allow my opponent to put Blood Moon on the stack and not have it cost them a draw step, given the opportunity. So, maybe we milled over our island. I haven't been paying attention to my graveyard well enough. Get island. I assume my opponent's going to concede to this. I'll probably ask for them to not leave yet, but... Alright, get back K command. Make sure I don't accidentally click through my opponent's end step, because for some reason Moto wants to be a little laggy today. I'm going to get back the Snapcaster, as I think it's basically impossible to lose with Snapcaster, although I do agree that getting back Tasker and killing my opponent more quickly is like a very reasonable line. Ooh, a Blessed Alliance. Alright, my opponent's cards are really horrendous in game 1, which not too much of a shocker. I mean, they're trying to be like this prison control deck. Oh, they don't play Stormy Bee anymore? Man. Stormy Bee's so sweet. I die to Stormbreath Dragon all the time. Opponent's at 12. Johnny Vengeance, huh? Actually, no, it's better here to use Cryptic. As then I can hold up Counter Squall. So, Make sure I'm not like punting away the game here for no reason. I can't imagine how I am. Yeah, I'll counterskull this. They're not counterskull, cryptic commando this. Yeah, screw it. Get out of here, nerd. Silly catwalkers. I'm gonna then bolt my opponent, Snapcaster, bolt my opponent, attack both my Snapcasters, try to kill them. If they then have a lightning helix, shrug. Just kill them later. Okay, they just conceded. That's fine. But putting at Sultai or Esper decks majors posted about a week ago, they look sweet. Echonaut, I don't currently have SCG Premium, so I've not read his list, but I assume that the Sultai deck that beat me the other day is in fact that deck you're talking about. It was like a Sultai Delver deck that was just like a pile of cards. I sat there on one land and died horribly. It was really fun. And it wasn't like he put me on one land, it was that I sat there on one land. Oh yeah, Ochre, I learned what the words are. It's bolt and then snap and then bolt. I learned how to say words. Alright, let's see. Whose messages did I miss? It was Pat Cox and Josh McClain. Josh McClain asking how to play Death Shadows, and Pat Cox asking about stuff for the team tournament. So, we won't talk about that on stream. Not here to just leak information, but I leak information. So, there's that. Let's see what cards we want here. The Negate's Fantastico. The E's are like medium minus. Probably just a bunch of 4-mana silly planeswalkers. So wait, are you saying they also don't have creatures in their sideboard anymore, Dylan? Like, my opponent literally doesn't have access to Stormbreath Dragon? I find that hard to believe. I will believe this Fatal Push is terrible for this Negate. But if they have no creatures, then I just don't have sideboard cards. Which I'm hoping is not the case. This does not make me pleased. Okay, well, what if what you're saying is true, I'm supposed to just bring in all these Fulminators and all these EEs for a bunch of just, like, random creature removal spells? Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything to dispel. Like, they have so many dead cards. Like, Chalice is bad. Helix is bad. Bolt is bad if they play it. Blessed Alliance is bad. Do they have any good cards in their deck? Like, they're just literally all in on, I hope I Blood Moon you, and I hope I play a sweet Planeswalker. I mean, Planeswalkers are sweet, but... Alright, I'm gonna go down to 1 Bolt, 1 Terminate, I guess, and avoid all this nonsense. I'll probably just lose to a Stormbreath Dragon, it'll be great. Hope I don't lose to Stormbreath Dragon. God, these E's are so bad on the draw. Alright, I'm not playing these E's on the draw. Screw that. I'm playing Bolts. Bolts interact with Planeswalkers. Yeah, as depressing as that is, you're right. The Anger and the Wrath of God are also just embarrassing magic cards out of their deck. Yeah, this matchup's pretty horrible for them, I would imagine. I hope for their sake they have magic cards to bring in. I mean, whatever, Dylan. It's my fault. I'm the one that cut it from my deck. Alright, this is definitely... Oh, I should have cut these spell snares. Alright, well, that was stupid. Whoopsie daisy. I'm a dummy. Yeah, spell snare is the first card supposed to come out. Because they just never have targets. However, we might get exceptionally lucky here. I'll play my Scalding Tarn, and they'll just slam a Chalice for 1, which is actually decent against this hand. There's always the chance of getting lucky. Yeah, Virgil. I rolled over at 6:30, my alarm went off, and it was like, it's time for you to win the MOCS, so I decided to get up. It was really close. Yeah, Malicious Mac we should have. This thing is something else. Alright, we're getting Simian Spirit Guided. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, which is a polluted Delta. I suck. Nice card. Fun game. Everyone's so happy this stupid card is legal. I'm a little salty, in case you can't tell. Hopefully I draw a Swamp and my opponent gets Justice. Alright, Snappy's actually good in this hand. It's awkward once they have Blood Moon out. You really don't want to Thought Scour yourself as the option of, if you ever mill over your basic Swamp, you just lose the game on the spot occurs. Yeah, get that out of here. Get out of my house. Literal card I can trade for, I'm trading for it. Would I like to play a basic Mountain untapped? Not particularly. I kind of do in case I want to negate Thought Scour. Sure, my life total doesn't matter. Yeah, both teams played hard, dog. I tried to draw Polluted Delta and I missed. Malicious Max. Spirit Guide just does things that are just not reasonable compared to the other things in the format that they've allowed. Do I want to Snapcaster Spell Snare this? Is my graveyard relevant? That's the first question. Doesn't feel like it is in my hand. But would I rather have my Snapcaster Mage on the battlefield? That's the real question. I think the answer might be yes. Alright, I think the answer is I'd rather have a Snapcaster Mage on the battlefield than in my hand, so I'm going to counter this. The other nice thing is if I do just rip like 3 Snapcasters in a row, this turns them on. Also, if I rip a basic Mountain, I just win the game, so that's also nice. Or not basic Mountain, excuse me, basic Swamp. Alright, get in there, Snappy Doo. Alright, we're gonna Thought Scour ourselves and hopefully don't lose the game. Don't lose the game! Oh, we milled over the island. Tilt. Alright, that sucks. At least we milled over a Cryptic. It's like a trade-off. We milled over a completely dead card and this, like, second best draw on our deck. Alright, if this isn't a Nahiri, would I counter it? Okay, so this is where I have to decide. If it's a Nahiri, I feel like I'm not supposed to counter, because they're just supposed to exile my Snapcaster and then I bolt it. But if they just plus... Yeah, this is pretty close. Alright, I'm gonna negate it. The fact that it, like, could get complicated how I kill it is just... I don't like complicated. I think it's very simple, very direct, very clear line of communication. Ooh, wrong basic. Almost got there. Get him, Snappy Doo. 9 more turns, little dude. I've got faith in you. God, I really just want to draw a basic Swamp so badly. It'd be so great. My opponent would be so dead, they'd be so tilted, they had a Blood Moon, I had 1 land in play. I won the game anyways. God, I love when my opponents are tilted about stuff like that. No, Thunderfister, if that does happen, I think it is correct usually to Blood Moon them. The Gideonist of Juras. Alright, well I don't have a negate anymore, so maybe I'm a dum-dum. Killing target Snapcaster Mage. That's kind of mean. Later, dude. Oh, I don't want to bolt this. No, I have 6 mana. I don't have anything to do with 6 mana. Yeah, that was a card I thought I was going to draw too. That sucks. If I draw a basic Swamp, I win the game on the spot. Like, actually can't lose territory. It's unfortunate that one of my opponents drew... Z-Junior, I mean, it's a whatever matchup. Like, when they turn 2 Blood Moon you, their deck obviously looks fantastic. Again, no reason to bolt here, is if I draw a Snapcaster, I can just bolt, snap, bolt it. Polluted Delta just taunting me. My opponent's also, like, in a spot where if they're not going to 0 their Gideon here, they have to plus their Gideon all the way to 10 to be safe. Because I can bolt, snap, bolt it twice, putting it down from 8 to 2, and then I could attack with Snapcaster Mage. So, This plussing Gideon seems pretty suspect to me. They have Boyle post sideboard? That's really lame. Well, my opponent's draw was pretty good. I think my draw was pretty decent too. Wrath of God is still in their deck. What in the hell? What in the hell? Alright, let's draw Swamp. Dang it. Alright. I think we're dead now. I think if I drew Swamp that turn, though, I had a chance. I should have sideboarded Ugin. Yeah, I mean, we'd be able to cast it and win the game on the spot. Alright, alright, alright. I'll now concede. You now have real cards on the battlefield. Okie dokie. Alright, so the E's are in fact terrible. These surgicals look just horrendous also. Terminate out for Bolt. Are these other cards reasonable? Fulminator Mage destroy target mountain. Grey Ogre destroy target mountain. So you know your cards in a matchup are just truly horrendous. It's really funny. Alright, good enough for me. Just want a basic island, suspend Ancestral Visions. Counter squall my opponent. Win the game. Awesome, thank you, Burgle. I appreciate that. Yeah, malicious. So the moon itself I can easily beat. It's the matter that it came out on turn 2, which is just like, cards have mana cost for a reason. Oh, what's up, Matthias? How it goes? Z Canner, if you're in the chat, thank you for hosting me. Appreciate that. Why do you want E's in this matchup? Chalice on 0, Kill Bloodman on 3. Feels better than Fulminator Rage? Alright, I'm down. Doesn't seem very good to me, but I also don't think Grey Ogre Kill Target Mountain's very good, so there's that. Yeah, killing Blood Moons is really rough, just because I think the only hands that my opponent has that are keepable involve Fulminator, or not Fulminator Rage, excuse me, Simian Spirit Guide? What's up, drummer? Yeah, Zara, or Matthias, I screwed up. I forgot to cut it. The art's just so bad. The thing that bothers me is the tagline that tells you the subtype and all this stuff of the land. So it tells me it's both a mountain and a swamp, is like way down here at the bottom to get this cool framework going where the art seeps into the text box. Like, I think it's really cool looking, but it just bothers me from this is what I'm used to. So it was just like really tough for me to get over that. I'm just like, I just like my things the way they were. I do believe the land is more pretty though. Ugh, this hand's bad. Crap. God, what I would give for one of these to be a fetch land. I do have a turn 2 tasker, so I'm gonna keep. Of note, I'm likely to double Thought Scour myself here instead of suspending Visions, I believe. God, stupid basic mountain. What you gotta do this to me, buddy? Watch, my opponent will probably leave on a Gemstone Caverns, and I'll be so tilted. Alright, good, they didn't. We lucked out. Alright, yeah, so I'm just going to try to get down a turn 2 tasker here, rather than suspend this Visions. This might be ambitious, but if my opponent had mulliganed, I would have likely changed my line. I'm getting double Simian Spirit Guide out of the game. Oh, Chalice on 1. Alright, well, if I draw a fetch land, I'm crushing my opponent, so there's that. Come on, fetch land. Delta, delta, delta. We want a delta. We want a delta. Yeah, Pugarb, like, what the heck? Come on. No. Boo. Crap. Alright. Yes, I forgot, Bucket Boy, you're right. Chanting doesn't work. This is what happens in the morning to me. I'm just like a 5-year-old little kid. Just a needy, whiny little brat. Crap. Considering, like, throwing my Thought Scour to this Chalice to the Void to get another card in the graveyard, but considering I have this Kolaghan's Command, it just feels so bad. Alright, hope and pray time. Please don't kill me. You already had one Simian Spirit Guide. Hey guys, I think I have another Simian Spirit Guide. My opponent's, like, taking a while. Belcraig, you say that now. I would expect if my opponent kept a hand where they were going to turn one Chalice Moon, I would expect they were also going to turn 2 Blood Moon to me. As you don't usually accelerate out of turn 1 Chalice. God, just think if I also had the Spell Snare there in that opening hand, it would have been so sick. Oh, Chalice for 0? Alright, cool. I can beat that. I can beat that nonsense. Oh my god, a Flooded Strand, there's a god. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Now I'm trying to figure out if I want to, like, just play Tasker here. I think we're just going to play Tasker, as my K command can free up one of these silly nonsense chalices in a minute. Trying to think if there's any reason to leave a card in my graveyard. I think there is. I don't really have any use for the mana. Do I want you Thought Scour? Not really. I'm gonna say, call, you don't have Path to Exile. You know how I know? I've played Magic before. Alright, all planes, that's good for us. Hey, we drew another island. Alright, how many more turns this thing comes off? 2 turns? Now it's a matter of, do we want to attack into a potential Nahiri? I think given the fact that we have a K command, we do. I think there's actually, like, a real likelihood you're not supposed to attack there. Where did my hairbrush go? Alright, good. Ghost Quarter. That's not cool, dude. Not cool at all. Two turns till this comes off. Alright, I'm gonna fetch on their basic island here, and I'm gonna activate Tasker, I think. Alright, hopefully we hit a Cryptic or a K command, or an Ancestral Visions. Ooh, nice. Another great card. Another Magic the Gathering card. Same line as last turn, I'm going to attack my opponent. Of note, even though we have 3 dead cards in our hand, we will be shattering our opponent's 0-mana Chalice here on their end step instead of activating Tassiger. It's potentially correct that I should have used my Steam Vents there to tap for Visions, but whatever. My opponent can Gideon this Tasker now, which is a possibility, but my opponent would have to have another non-red land, which, whatever. I think it's more likely they Ghost Quarter themselves to get a red source for Nahiri. Which seems like is what's happening, so that's fine by me. God, I hope they Blood Moon here. Boil, destroying my 4 islands. Yeah, I didn't need those anyways. Alright, well now it's a decision on whether or not I want Chalice or whether or not I want this bolt. Or sorry, whether or not I want this bolt or whether or not I want this Ancestral. Let's see, they have 3 cards left. I can burn them to 7 and they're dead in 1 Tasker hit, or they're dead to 1 bolts off the top, but then I don't get divisions. Want 3 cards with 1 land in play? Not particularly. They have to beat this Tasker and they have to beat me drawing a bolt. That seems harder to do. Alright, we're going to go ahead and destroy target artifact. Deal 2 damage to you. That's going to put them to 10. And then I'm going to Thought Scour still here in response, as I'd rather use my Thought Scour before it's turned off. Would I rather mill myself or them? Seeing as my graveyard's going to be a desolate wasteland and I'd rather have lands to fetch, it's actually probably them. So if I draw a Snapcaster, I'm already going to win the game. Perfect. Drew the bolt. Okay. So it's going to take 2 turns to do it, but we do have lethal set up. Should I target them or me? It's close. No, I got countered anyways. That's unfortunate. You could play this EE for 0 and get a counter too. Be cute. Alright, so my opponent, I expect to now Nahiri me. I bolt them, and then I untap and I win the game. That's my expectation, at least. There is, in fact, the Nahiri that we expected. Tassagoyf gets exiled. Later Tassagoyf. You did great work, friend. You did everything we expected you to. And then some. Alright, so sweet. We beat red-white nonsense. Would I like to redirect? No, I'd like to win the match of Magic at hand. Would I like to win the match of Magic? Yes, I would. Alright. Sweet deal. Johnny, I never looked for it. You didn't remind me. I did remember at some point, like, at 5:45, I was like, yeah, there was some guy on my stream that was looking for the Boris Blastforge Hierophant list. And Ryan just looks over at me. And he's just like, why the hell was somebody asking on your stream? I was like, because it's awesome. People from Hex just hang out on my stream all the time. And, like, there's all these people that always tell me, like, yeah, I started playing Hex, and I'm playing this deck, and I love the draft format, I love playing sealed, like, whatever it is they enjoy. And yeah, it was awesome with you. It was like, no, this person was specifically like, hey, let's actually look it up. Let's see if we find a Hierophant list. Hierophant Immortal deck list, Hex, TCG. Hopefully somebody's written about one of these yet. Wild Diamond Hierophant Bazooka? No, I probably should have Boris Blastforge. Oops, that was not what I meant to do. Gosh darn it. Boris Blastforge. Hex, TCG, Immortal. I'm probably, unfortunately, just going to find a bunch of standard decks. Yeah, June 3rd, 2016, that's a year ago. I'm finding mostly standard decks. Yeah, this is unfortunately the standard list for you. That I remember Varanus writing about almost a year ago now. As I said, I can't really give you insights on what I think about these lists. That being said, if you play a lot of Immortal, you're probably going to be more in tune with the format than I am. I play a crap ton of Standard in client, and a crap ton of Limited, because I play a crap ton of Limited when we're testing on our development environment, but then I also play a lot of it once it gets live. As for whether or not I can, comment on this and feel like it's ethically okay, I can't really, but I think if you framed your deck off of this would be a reasonable starting point for you. But there are definitely cards printed in the last 3 sets. Like, if you look at Primal Dawn, Hero Fall, or Scars of War cards, there are definitely cards you would want to include from here. Alright, so we're in this awkward moment now where I finished a match early, which never happens when I'm streaming. Like, we finished in 38 minutes or something. And I guess we're just hanging out chatting. So, yeah, we're 2-0 HYO. Round 1, we defeated Amulet Titan 2-1. We lost game 1 in the pre-board game. Oh yeah, we gotta pull up the deck list. Somebody wanted to see the deck list. Lost the pre-board game where they kept a 2-lander. They scryed a card to the bottom on their upkeep with a temple, what they put into play from Sakura Tribe Scout, and then they just peeled 2 running lands, which, I mean, their deck's 27 lands, so that's not, like, that unreasonable. I would expect to lose game 1 pretty frequently. So we lost game 1, and then games 2 and 3, I just spent most of my mana the entire time just, like, Cryptic bouncing tap lands and using Fulminator Mages to blow up lands with Amulet triggers on the stack. And then we beat Red-White Prison there, as game 1's pretty horrendous for them as they have so many dead cards, but if they land a Blood Moon really sneaky-like, they can win. Unfortunately for my opponent, they never drew a Blood Moon in game 1, and by the time they could have, we had already fetched up 4 basics, so we were pretty immune to it. Game 2, we got turn 2 Blood Mooned, and then game 3, we got boiled, but we played door outs and drew the second Lightning Bolt to finish our opponent off. Of course, Johnny. Hopefully it helps. I'm sorry that it's, like, not the most up-to-date list. I'm actually surprised nobody's written about that yet, but it could be a thing where, I mean, there's only a few more weeks to earn the Immortal tickets before the championships later next month. So it could be something that people are just working on their list and don't know what's the best one of those lists yet. Like, I know a lot of the decks that I've seen are Majesty decks, there's a bunch of Azure Fate decks, there's some nonsense Hideous Conversion decks, there's a bunch of good Mono Ruby and Mono Blood based decks. There was a really good burn deck I saw the other day, I want to say Tuesday, if you go to Hex Meta, there was a really good one of those posted. But yeah, take a look at hexmeta.com, Johnny. They post up, the API sends out all of the decks to basically anyone that wins. They just change the names on them, on the players playing them. But you can go look at all of the lists themselves and get some input from that, maybe some feedback of what you should expect. So what gems maybe you want in certain troops, maybe what reserves cards you're looking for. If you can put, specialty hate cards in your main deck, like is Succulent Cluckadon great, is Vinelash great, things like that. So I would definitely check out Hex Meta. Interesting. His chances aren't bad. I played against you on the ladder then. Metromany, I actually played against you 2 days ago. I want to say it was in a draft. It might have been in one of the Evo sealeds I did. I don't think it was Sealed Gauntlet, because I don't think I was playing Sealed Gauntlet Wednesday or Thursday this week. I usually try to play like an hour or 2 in client as I'm trying to get a bunch of feedback. Toronto, you're great. Do I think Modern is a good place? Dylan, I think it isn't a good place. I think there are a couple cards that are pretty troubled and make me scratch my head why they're legal. But overall, the frustrating and bitching that you saw me do in the last match, like, that is one of the cards that I think is frustrating and I don't understand why it's legal, is Simian Spirit Guide. Like, the things, it's never used to do fair things. If it were used to do, quote-unquote good things, I'd be perfectly fine with it, but when was the last time you saw someone using a Lotus Petal to, like, accelerate out some cool 4-drop? Like, if my opponent was going, yeah, exile my Simian Spirit Guide and play my Chandra on turn, 2 or 3 or whatever, I'd be super stoked. Like, that's freaking awesome. Like, that guy jumped through his hoop, did his cool thing, and, more power to him or her. In this case, it's, alright, Simian Spirit Guide Chalice you in 1, Simian Spirit Guide Blood Moon you. It's like, so yeah, we're exiling Simian Spirit Guide so no one can play. Like, who's having fun with that? That's my frustration with it. So, there are a couple cards that I think that hit that list. I think if you wanted to take a more aggressive stance on the format, you could, where you kill Blood Moon, choke, boil, not Crucible, what's the name of this silly card? Ensnaring Bridge. Like, these sort of prison cards that just don't allow players to play the game. I think you can get rid of those if you wanted to take a harder stance in the format. Why is my damn nation yellow? Whatever. So yeah, I think there are cards that you can question why they're running around and what the heck they're doing and whether or not what they're doing is a good thing. But at the end of the day, I mean, I enjoy the format more than any other format because still at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. I think Death Shadow is sort of pushing that envelope on whether or not you can do whatever you want as the deck's like hyper efficient. But thankfully the deck, I think, is weak to the 3-color control decks. Like, it's weak to Abzan, it's weak to Grixis. I think it might actually be okay against Jund. It's horrible against Esper. But, like, the 3-color mid-range control decks that have either Fatal Push or Path to Exile keep them in check. And any deck that's just, like, mono interaction and mono card draw is also good against it. But it sort of invalidates, like, I don't think you can play Boggles. I think it's really tough to play Burn. I don't think you can play Ad Nauseam. I think it's really hard to play Tron. And I think once a deck gets to that point where you have to figure out what you want for the format, because otherwise the format is going to start turning into, like, Legacy. Zena, LOL, I don't, honestly. I think Opal shouldn't be legal, but I do think that Artifact Land should be legal in its place to make sure Affinity is still a deck. I think Affinity being a deck is a good thing. I think it being a totally different deck when it draws MOCS Opal versus when it doesn't, I think is bad. And I think that MOCS Opal leads to starts where sometimes you get turn 1 Blood Moon is stupid. I missed something you said, Ithram. Let's see, Crush, I don't know. How many fewer basics would I play if Blood Moon weren't legal? That's a good question. I'd probably play 1 fewer island. I would definitely play a 10th fetch lane, 1 fewer island. At that point, I would probably price in to play a 2nd Fatal Push over something. Maybe the Terminate, maybe a Lightning Bolt. I don't think I would go down to 0 Mountain or 0 Swamp, though, as I think they're just too important in certain aggressive matchups. I think it would just be 1. I think that's my answer. I think I'd go down to 2 islands. Yeah, Burgle, I think you definitely need the basic Swamp, basic Mountain, as you said. Plus, it is nice against Path to Exile, because your Taskers do get Path pretty frequently. Leet Washer, I mean, God, I hope we never reach that point. I hate Daze and Forcible as cards. Like, I hate Disrupting Shoal is also, like, a thing that I always think about. Like, how do I put a Disrupting Shoal in my deck? Or it's just like, when people have no mana open, they shouldn't really be able to play cards. That is, like, one of the fundamental rules of Magic is your cards have costs. Oh, which control deck do I think is most viable? I mean, I personally think it's Grixis. I've been playing some Esper and Jeskai of late. Maybe not the most recently, but at least within about the last month, I've tried out Grixis and Esper. Both decks are pretty fun. Ananus, ooh, Rummeler, thanks for following. I've missed so many of these followers, I'm really bad at looking for that thing. I'll try to improve on that, everybody. Ananus, I think Ancestral Visions is just, like, exceptionally important. I was playing an Esper control deck, like I said, a few weeks back that started with 0. I put it up to 2, I put it up to 3, and now I've reached the point where I'm playing 4. I was playing a Jeskai deck a couple weeks back when we were considering maybe I don't get to play Grixis at San Antonio. And I started with 0 Ancestrals, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I put in 2, and it was just the card I always wanted to draw. Then I had 3 in, and I was consistently drawing 1 on turn 1, but obviously it's just variance. And it's like, alright, well, I think I should just have the 4th. And it got to the point where I was just like, I'll literally just cut cards at random from my deck. Dylan, let me see if I still have the Esper deck built. I have this Esper controlled deck, but I don't think this is an actual deck. I think this is the framework from earlier. Oh no, yeah, this is from years and years and years ago. I think I may have deleted it, because I was going through trying to clean up all these decks, as you can see. If you go into my freeform pile, for some reason, Moto doesn't just let me, like, I have to, like, right-click on the deck and hit delete, and I have to do that one by one. There's no, like, pretty X button for me to just, like, click and kill all these decks, and I can't, like, highlight multiple of these and just click X. I do try to clean them up from time to time, because it does increase your load time, and let's just say my Moto takes a fair amount of time to load. Ithram, let me see if I have some of them. Like I said, I don't have the Grixis, or not the Grixis deck, the silly, what was it called? Esper deck. Let's see if I have the Jeskai deck. What is this? This has sleight of hands in it, so that's probably not correct. Apparently this deck also has 3 Vendilion Clicks in it and a 16-card sideboard. Probably not a great deck. I think this is one of the ones that I started on. Yeah, this is one of the ones I started on a couple weeks back. This originally had 0 Ancestral Visions, had 23 lands or something nonsensical, and overall the deck's fine. I think the deck's like actually pretty solid. I think you can certainly win matches of Magic with this. I think it's a little bit worse than the non-black versions. So, like, I think that you're pretty much a coin flip against Jund. I think I had a Gideon Jur in this deck at some point, too. Maybe a second Elspeth. Because I just liked all the Planeswalkers so much, because they were so good. I think one of the things you need to be doing is just, in these versions of the deck, you can't keep grinding like you can with Grixis because of Kolaghan's command. So, things like Death Shadow, Jund, Abzan even, I think all those decks can reasonably outgrind you, so I think you need to have some Haymaker that can win the game on its own. So Nahiri can win the game on her own, Elspeth can win the game on her own, Gideon Jura can win the game on his own. Things like that. Let's see, do I have a Sultai deck still? Nope, I don't. Deleted that one a while ago. Yeah, that's what I have right here. Ooh, what's this Grixis combo deck? This is what I have put together. Ooh. This deck looks not very powerful. Yeah, this deck is particularly not very good. This is what happens when you have bad ideas at like 3 in the morning. You put Kiki Jiki and Deceiver Exarch in your Jason's Prodigy deck, and then you try to Goria as your Jace. So be careful. Esper Nahiri, that sounds fun actually. Are you just splashing red for Nahiris? Ooh, Wilso, let me pull up this list for you. Summon Spirit Guides. Okay, no, I've played against this in a league recently. Yeah, I've played against something like this in a league recently. I don't think it was this exact list, but it was very similar. I remember it being, like, super baffling, where I had to spell open, waiting for my opponent to go for an end step through the breach. They didn't through the breach, and then they untapped it and played Nahiri, and I sort of scratched my head like, oh, well, I might die to that, because I don't have any Gator Counter Scroll open. This is awkward. Yeah, that's what I got for tapping out for Tasker that turn. Thankfully, I had a Kolaghan's command in my hand, so I was able to deal with Miss Nahiri. Yeah, no problem, man. Wraith, I think it's the best at dealing with creatures. I think it is not as good at fighting over the stack, and it's really hard to balance your list to fight over both. Like, the big draws to it are you get Path and Fatal Push, and then you still have all the same blue cantrips. The problem is you're, like, worse at closing the game. So, like, you don't have Kick Command, you don't have Bolt, where Grixis does, and where Jund and Abzan get Tarmogoyf, like, your best threat is either Geist of Saint Traft, Tasigur, or like Monastery Mentor / Lingering Souls. And I'm not a big fan of Lingering Souls, as most of the time I want to be hold up all my mana style decks. You have to play the same threats as Grixis then in that case, and you're less effective at recycling them, so your opponent can like realistically try to deck you. So you have to give up either one facet of I'm going to fight over the stack less, or I'm going to fight over the board less to make up for my ability to threaten people. So I think the threat I liked the most was Geist of Saint Traft, but it forced me to have less things fighting over the stack. So I think I only had like 6 counter spells in the main deck. Overall, I think the deck was quite good. I think there were some great things going on with it. I just didn't put enough work into it to figure out what was the best version. Crush, I unfortunately think so right now. I really like Jason's Prodigy. I used to have the 4 of them sitting on my desk here next to this pile of credit cards I need to shred that are old. And, like, I would just sit there and look at them every night. And, I don't know. That card is just one of my favorites. The problem is Bolt, Fatal Push, Terminate, Abrupt Decay, Tar Fire. Like, it just dies to everything right now. It makes me really sad, because I really do love Jace Prodigy. Like, the first tournament I got to play him, and I got to emblem him, and then just deck my opponent on the same turn. What's up, Charles? Why are you playing Triple Pyroclasm? What am I playing Triple Pyroclasm in an AC? Play Postmortem Lunge instead of Goryo's? If I told you, nope. If I told you that I don't know what Postmortem Lunge is, would you believe me? I've only been playing since Zendikar, so every time someone says a new card, I just have to, like, paste and search it into Google and just, like, look at what it is. Oh, I should know what this card is. Return target creature card with CMC X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Gains haste, exile the beginning of next end step. X and a Phyrexian black. That's a cool card. Wish it was an instant. Ooh, on a die roll. That's lucky. Ooh, our hand sucks. That's also lucky. Yeah, I would like to keep. Grizzle Dad. That's sort of my thoughts on it. It's just a baffling card from a baffling time. Alright, I think I'm supposed to shock myself here to make sure I have Terminate open on turn 2. So I'm gonna Steam Vents, go to 18, and Serum. If I'm against Burn, it's gonna suck. Cryptic Commando and a Thought Scour. Well, neither of you say basic land on them, so... Or, not basic land, but land on them, so I'm gonna bottom both. Did draw Snapcaster, which is sweet. Yeah, Reinhardt, that does make sense. Wraith PK, the problem I had with that version, I did try that version, was if your Secure the Waste got countered, you just could not win the game. Like, you had like 5 ways to win, and if your Secure the Waste got killed, they had more removal than you had threats and manlands. And or, like, your Snapcasters. It was, like, really terrifying. There were multiple games where I got decked playing that game, or that deck, and there were multiple times playing Grixis, I have decked my Esper opponent in game 1. What's up, Rasser? Glad you're able to find the stream. We're currently in, whatever round this is. Round 3, we're 2-0 in the MOCS. Our opponent's on a Flooded Strand. Action. Ooh, is this the Grixis Shadows? Ooh, might just be the Grixis Mirror. If it's a Grixis Mirror, my hand's pretty horrendous. Game 1 in the Grixis Mirror, a lot of it is about resolving a Tassiger and being able to protect it through Terminates. And the other big part of it is just making your land drops, of which my hand is truly horrible at. Let's Serum Visions. Alright, K command, bottom, we'll keep the Steam Vents. Player Basic Island, unlikely to get to Spell Snare or something here. Did my opponent top any of their cards? I might just Thought Scour them right now if they did. They topped both. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna Thought Scour my opponent, screw them. Okay, so they are Esper something. They wanted a Serum Visions and they were going to draw an Orzhov Charm into their hand. I'll be completely honest, I don't exactly know what my opponent's deck is doing, but I've seen Orzhov Charm in the Esper Shadow lists, I think. Mostly because that last line where it says, put Death Shadow from your graveyard on the battlefield. So again, until we find a black source, our hand's, like, pretty terrible. I've played this matchup a couple times, and I think it's, like, pretty horrific, so... hopefully we can get out of this somehow. Snappy Dude's probably going to bite the dust here to IOK. I would take drawing a black fetch land, and I would take drawing an Ancestral Visions, like, really high up there. You think they're 4 colors as am I? I'd be surprised. I think they're just Esper Shadow. Rasser, I'd say the biggest thing is against the Tron decks, trying to... what is this? This is Zombie Fish? My hand's bad to Zombie Fish. Well, now they thought scoured me? I topped 1 card. You milled over my Ancestral Visions. How is that fair? Come on, opponent. Alright, there we go. Justice. Give me some of that. Give me some sugar. Justice. I got there. Had it. Against the Tron decks, a lot of it is just fighting over that 3rd Tron piece. Trying to prevent them from getting on the battlefield. When you're on the draw, you do have to let them get it onto the battlefield, usually for a turn. That's the turn where your best bet is trying to, fight over Karn or whatever horrible, awful thing they're going to do to you is with a Counter Squall or a Negate. Sometimes in the post-board games, I'll try to like Thought Scour them on turn 1 if I have it and Surgical it, if I just don't think that I have any way to win, like my hand just doesn't have a Counter Squall or a Negate. Thought Scour target you. That resolves. Milled over Stubborn Denial and a Marsh Flats. Okay. Let's pull up their graveyard, as their graveyard's going to be hyper relevant here also. Against the Eldrazi decks, the biggest thing is getting your safety permanents or safety spells into the graveyard. So Terminate is your best spell in that matchup. You just want to get it into your graveyard and protect it there. So a lot of the times I just won't tap mana when they could Thought Knot Seer me, so that I can terminate the Thought Knot Seer with the trigger on the stack, just so I can get into the graveyard, so I can hide my Terminate to kill Smashers later. I'll do the same idea with a Damnation, where I'll just fire it off as soon as I get it, trying to get it into my graveyard, so I can Snapcaster it back later to kill like a Drowner of Hope and something else. This is a bad matchup for Grixis because I think that they are better at grinding than you, in the sense of Orzhov Charms give them the ability to protect their most important threats more effectively than you can answer them, from my experience. That and Stubborn Denial is a hell of a Magic card. I've also run into a number of these lists that just had Geist of St. Traff main deck that I was just folding to. Counter Squall, that's not a Magic card in this matchup. Alright, the Tarn helps. The Tarn certainly helps. Problem is, we have a basic island. So this will allow us to keep Counter Squall open, which is nice. We're definitely terminating this right now. So there's no reason to have to fight over Stubborn Denial. Do need to find a form of card advantage, though, as we are going to get out-carded in this matchup, as they're on like 18, 19 lands. Some even as low as 17. And we are on 22. Thankfully, eventually their discard goes dead. But that usually doesn't happen for a little while here. Snapcaster. They know I have the Spell Snare, so I don't really know what this is aiming to do. I feel like I'm still supposed to just counter it, as I just don't want to deal with the Snapcaster Mage. So, fortunately, we'll fight over this. No, MTG bot, you're dropping the ball. I only watch bad players. I've certainly played against Esper lists that only had 17 lands. There was one posted earlier this week that had 17. I think the correct number for them to play is 19 or 20 personally, but I've certainly played against lists that have had way fewer lands. Alright, so this looks like a Stubborn Denial up. If I draw a Bolt, I might just try to Bolt this, as the lists that don't run Street Wraith are the ones that are running more lands, but... Let's see, let's get ourselves the Blood Crypt. And Senior Tazaglyph. Wish I had 3 black. So now it's a matter of, do we want to terminate here? If we terminate here, they can't Stubborn Denial and make us have to pay multiples, so I think that I'm just priced into terminate right now and then slam my Tasigur. And unfortunately, my Tasigur is probably going to hit by a PT, Path to Exile, excuse me. Alright, red, black. Of note, they are at 10, so we're like in a reasonable spot to like creepy tarpet them out of the game. Blue, black, yep. If I get spell pierced here, it's gonna feel really silly. Alright, let's see. What spells do we not want? We definitely don't want this Ancestral Visions, where the heck you went. Outside of that, I guess I'm just exiling cantrips and lands, because my graveyard's too full of nonsense. The other question is, do I want to play this land? Be shocked if my opponent had Liliana in their deck game 1. So hard for the counterspell versions to also play Lily. Yeah, I think it's just too important to get my land on the battlefield in the case that I draw like a K command. I need to start cycling lands. Hopefully Tasker doesn't get pathed. Ooh, that's good for us. Alright. I think we're in a reasonable spot here now. Tasker didn't get pathed. It's an unfortunate spot, though, that our creepy tar pit can't attack and we can't hold up Counter Squall simultaneously unless we draw a fetch land of sorts. Wow, they really did have Lily in the main deck, too. Wow. Alright. That sucks. Later, Taskoif. I screwed up, buddy. Held on to you, I guess. Vomit. I'm gonna be really impressed if my opponent had path and didn't path there. Just also try to get my creepy tarp at that. That'd be impressive. Would be impressive. Can't imagine not killing the Lily here. Yeah. This backfires is gonna suck, but... Ooh, okay, that's good. Fortunate thing is, one of my spells here is so bad, and the other one's, like, really decent. My spell snare is the good one, if you're wondering. Sure, don't care about that. Yeah, Matt Nass, must be nice. I assume my game 1 will be going on for another 10 minutes. Bottom top. Okay, so I find a Thought Scour, I'll Thought Scour them. But I think I only have one Thought Scour left, right? No, I have 2 left, okay. Okay, shock themselves in their land. So we're at 8. I'm in like a reasonable spot to try to creepy tarpit kill him. If I draw a polluted delta and can get basic swamp out, it's 2 hits of the creepy tar pit and finding any spell with counter squall. Problem is my opponent shocking themselves there is like pretty indicative the top card of their library is a Death Shadow. Well, obviously can't just let you get an Orzhov Charm back. Okay, so I have to go to 14. If I go to 14, hit them with a tar pit, they go to 5, which point their Death Shadow is an 8-8. 8-8. They know this card in my hand's a Counter Squall. If I attack again, it's an 11. At which point they need 3 points of damage to kill me. So yeah, this is just a correct play to just go for it. Because I can get 3 attacks in, I think, a reasonable amount of the time. Alright. Steam Vents, Water Grave open. Alright, really need this to work out for us. Wait, Madness, are you not modded in here? Madness, we need to correct that. Yeah, you're so lucky. You just get all of the CFB Fire matches. I also don't think... I think my title is still Modern Prep for GP San Antonio instead of CFB Fire crushes the MOCS or something. Alright. So my opponent goes Death Shadow here, and then I put him to 2, so our Death Shadow's an 11. See if the card on top of the library was a dash out as I expected. It's an IOK. So we're definitely counter-squalling this as it puts our opponent dead to the creepy tar pit. But that also likely could mean that they just have an answer for the creepy tar pit. Our opponent also knew that our card in hand was counter-squall, so I think playing IOK there is just like... Either they don't think that they can win unless I, for some reason, don't fire the counter-squall, or they need to counter the counter-squall to be able to win. What was the logic not? You can just stubborn denial it. I can't pay the tax. I'll choose not to pay. Alright, yeah, Mush. Let's fix the title where opponent's deep in the tank. Alright, so they took it to go to 3. So they're dead on the board of the creepy tar pit. Yeah, well, that was kind of a great draw. Kind of a great draw. So our opponent has the Lilianas instead of Geist of Soontress, which is just freaking fantastic for us. They're gonna Snapcaster Mage? Alright, I'll bolt you in response. Taste it. Alright, sweet. Got there. Of course we had it, CW. Charles, it's very easy. You get your opponent to 3 life, and then you draw a Lightning Bolt, because it's the best draw in your deck. Alright, let's see here. So, again, I have not liked Full Mana Mage in this matchup from my experience thus far, as I feel like that you just can't realistically mana denial them, where they can mana denial you. The negate seems reasonable, as my opponent did present a list that also had Liliana of the Veil. The Fatal Push seems fine. The bigger issue here is, what if my main deck cards are actually bad? It's probably the Cryptics on the draw, as my opponent is potentially rigging on Full Mana Mage. Dispels are medium, as they can get turned off pretty reasonably. But what I mean by turned off, sorry, is that my opponent can feasibly play around them to the point where I have to tap my mana, as the game's all about efficiency for the first 3 turns of the game. So my opponent can play around them with this card, and then there's going to eventually be a turn where I have to tap out, like, play a Terminate or something. And sure, while it is 1 mana for 1 mana trying to trade for a Stubborn Denial, it's a card that I would prefer much more on the play than one of the draw. I think Damnation's a trap sideboard card where it looks like it's good, but the problem is it's so bad because a lot of the times they're playing threats up with mana, and then the turn where you tap out to try to Damnation them, they either let the Damnation resolve and then they Orzhov Charm back in a Death Shadow into play, or then they end step Snapcast or something, or they just counter it with Stubborn Denial. As you'll notice, a lot of things I say are, Stubborn Denial is a good Magic card. This just in. So yeah, what I'm going to do is probably Fatal Push and Negate for 2 Cryptics. I think you still want 2 of the Cryptics as they're just card advantage sources. And again, the matchup's a lot about card advantage. And I like just having big, powerful spells I can draw, as the games do go late. And another nice thing is they do avoid IOK, which our opponent, we didn't see Thoughtseize, I don't think. I think we saw 2 IOKs, but the majority of the list I've played against play 4 Thoughtseize and 4 IOKs. But I'm not going to say that's everybody, because I think Esper is probably the hardest one of these decks to build that I've seen so far. Ooh, this hand's bad. It's bad enough, I'll keep it. Maybe my opponent will go to 5. No, Gep 6. Must be. I hope they bottom their card. Nice, okay. What would be my favorite draw? Watergrave? Creepy Tar Pit? Watergrave. What's up, Citrus? How are you doing? AJ, you haven't lost to a Shadow deck yet? I think I'm like around 70% against them. But I think the match was way harder to play from their side than it is from my side. My side, I kind of just sit here for a while, and then eventually they get into bolt range, and I just bolt them to death. Flybank, I think Grixis. But then again, I'm obviously biased, as I have thousands of games in with Grixis and maybe 50 in with Esper. Pick a card, any card. I would assume they take my Serum Visions. What about the same amount of cards and money away from being able to build Grixis Control or Eldrazi? Do you think that GC has a... Oh, Grixis Control has a better or worse long-term viability than Eldrazi? Retraction Felix, I don't believe Eldrazi is very good, so I would advise Grixis Control. Ooh, Blood Crypto. I don't really want my Thought Scour to get countered, so I'm just going to play my Blood Crypto untapped, I believe. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play my Blood Crypto untapped. This also gives me the opportunity, if my opponent just slams a Liliana, I can just flash in Snapcaster Mage and harass it that way, so that seems good to me. Let's do that. Yeah, anytime retraction. I do Holy PT, yeah. My username on YouTube, I believe, is Corey_Burkhardt. It should be the same as my Twitter. And assuming I get partnered with Twitch eventually, I'll probably actually change my Twitch name instead of being Magician5, because no one knows what the hell Magician5 is. They're going to Snapcaster Thoughtseize me? That's kind of rude. I'll likely eventually change it to link up my Twitter. Am I really going to Thought Scour myself and Fatal Push this stupid thing? I have so many K commands. I do want to just be able to untap and K command get back my Snapcaster Mage. Alright, this is fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's fine, I guess. It's unfortunate. I do think I should Thought Scour here in response. I don't think I should Fatal Push in response. Okay, milled over a Delta and a K command. So do I want to push it now? I think I'd rather force my opponent to take my push. Yeah, Mush, it is rather unfortunate. Magician5 was the first account I used, and then I got banned for a month because a week or a month, I don't remember which. I tried to split in the finals an 8-4 draft with the guy. He wanted the QP. I didn't care. So I just conceded. And then when I asked the person for my 2 packs, they just logged offline and blocked me. So I never got my 2 packs. Alright, I'm going to Fatal Push this nonsensical nerd here. Reason being is I want to just fire off a K command if I get lucky and draw another land here, so I can buy back my Snapcaster and make them discard. Nice. Perfect. Fetch us a Watery Grave. Of note, my Ancestral is a little bit of a dangler at this point because of how I played the game, but I think I'm fine with that. So then I made another Moto account because I wanted to cube draft over the Christmas break, as I was a kid in college that just wanted to play. Yeah, this is currently round 3 of the MOCS. We're currently up a game, and we are 2-0 in matches. We defeated Red White Prison 2-1, and we defeated Amulet Titan 2-1. This is Esper Shadow, and we're up 1-0 in a reasonably close game 2, where I think we're a slight favorite. Because I think they're playing Liliana here, and we're just going to likely discard this Visions of this Cryptic. I haven't figured out which yet. Probably just the Cryptic. Probably just the Cryptic. Yeah, the Visions is just too slow here. Get out of here, Visions. Alright, so my opponent's super flooded. Hopefully draw a Bolt or a land. Thought Scour is not exactly what I was looking for. Let's see, so if they Lily plus this time, what is my plan? My plan this time is likely to discard Thought Scour, Snapcaster Fatal Push a Giant Permanent. Could draw step K command them, that just seems horrendous, as I really want to get the Snapcaster Mage on the battlefield to start pressuring this Lily. So I'm just going to discard this Thought Scour. I think it's super important to actually have 3 mana here and be able to fire off a spell with my Snapcaster. It's going to be really unfortunate for me if my opponent draws a Delve threat. Like, that's the big risk I'm incurring here. Is they have like 4 to 5 outs to just a giant monster coming onto the battlefield. Yeah, no, I reported them for not giving me the 2 packs. Their account got suspended, I believe, indefinitely, as I've never seen the person log online ever again. Well, that sucks. That's really bad. Wow, that really sucks. Okay. Alright, and we'll let that resolve. I'm just going to Snapcaster a Thought Scour, as I said before. I was trying to figure out if I was going to discard my Cryptic now. It's interesting to me that my opponent... I guess it's fine. They surgical for mana instead of life. It's reasonable. Of note, when my opponent pluses their Lily here, I'm going to Snapcaster in response to Thought Scour, and then we'll figure out what we're doing, but... yeah, so the lesson of that was know what the TOS are before you do something silly. Alright, let's get Snappy Doo out there. Again, hopefully find a Lightning Bolt. Thought Scour. You'll get caught up in the Thought Scour. Found a Spell Snare. Milled over a Counter Scroll and a Terminate. Their Snapcaster's all pretty horrible right now, so I think I can just discard the Spell Snare pretty safely, as I think if the Cryptic turns on, it's just so good. Now I wish I had that Ancestral. Counter Squall, huh? Alright, let's Thought Scour ourselves. Found a Lightning Bolt, found a Scalding Tarn. Unfortunately, do not have the mana, so I will discard the Scalding Tarn if my opponent pluses their Lily again, I'm pretty sure. But I expect them to minus and kill my Snappy. Should give me a 1-turn reprieve of this nonsense. Again, hopefully they don't draw a threat. It's a possibility a better line would have been to not play my Snapcaster there and just try to mill over a Bolt. Uh-oh. Based on how long it's taking them to cast a spell. Okay. Is this the Exile take damage equals toughness, the Vendetta mode? Alright, well. Yeah, I'll make you go to 10. Wish it was deal 2 damage, that'd be busted. Expect Snappy Doo's gone. I haven't drafted Modern Masters yet. I wanted to, and the stream voted against it, so I just haven't. Found a Vision. So now we have to determine if we want to play Visions or hold up Cryptic Commando. My expectation is it's better to play Visions and just discard Scalding Tarn. That's what my expectation is. I'm gonna do that. Again, we're incurring more risk, but it's sort of where we're at. I don't think I've played this game very well. I think I should have given up on this Cryptic a while ago. They drew a Death Shadow. Alright, so it's a 6/6 in theory. Alright, get out of here, Scalding Tarn. Tasker's a little awkward here. Little awkward, friend. So let's see, if I play Tasker, they minus Lily, Death Shadow hits me for 6. I have 3 turns done, so it still comes off suspend. More likely case is they play whatever they draw, plus their Lily to 3, hold Death Shadow back for a turn. That seems like the more likely case to me. However, in that case, if I draw Terminate, I just win the game on the spot. Like, game basically ends if that happens. Unless there's spells like a Tasker or a Gurmag Angler or something. Yep, I think I'm playing this Tasker. I don't expect it to be very good, though. Guess I don't even want the Snapcaster in my yard, do I? No, I do. Definitely want the Bolt. The Serum Visions is better than the Thought Scour, yeah. I just can't have the reactive spells right now. Cause sorry, my thought process on that was my opponent has to draw a spell that I'm unwilling to counter, and most of their spells I think are more threatening to the Liliana on the battlefield. But yes, it was something I considered. Thought Scour, target yourself. Milled over IOK, Thought Scour. Well, what's unfortunate is those are both spells that I'd prefer them to have drawn. Ugh, vomit. Yeah, I'll use it. Get an island. 6. Later Cryptic Commando. If we draw a Snapcaster. It's not good. Yeah, I'll probably punted this game. Probably just held on to the Cryptic too long. Probably played badly with my Snapcaster. Basically, I allowed the Liliana to be useful. It's probably really stupid. Yeah, that was bad. At least they haven't killed me yet. Well, they have Collective Brutality still in after sideboard? That's surprising to me. Ooh, I think they may have wanted to play that Thoughtseize. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I think they might have wanted to play that Thoughtseize. Oh no, if they play the Thoughtseize, I can draw a Bolt. Never mind. Their line's better. Alright, so I'm going to play this fetch block. Get my 3 cards, hopefully multiple of them are lightning bolts, and I just win the game that way. Of note, this Steam Vents is going to be fetching a red-blue land, as I'm going to try to backdoor to 3-bolt win con. I mean, I don't know if that's totally the case, John, as I think my hand's pretty face up on the table based on the fact that, like, I wasn't playing lands and I was holding on to, like, medium spells. Like, I discarded medium spell, land. I think it's pretty face up and my cards are cryptic. Like, I would be shocked if my opponent were not smart enough to be able to figure out that my card in hand was a cryptic command, at which point they just don't plus their Liliana. Alright, so I'll go to 2. That's a giant fish monster. Get the Steam Vents. There, we're gonna draw Bolt Snap, and the game's just gonna be over, and it's gonna be a delight. Or I'm gonna draw Negate, Thought Scour, a bunch of nonsense. Well, let's go to 1. Serum Visions. Okay, we found a Snapcaster. So that allows us to Snapcaster, Terminate, Chump Block. Tasker, you don't really do anything. Alright, we'll bottom both of these. And plan to Snapcaster, Terminate the Death Shadow, Chump Block the Gurmag Angler in combat, and then discard, negate. want to use the terminate on this thing. We could do that. Is like the Death Shadow is like the exact same except for it dies to Fatal Push. That's actually probably way better. Should probably do that. Because the size of his creature doesn't matter anymore. They're all bigger than my creatures. So yeah, we'll do that actually. I think it's smarter. Uses all of my mana this turn. So I don't need to hold up the negate here. I just want to discard my stupid negate. Another Death Shadow. That's not great. Welcome to the battlefield. Let's heal ourselves. Found a Fatal Push. Get out of here, negate. Alright, come on, Snapcaster. Or Pluto Delta. Alright. I think I punted that game. I'd have to go back and actually look how, but I definitely don't think I played very well. I think it had to do with just being like too much all in on this thing, and then allowing this card to be worthwhile. Yeah, they knew our hand before the surgical. So yeah, they also knew about the cryptic. Bolt plus Sonic Blast? I don't know what Sonic Blast is. Hold on, I'm looking up what Sonic Blast is. I assume that's the blue spell that does 4 damage. That just makes literally no sense to exist, right? Yeah, deal 4 damage. Oh, okay, it's the char that's blue. What's up, Glaxos? You're back with +1 burrito? Elite Troll, I punted a game. That's all you missed, really. I died to a Liliana because I don't think it played very well. Yeah, no, if my understanding of all Magic cards before that is just, like, not really existent. What's up, Danny? I still think Damnation is just, like, so skeptical. I mean, we could try it. It might be better than another Cryptic. Yeah, whatever, I'm down to try it. I'd rather try things here, as winning the MOCS for me is not that meaningful, but I definitely prefer winning to losing. Do we want 2 spell snares? I guess that's another discussion point. They have at least 5 spells we know of that cost 2 mana. 4 Snapcasters and 1 Charmo. It seems too good. Narrow but powerful. No Vextrum, no delay. They're just like, whatever. I think EU is too narrow against their version of the deck. Where it's like the only thing it's good against is Death Shadows. And like I'm gonna likely have to trade it for 1 Death Shadow, so I'm trading 3 mana for 1 mana, which I think is just horrendous. The real question is Other Negate better than Cryptic? Surgical to Methodist Charms. No, I think that's not very good. Plybank, I think you have to. I think Tasker is just too good. I think Thought Scour is just Dark Ritual. Like, I tell people that you should cut Serum Visions before you should cut Thought Scours when you play this deck. Whatever, I'm gonna submit this. Seems close enough. If it's wrong, it's not wrong by, like, leaps and bounds. It also kills Lily. Not really, Delver. You just don't ever have 5 mana. You can't afford to time walk yourself to get an EE out there. Well, this hand's pretty good. Definitely keep this hand. It's gonna be awkward. I spend a turn 1 Visions and they kill my Serum Visions and I never draw their land, but you know. Ooh, they're going to 5 cards? This hand's great. We're so smart. Kept a great hand. I would like to draw 1,000,000 cards. Target me. Alright, they top or bottom their card? They topped their card. So I'd expect to get Hand Disrupted spell this turn. Ooh, nothing. That's lucky. Ooh, Basic Swamp. That's also lucky. So I want to gate up on the next turn. Kind of want to Serum Visions this turn. Then Ancestral the turn after, if I can. Yeah, let's do that. Let's Kind of hoping my opponent would counter that. I'm going to put the Snapcaster Mage second, the Watergrave first. So I want another land on the next turn. At least I think that's what I want to do. Use this Bold Dangling for a while. Do I need another second Snapcaster yet? First one didn't even get hand disrupted, so maybe I don't. Okay, yeah, hold on. Alright, well, bottom Snapcaster and top Watergrave then. Not something that usually comes up, but maybe it's correct this time. Not honestly sure about that. We'll have to look at that later. See, my opponent's going to Thought Scare themselves here. Milled over Snappy and Tassaglyph. Hopefully I just don't have a turn 2 monster. Turn 2 monster is really good against our nonsense right now. Now they're Thought Seizing us. Okay. I would expect them to take my negate. Given that I topped a card, or sorry, not my negate, possibly my Snapcaster. But I would expect negate first if they have a Lily, and then otherwise a Snapcaster. But getting them into their Ancestral is fine. Letting the Snapcaster get taken and not topping the other one. No giant fish. Yeah, that guy's gonna do a lot of damage. Alright, yep. I'd like to go to 18. I'd like to get their visions out there, shove it back your way. God, just think of that doing in Steam Vents here. We get the Bolt and kill a Death Shadow. That's like the whole wide world. Get to Steam Vents, kill that. Hold him negate. Thoughts carry yourself again. Your graveyard's already so full, it's fine. Milled over a Street Wraith and a PTE. I usually don't leave that many Street Wraiths in, so it's a little surprising to me. Fetch down to 9 to hit us for 4. Also now turns on Stubborn Denial as a true counter, which is a little annoying. So now they're more incentivized to try to get something hit by a negate. Alright, 3 and 1. Thought Scar of our own. Let's go in Thought Scar main phase here. Found a Snappy and still don't have any good spells for it. Yeah, that's a little brutal. There's just no reason to surgical there either, so who the fuck knows? You should have just surgical on your turn. So the Snapcaster was already there. Yeah, I haven't been focusing on the chat much this game, sorry everybody. Danny, you should never board out Thought Scour in any deck that has Thought Scour in it. It's just Dark Ritual. No, there's no delay on this currently. Oh yeah, don't worry. I already consider my opponent part of the shitbag list now. If you're in chat, opponent, you can go F yourself sideways. I don't really get frustrated, but this feels pretty scummy. Like, your line of play makes no sense. I just don't want to fire up this negate either, it just feels so stupid. Just trying to figure out whether or not I'm supposed to run out the stupid Snapcaster Mage to try and jump block. If I play out the Snapcaster Mage, at least I have one left to recur throughout the game. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I just want a Snapcaster Mage that I can recur throughout the game, so this like protects it because it's no longer in my hand. Yeah, that is a very similar analogy. Sorry, Dylan, what you said is in a similar analogy. In the Pyro Ascension Storm decks, I think it's wrong. I think if you played it in the current Gift Storm, you might be able to get away with it. In Control, that would require me to look up how to make a hand hider, and I already asked on Twitter earlier if this was like a reportable offense, and there's no way for me to actually prove, because my opponent could have just played badly. I think an Orzhov Charm, my Snapcaster managed to exile it too. I think Orzhov Charm doesn't exile though. Okay, so they're just running out their Snapcaster to surgical, my Serum Visions? I think you're supposed to hit my Thought Scour for my Serum Visions here. Running my Serum Visions, okay. An 8/8. Hey, it's pretty beatable. Alright, so if I chump, I get extra draws at it. If I trade for Snapcaster Mage, I don't have to spend mana to kill it. I think chumping here is better. I think it's close, but I think chumping there is better. Sakas, I'm currently 2-0, but we're about to die to Lingering Souls and other nonsense. But we have a Bolt, so there is that. Alright, so we can Cryptic, tap our opponent's team, and draw a card. In their upkeep. Just try to find another Bolt that way, so we're 2 turns away from the other Visions coming off Suspend. Allows me to win the game if I draw a K command or a Bolt. I still live if I draw a Terminate, I'd be at 10. I get to kill the silly Death Shadow, they get more souls out, so they'd have 6 points of damage through their potential stall tactic. Okay. Hope you don't kill me, friend. Doing this in upkeep, as it limits another draw my opponent can have to find some sort of thing that allows them to counter my Cryptic, but I don't know if I can beat a counterspell anyways. But I can if I hit another Bolt, so there's that. Alright, come on, let's hit. That sucks. That sucks. Alright, maybe our opponent will screw up. It's possible. Digital, his just line of play just made no sense. He should have gotten in for the 2 extra damage on his turn, because the 2 damage was relevant there. It removes a turn off the clock. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the negate not being a Cryptic was bad as I expected it to be. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, yep, negate's horrible on the play as expected. F negate. Negate sucks. think that Liliana game was an anomaly where I just played horribly. Yeah, whatever. I mean, if my opponent was sniping and they wanted to fucking stream snipe to win a game, that's them. They can do that. It's frustrating, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to put on a delay. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not really playing for anything. So, hopefully it was they just didn't see the line earlier, and that was what happened. Because, like, they can actually get punished if I just draw a Thought Scour into a land, or Thought Scour into, if I had a Thought Scour and I drew into land and Snapcaster, they can actually just get punished by the fact that they would then have to surgical a Fatal Push or something, which is just really bad for them because then I also get to hold up the Spell Snare and would get to Spell Snare their Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Not great. Whatever. Yeah, Backstorm negates fine, I guess. It's probably better to overuse Surgical when you have Death Shadow in your deck. Otherwise, people definitely should set it in like 80% less often. Yeah, Wujo, I agree with that. I do believe that it is correct for my opponent to bring in at least one copy of Surgical in the matchup, though, as I'm like hyper-dependent on 3 cards to actually play the games. Renga, I live in Altaloma, California. It is a suburb outside of Los Angeles / Orange County, California. It's where the 210 meets the 15 freeway, if you live in California at all. Yeah, I mean, it's part of that Backstrom. As many times as I possibly can. I've got one good result so far this year, Justin. I'm gonna keep scoreboarding that. God, I think I played that game too so badly. I should have been able to win that game. I just made the Liliana worth a card. And then it turned out to be worth like 5 cards because my opponent was on a mulligan. Opponent also beat us on a mulligan to 5, so props to our opponent. Like they did end up playing the game very well. Yeah, the Damnation would have been good that game. Ian might have been fine after he'd seen Lingering Souls, but I'm still not concerned with Lingering Souls if the Cryptic was instead of in the Negate slot. Ooh, our match has started. That's lucky. Cheerline. Bucket Boy, I don't know. The rules don't specifically state that the slot pass is down, but I would assume that the slot pass is down to another at-large slot. Bruce in the matchup, I think Snapcaster is, yes. They played very well to Surgical the K-Command in Game 2, as they knew I had an additional copy in my hand from a previous Thoughtseize. But in that game, like, if you're going to Surgical, I think you're supposed to Surgical on your turn for the 2 extra points of damage, as it grows your Death Shadow from a 4/4 to a 6/6, which would have moved the clock from hitting me down to 14 to hitting me down to 12, which kills me in 2 attack steps. Oh my god, I don't know how to read names and numbers. I'm gonna call you Sneppy. Thanks for following. Psychotog, that's spelled a little oddly. No Chandra, because we're basically a flash control deck. There's just no reason for us to tap mana on our turns in the majority of matchups. So, you do not have the ability to really play a Chandra, and oh my god, if this is burn, my hand is so bad. Please don't be burn. Oh god, they're burn. Oh boy, we're dead. Oh boy, are we dead. Holy crap, are we dead. Yeah, so about that. So we have to play the Scalding Tarn and potentially deal 5 million damage to ourselves. That's really bad. Wish I'd hit a land so I could discard the hand size there. Playing the Scalding Tarn so I can hopefully get 4 cards in the graveyard by either fetching Island or fetching Watery Grave. I really don't want to fetch a Watery Grave. I'm going to Thought Scour myself to get cards in there, and then I'm going to Blood Crypt to play the Tasker out. Swift Spear, sure. I'd assume they have a Lightning Bolt based on their fetching. Didn't hit a land, it's a little unfortunate. Ooh, they don't, so they're going to suspend a Rift Bolt. Nope, they have nothing. Alright, that's decent for me then, so I'm at 12. 12 against what seems like not a great hand for my opponent, hopefully. Ooh, Ancestral Visions, just what I wanted to draw. Alright, well, we'll go to 12 and we'll pray that the Master of the Golden Fang is our Lord and Savior. We're fortunately off the ability to play either of our red-black spells next turn. Lava Spike down to 9, so our opponent just drew that. Obviously block the Swift Spear here. We revealed a Spell Snare, which is reasonable, actually. Lightning Helix targeting our face, so we're at 4. Play the Creeping Tar Pit, hold back to block. And note, our opponent can't have any 1-mana burn spells because they should have fired them off a turn ago. So I expect my opponent's hand to be something that gets Spell Snared. And lands here. I'm going to play the Island this turn instead of the Steam Vents, as I intend to kill this Goblin Guide on end step and make them discard, and then hold up Snare so that I can hold up Cryptic the rest of the game. There is an argument there that I should have just killed their creature and attacked, but I think cards in their hand could still be creatures. And I'd actually much rather my opponent discard a creature here than not. Alright, so here, we'll make you discard, we'll shock your guide. Hopefully we can make a sweet comeback here, because our hand's ripening up a little bit, but we're still in a really rough spot. Okay, so they don't have 2 spells. They did have Footed Hills as I expected. Player Steam Vents tapped. Get in an attack step here. So we got our opponent on a 5-turn clock, which is a little slow. But we do have a Creeping Tar Pit we get to weave in, hopefully on one of the attack steps. My opponent fires off a burn spell here. I'm just going to Cryptic counter draw. As I just want to get the Cryptic out of my hand, such that the cheaper the cheaper counter spells are what I have access to. Another Tasker's pretty bad. Also of note, I don't really want to crack this Polluted Delta if I don't have to. Of note, it's 7/7/7, so they were on 3 turns there, so there was no reason to attack this turn. Gives my opponent 1 more turn to screw up. And fire off when they only have 1 spell. Again, they know about my Spell Snare, which makes this game a lot dicier than I'd like it to be. As they're unlikely to fire off a spell unless we are dead. Or they're dead and they have to just fire off spells. Again, not going to really activate here with Tassiger. I just don't think it actually gets me anywhere. Terminate's not a good draw. I think playing the first fetch land was okay. Playing the second one I think was wrong. Alright, so hopefully we get to trade our Cryptic for a card here, as we do want to fire up the Tar Pit and go for the win on the next turn. Eidolon of the Great Revel. I think it's unfortunately correct to Spell Snare this. Doesn't really allow us to go for the Creeping Tar Pit kill next turn, but we can't let it resolve. If you let it resolve and then we try to go for like the bounce with the Cryptic, I mean, you can let it resolve, I guess, and attack. I expect my opponent just to chump block, but yeah, maybe it was fine. Probably should let that resolve, actually. Maybe think about it more, but it allows me to lose to 2 1-mana spells there. Alright. So, again, I'm not going to go for it. It forces my opponent to draw a 3rd burn spell. Basically, they have to have the same number of spells, and this way I actually just get use out of my card and could redraw into a Bolt or a Spell Snare that allows me to win the game, or a Snapcaster Mage at this point. Probably wins me the game. Okay. Yeah, if my opponent didn't go for it the turn before, I don't think I can be dead. And we would have gotten lucky and drawn the Bolt, but we don't know that. Alright. Somehow won game 1. Hallelujah. Our opponent's hand was as bad as we thought it was. Bring in the Fatal Push, bring in the Negate, bring in the 2 copies of Dispel, and we will cut all 4 Ancestral Visions. Thanks, Phoenix Lance. I don't know if that turn against the Eidolon was correctly played, but it felt like it wasn't possible for my opponent to have a hand that could kill me without me letting the Eidolon resolve. Oh yeah, the opponent has to draw badly for us to win after they turn 1 Goblin Guide us. I mean, we knew their hand was bad, though, on turn 2. Alright, I'm going to keep this, because I have a Bolt, and I've got a Spell Snare. If my opponent doesn't play a turn 1 creature, I might have to shock myself. I think I have to shock myself. I could just hold up Lightning Bolt, though. Shocking myself is just so bad. Why is my computer beeping at me? Your Outlook settings are out of date? I don't use Outlook on this computer. Thank you, though. I can play a tap land. If I play the tap land, that just gives me more options on the next turn. We know our opponent doesn't have a 1-mana creature because they should have led on a 1-mana creature. So it leaves the contents of their hand likely being cards in the range of Molten Rain, Eidolons, 2-mana burn spells, and 1-mana spells that they can fire off quickly, so non-Rift Bolts burn spells, and Lightning Bolts. So they're unlikely to have Lava Spikes, Rift Bolts, Guides, and Swift Spears in their hand, and my opponent can't keep 4 landers, so I would expect their hand to be 2 lands, and then a combination of 2-mana burn spells and Eidolons. So I think the best line is actually playing Grave tapped as I get most information on my next turn. And I would take 2 points of damage to counter on Eidolon, as I would take 2 damage to Bolt on Eidolon. So I think this ends up the net same, and allows me the greatest amount of information gathering. Of note, my opponents can also have Path to Exiles in their hand. Red and white. Boros Charming main phase. Okay. Given that draw, I'm going to go in Serum Visions here, I think. I do not want this Terminate. I will take the Steam Vents. And given I have many Fatal Pushes, I'll play the Swamp. Spike you. I'm at 13. I'm at 9. I'm at 10 instead. Okay. Alright, 3 cards left. They do have 3 lands. Let's see if they draw a 4th. The 4th would be nice for us. Nope, they're on all burn after that. That's rough. It's a little rough. Terminate's a bad draw also. Do really wanted to find a Thought Scour to get this Tasker out there. Part of the reason why Serum Visions is way worse than Thought Scour being seen here. I don't think I'm firing off the Bolt in my opponent's face this turn. It's pretty close, though. It's pretty close. Ugh. Like, the dividing line is, if I drew a Scalding Tarn, would I play a Scalding Tarn and crack it? The reason why that's the dividing line is then I still get to hold up Spell Snare and Fatal Push. I think the answer is yes, so I'm going to Bolt my opponent. So I think my opponent's going to get to draw too many more spells if I drew a Fetch Land and didn't play it. Fortunately, drew a Shock Land. Definitely can't afford to pay the life. You're sort of seeing what happens now, where I don't have Collective Brutality or cards like Sun Droplet in the deck anymore. This matchup gets a lot harder, where my opponent can just sit here and play this game where we just draw a bunch of cards and they're a favorite, as they have so many more burn spells than I have answers to burn spells. Yeah, Dokomoy, I won the quarterly? Yeah, I won the quarterly, which qualifies me for the championships next year. I'm mostly just playing for prizes and playing because I like to battle, so that's why we're here right now. So this is a free Serum Visions, so I'm going to go ahead and Serum Visions for sure. It's free because it adds another card to my graveyard in the event that I do Tassagoyf here. 2 fetches I'm not really in the marketplace for. I have a second Spell Snare, so I'm like really highly incentivized to just jam here. This is obviously the most risky like spot here so far this game, but you have to be willing to take a risk at some point to actually close the game. We get bolted down to 7, that sucks. Red, Skullcrack you. Alright, well, I will counter whatever you're giving me to counter. You're giving me that, so I'll take it. Can't take these Spell Snares with me to the next game. Alright, so that was good. They didn't have another 2-mana spell to fire off there, so I would expect to be safe, but I expect this to get pathed. Okay, it does, so I'm going to take some damage here, going to 5. But I only have one card left, and it can't be a 2-mana spell. Unless they just drew it. Oops, I hit F1, not F2. Alright, let's see. You can hold up. So we should terminate this. So it's the least mana efficient of our answers. Alright, we're in a reasonable spot now, because we know our opponent's card in their hand isn't a spell unless it's Path to Exile. So we just need a threat to start winning the game with. Snapcaster Remains would be great, Tasker would be great, a Creeping Tar Pit would be acceptable. Here's a Creeping Tar Pit, right on schedule. It's dicey. Dicey, dicey, dicey. Ooh, they drew another land, that's good. Come on, deck. Snapcaster. Snapcaster. That's Delta. Alright, fire up the creepiest of Tar Pits. If our elemental friend here gets Path, that's fine. Just gonna let that resolve. I'm definitely countering this. I just don't think I can crack my fetch here. So it leaves me open a little bit to a creature coming down. As I only want to crack this if I'm cracking for a basic island for Spell Snare to counter a 2-mana spell. Lead on our island, then play our Visions. Draw a Negate, get 2 more lands on the bottom. It's pretty decent for us. Fire up the Tariest of Pits. This will put our opponent to 8. Again, our opponent can't have a 2-mana spell in hand. More than likely. I would expect them to have another burn spell, though. Yeah, I would expect my opponent to not have a Targus command. Oh, Dylan, that's a good point. God, I kind of want to negate this. It feels so bad, though. Alright, this is hyper aggressive, and this might just be horribly wrong, but I'm going to negate this, because I think I can close the game out with my hand against most of my opponent's draws with this Tar Pit faster than letting them draw some number of spells till I draw another threat. Also, if I just draw another threat, I think all the threats are going to kill them fast enough that I'll win the game anyways. Alright, Bolt me, sure, I'll go to 2. Alright, so let's go ourselves, hopefully find a Cryptic, find a Bolt. Alright, let's hope our opponent draws Goblin Guides. Goblin Guides and Swift Spears galore. Okay, our opponent not going for it main phase is probably net equity positive for us. Alright, I'll counter that. Alright, well, the Dispel locks it up. I can't imagine what our opponent has that doesn't kill us now. I'm trying to think if there's any reason to not just do it now rather than their upkeep. There's no difference. Alright, sweet, we got there. Whew. That was a tough game. So what Dylan said is correct. I should not have played my island before the Serum Visions because I could have drawn the other Creepy Tar Pit. I think the toughest line there is whether or not you're supposed to negate. I think once the person took the first hit, like my opponent's on 11, then they can go to 8. Like, I think all of my threats are already going to close the game out in that amount of time frame that the Creepy Tar Pit was, so I'm just nullifying that many more of their draw steps that I think it's correct. It's also pretty clear that my opponent doesn't have an additional path in their hand because they would have already pathed it the turn previously. So the turn where they didn't play a spell, their card might have been a Path to Exile. It's close. It's a crazy game. Yeah, I hate using negate to protect creatures also. I'm just so happy when they put Path to Exile in their deck. Wobbles, I differ from Dylan in this. I don't expect it to be banned now, but it could be banned in the future. Like, I would definitely expect it to survive the life cycle of Amonkhet. If it wins the Grand Prix that's in June in Vegas, I would assume it goes on, like, some internal watch list. Wobbles, we're 3-1 right now. I don't know why MTG Bot is all, like, being silly. Is a little confused. It's probably because I didn't start streaming until round 2. I was lying in bed as I played round 1. And then as soon as round 1 finished, I went and took a shower. As you can see, my hair is just an utter mess right now because I didn't brush my hair while I was blow drying it. So I can't get out of this tournament. There we go. Oh my god, we finished the round way too quickly. What are we going to do with ourselves? Alright. Did you go home drunk? I don't know if they would actually ban the card Death Shadow, is what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I think the most likely card to get banned so far would be Street Wraith. But I mean, if there are some versions that start doing well that also don't play Street Wraith, I don't know. Got to fight for Modern Masters draft? Alright. That we can do. Play lobby. Are there leagues or single elimination drafts? Because I'd prefer to do leagues. Phantom? No, I don't want a Phantom. Screw that. High rollers. Gotta go ham. Alright, so I've never done this before, so I'm just going to hope to open Cruel Ultimatum. Dock Shovel, not really. I just don't think Delver's very good right now. I think there's enough removal spells that deal with it pretty reasonably that the Delver card itself is, I think, the liability of the Grixis Delver deck. I love Young Pyromancer, though. I think Young Pyromancer's a great card. I think Young Pyromancer's great. I think Geist of St. Trap's pretty good. Those are the cards I like. I don't like the literal card Delver, which is weird. Because I played it when it was Standard Legal. I loved me some Delver. That card's great. Alright, so we're 3-1. The goal of these is to go 6-2 or better. Jeez, lucky Gabby just chilling by the pool. This is a beautiful Vendilion click. Alright, come on, Cruel Ultimatum. Come on, big money. Oh, Scavenging is. I assume that card's insane. Alright, so I'm going through this the first time. I've watched some drafts from Caleb. I'd expect Signet to be very good. Boros Signet to be very bad, as I would assume green decks and blue decks are much more likely to want ramp than red and white decks. I would assume the red and white decks are trying to be more aggressive, as you can just sort of look at the cards where it's like Battle Rattle Shaman, I'm trying to attack. The rest of these cards are just truly heinous. The Scavenging has just got to be great. The Scavenging is with 3 tickets? That's not really anything. Bucket Boy? Absolutely not. I've considered trying to play some Grixis Shadow. I'll probably start playing it on stream after the Grand Prix. Just to give it a test out, because it's like, hey, maybe that is a better version of the deck, and maybe I'm supposed to play that at Vegas. I'm not sure. Alright, so we're going to take Scoozy Doozy Doozy, as it's by far the best card in the pack. The only other card, again, I think it's competing with it is probably the Cynic Signet. Maybe it's the Spike Jester. I don't know how good Spike Jester is, but 3-1 Haste seems good. There's a lot of tokens, that's probably bad, though. Ooh, this is like one of my favorite Magic cards, right? Oh yeah, slow and steady. Just the true misery and pain. Alright, well, what here goes with our Scavenging Ooze? Nothing, so all the green cards are bad. There's a Golgari Guildgate, Tandem Lookout seems decent, Ground Assault seems good. What's this card? 6 mana, 4/4, make it 2/2 when I leave the battlefield with Unearth? Okay, that's a cool card. Pilfered Plan seems like a card I can probably easily wheel. This card also seems like a liability where you can like mill your win conditions. Or put flashback cards or Unearth cards in the graveyard, so that seems like a punt. Ooh, what's this card do? 4 mana, return... Exile target creature, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Well, I don't know about that card. Is this card great? It seems awesome. It can exile itself? That does not seem reasonable. This also just kills tokens. Alright. I think we're supposed to take... Oh yeah, people in the chat are already saying Miss Photo Witch is insane. Alright, I'm sorry I wasn't reading the chat early enough. I was reading all the pretty cards. But yeah, this card seems freaking fantastic. Maybe we end up something like Bant Blink deck or something cool. Alright, Gore Clan Rampager seems sweet. Ghostly Flicker. 3 mana 2/3 flyer. That just seems pretty bad in these powerful sets. I'd expect that card to not be very good. This pack just seems horrendous to me. I don't really want any of these Guild Gates. I guess I'm most likely to want Orzhov Guild Gate, as Death and Taxes is kind of my thing. We could take Eyes in the Skies. That card seems pretty medium minus. Deathhood Cobra's actually good? Wait, Moldrifter's in this set? Oh my god. It cuts off the top right? Oh, poor... Is it because it's in the way of my TV or something? Alright, we gotta pick a card here. I'm gonna select Gore Clan Rampager, because I think this card's probably messed up. Oh my god, what do these cards do? Beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 Goblin with haste. That card seems fine from what I've seen, but I haven't seen any things that combo with tokens, really. Non-token dies, make a 1/1. Medium. Celestial Signet, medium. Oh my god, what does the Conspire keyword do? You may tap 2 untapped creatures that share a color with the spell, so it has to be a blue or white creature. I get to copy the spell? This card seems terrible. Boros Guildgate's medium. So the cards I think I'm most interested here are like Cower in Fear to go to some control deck. Sylvan Ranger for some mana fixing. Or Rubble Belt Maka. I think I'm just going to take the Sylvan Ranger, though. So this will allow whatever nonsense splash we do. You think the Signet's actually good, Wobbles? Alright, we'll Signet. See how good Signet is. Ooh, a Sprouting Phrynax. This guy's gas. Ooh, a Dimrova Horror. That guy's also gas. Are there any other sweet cards in this pack? Dragon Fodder seems decent. I'm starting to see some token things. Karathi Bomber is also a token thing, if I remember correctly. MOCS record, MTG VOD is broken, chorus record is on the MOCS. There we go. We are green-white. How is the Signet off color, lol? I mean, we would prefer to be green. We're not really locked in any colors. Yeah, I think Dimrova Horror is what I'm going to take. This card is just really stupid. It bounces a creature and then makes him discard. I think Sprouting Phrynax is great, but... I mean... Tokens did look open. Whatever. If we miss out on a Sprouting Phrynax, I'm going to be sad, but that's life. Ooh, what's this do? Search your library for an enchantment card with CMC 3 or less and put it on the battlefield. Ooh. Alright, what enchantments have we seen? We saw a Gift of Orzhova. We could put a Gift of Orzhova on and make him 2/5 flyer. That's cute. We could just be 5 color and take Thornscape Battle Mage. I wonder if we're supposed to start taking mana fixing. I don't want any of this mana fixing, though. What does this do? Destroy target artifact or shock something? I'm taking Battle Mage. I only started playing in Zendikar. I only watch bad players. Well, what's an opportunity doing in the pack? Isn't this card just busted? It was busted the last time I cast this card. Is Arcanus Web the pacifism green card that gets searched up by the giant spider? But I only watch bad players. Based on your name, I have to be a bad player then. Alright, I'm taking the opportunity. This card seems messed up. Might be Spire Monitor, but... Hey, there's this Arachnus Web that somebody's talking about. Oh, and can't use activated abilities? That's cute. So it's actually just straight up arrest. Might be correct to just take the Guild Gate. Arachnus Web is nice, though. Whatever. I think I get mana fixing. Am I really supposed to take the gate? Man. Alright, fine. Fine, we'll be civilized people. Alright, now if it were me, I would certainly take this Guild Gate, as I potentially want to splash the red activation, but I think red is the least likely of the colors I am. Like, I feel like currently I'm green, blue, splash, black. Ground Assault's also better than the web, but I don't think I'm red. Monster Tez, I've only played it like 3 times. So, no. Alright, well, I'm going to take the Guild Gate over the Blink. Ooh, I think I'm supposed to take Pilfered Plants here. I do have 2 2-drop creatures. It's possible Tandem Lookout's good. Chat is no fun. Yeah, Citrus, we should just take all the cool spells and figure out how to cast them all later. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just taking all the pretty cards. Do I really want to Pilfered Plains in this deck? Not really. I think I'm just going to take Tandem Lookout. Again, if I end up in some Splicer deck, I think Tandem Lookout's better. Ugh, Talon Trooper, you're as bad as I thought you were, aren't you? I think I just want Ghostly Flicker. Now we do have a Tandem Lookout. Talon Trooper does look better, though. Or the Seal? What's the Seal? Oh, you were saying last pick? Right, I'm gonna take Talon Trooper, I guess. Kraken Hatchling, get on the sideboard. I guess I'm more likely to bring in this deck against another giant control deck. Ghostly Flicker. Ooh, last pick Spire Monitor. I can get that with Mystical Teachings. Alright, let's get our gates over here so we can actually look at our mana fixing while we're building this nonsense. Alright, don't know exactly what colors we are, but I think I'd prefer to be green, blue, something. Is this a train wreck? I think my deck looks great. You and I have different definitions of train wreck. Oh my god, what does this card do? Create 2 1/1 tokens. Each red or green instant you can't... Oh my god, it's nonsense. Alright, Savage Lands or Sprouting Thornites? I think I'm just taking Savage Lands. Savage Lands seems great. It's a green-black land. Also taps for red if I play this Battle Mage and need the red splash. So I'm probably not playing the Battle Mage without the red splash. The other pick here is like, what, Coiling Oracle? And Coiling Oracle seems medium. I could take Seal of Doom, actually. Seal of Doom's pretty decent. Wart's great? He's a 6-mana 3/3 that makes 2 1/1s. Is he actually great? I just don't have any green spells. Like, what does a green spell look like? I assume the Seal of Doom's got to be the best pick here, right? Oh my god. The chat's just, like, totally divided. Like, I'm gonna take Seal of Doom. I think Seal of Doom is the best card in the pack, other than the Savage Lands. Another opportunity, a Mystic Genesis. Could take a Sylvan Ranger here. At least I know what most of these cards do. That makes me happy. Oh. Jack Murray, you know what I like. That sounds really great to me. What does a green spell even look like? Yeah, seriously. Sorry, green non-creature spell. Like Mystic Genesis. I don't even know if I want to conspire that, though. It's like, alright, First one counters their spell, second one, yeah, didn't do anything. Alright, I don't think I need a second opportunity, so probably won't be doing that. I feel like I'm supposed to probably take the Coiling Oracle, excuse me. There's an Urban Evolution in the pack? Where? Oh, you're just saying Urban Evolution is a great spell. Okay. I did not know Urban Evolution was in this. I like Urban Evolution. I think I'm just going to take Coiling Oracle. So I think Shimmering Grotto is just too bad. Ooh, Zoria's Signet. That's good. The rest of these cards seem all pretty horrendous. There's like an Avacyn's Pilgrim. Yeah, I'm just going to take Zoria's Signet. Zoria's Signet's great. Oh, I should have gotten water instead of starting this draft. That was a misplay. That was a misplay. Probably taking Selesnya Guildgate here. Phoenix Lance, why are you tilted? Did I do something wrong? I'm sure that I did something wrong, because I don't know. Yeah, I think we want the gate here. Of note, I think the only... I think we're just bugged, though. So maybe it is supposed to just be the Sylvan Ranger. What are our white cards, really? It's just the Thornscape Battle Mage and the Talent Reaver, both cards that I'm, not super stoked with. Alright, let's take Sylvan Ranger. Ooh, Evil Twin. This card's busted, right? Yeah, Evil Twin's gotta be great. I understand there's an Urban Evolution, but Evil Twin's gotta be the nuts, right? Missionary's quite good in blanks. I think that I didn't take the Momentary Blink means we're not blanks, because I didn't dream big enough. Oh, I need white for it also? Well, I got Selesnya Signet and Azoria Signet. But yeah, we'll probably need to get some extra white mana in there. Thank you, I did not realize that. I thought it was hybrid manas. Yeah, I think Evil Twin's gotta be busted. It was busted the last time I played with it. Alright, Vanish into Memory. Remember this card doing something insane, right? Exile target guy, I draw cards equal to that guy's power. At the beginning of the next upkeep, return it to the battlefield under its control. If you do, discard cards equal to creature's toughness. So it's kill target token, draw some number of cards. Or if they combat trick a creature, I flicker their creature and draw a bunch of cards and then discard fewer cards. So I think this card's probably the pick. What's up, Amaz? How it goes? For those that don't watch, Amaz does a great Hearthstone stream basically every morning if you watch and or play Hearthstone. Shoutouts to Amaz. Alright, I think we want to take Vanish into Memory here over probably Augur of Bolas. Alright, what nonsense is here? Ooh, another Spire Monitor. I'm really appealed to these Spire Monitors. Someone's got to tell me a Spire Monitor is not good, but I do like them because I do want to try to find teachings. Take the foil and you draw foil cards? That's not how it works, guys. This isn't Hex and it isn't Hearthstone. You've got Goldener AAs, it doesn't make Goldener AAs. Knight or Wall could be good too. What's the Knight? I see the Splicer, if that's what you meant. But this is the one that gives Vigilance, so this is the weaker one. It's not Master Splicer. Master Splicer is the good one. Pilgrim or Healer? I'm taking Spire Monitor. Ooh, Crumbling Necropolis. There we go. That'll help us. That'll help us get to our 5-color dreams. It's probably correct to just take Coiling Oracle here. So my current only red splash would be Thornscape Battle Mage activation, of which we're not even trying to play white really. Oh, giving up the dreams of Grixis hurts. Alright, Coiling Oracle, get in here. Alright, Guildgate, get over here. Holy moly, so many opportunities. 5-mana counterspell just seems really bad, right? I really don't think I need a second opportunity, though. Alright, somebody say, do you like Mystic Genesis or Opportunity number 2? You like Shimmering Grotto? Okay, yeah, I agree with Mystic Genesis before I agree with Shimmering Grotto. I think Shimmering Grotto is just so bad you can get it whenever you want it. Like right now. Gift Wars over Soul Warden. I think Soul Warden's a reasonable sideboard card against the tokens decks, more so than Gift is. I just don't have any mid-rangey creatures right now, which is probably a big mistake. Take another Tandem Lookout, I think. Against the pure control decks, I think if I have a bunch of Tandem Lookouts, I can actually do something with that. Ooh, now we got 3 Tandem Lookouts. Alright, hold on. This might just be a strategy. What's this card do? Oh, it's just a bad hippie. That's unfortunate. There's a Teachings. Teaching seems great in my deck. It's either Teachings or Dimir Signet. I think it's supposed to be Dimir Signet, but I really want this Teachings. This is the best for train-a-thon and decisions without wasting 2 minutes every time there's a decision. Thanks, XT Threat. Yeah, I'm not the funniest individual in the world. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say that. There is a reason we keep LSP on the team. It's not for, you know, his great deck building or flawless play, of which he does do both of those pretty well. But we definitely keep him around for the laughs and his ability to just dagger the rest of us the entire day. Alright, good. Everyone's on board with me as Signet. Alright, good. That's what I like to hear. Seance. I'm not a Flicker deck, sadly. Soul Manipulation seems good to me. Wish we just had another giant monster to win the game with. There's no sweet land for me to take. I could take Celestia Guildgate. Is that even good? I don't have that many lands. It's probably correct. Right, this gets me back a creature or counters a creature. Yeah, Essence Scatter plus Raise Dead or whatever. Wow. You need Seance for Reddit Golds. Yeah, I do remember that. Course Guy. I think we're splashing white right now. I think our white splash is basically for Vanish into Memory, and maybe if we play the Stormscape Battle Mage. Alright, fine. We'll take Soul Manipulation. I think we might need the land there, though. Holy crap, that's a Broodmage Dragon. Can we cast that? Our mana's really bad, but I kind of want to take it. The card's so stupid. Yeah, that wins the game. I'm putting that in my deck. Can't stop me. I don't care what else we're going to take. Mystical Teachings? Take Cower? Oh, there was a Cower in the last pack? Maybe we should have taken that. Alright. Those in favor of Broodmate Dragon and playing fun cards, spam 1 in the chat. Those in favor of functional decks with reasonable mana bases that want Mystical Teachings, say 2. So, 1 equals Broodmate, 2 equals Mystical Teaching. You have 15 seconds, go. Alright. Good job, chat. I love you guys. See, this is how we should draft more often. Ooh, Amissium Mortars. We can cast that too, right? Like, whatever. In all honesty, I think we do need to take this as a Guildgate, though. We have no removal, though. How's Teaching's horrible in my deck? I have 2 Spire Monitors, a Mystic Genesis, an Opportunity, a Soul Manipulation. Okay, maybe it doesn't have as many things as I want it to have. It's Vanish. It's not horrible in my deck. I think it's fine, Wujo. Dokkan don't ban everyone that said 2. They're just trying to be reasonable adults. Alright, Seaside Citadel. That's probably going in our deck. Sorry, Mr. Raven. I need lands, though, buddy. Also, I think you're just pretty medium. Ooh, Sidraxis Spectre. Oh, God. Jesus. God. This card's me in a nutshell. Really? You don't think it's worth playing a Teachings here? Treving. we just take all the colors, so you just put all of our sideboard cards in our deck. Oh no, we have 2 pieces of red fixing. Fine. Damn it, reasonable people. All right, taking Seagate Oracle here over Celestia Signet. Ooh, Izzet Signet's actually good for us. I think that's better than the Rakdos Guildgate. Wish we had another card draw spell now, though. I wonder with this many signets if I'm actually supposed to play 16 lands, even though my deck wants to go to these nonsensical, different colored 6-drops. I think the Izzet Sting is better than Forbidden Alchemy. Do I have a Raised Dead effect? No, I don't. Okay. You want the Blink? Blink or the Gate? Whatever. I'm taking that. There we go. We got our teachings. Augur. Is Augur good enough in our deck? I think I have way too many creatures for Augur to be good. Seance, anything I can do with you now? You may return... Okay, you may exile target creature card from your yard. If you do, create a token as a copy of that guy. Spirit Edition is another type. I just can't get double white. It's just not reasonable. I don't understand power of blanks. I mean, that's very true. Like I said, I've never played this format. I've watched like 3 drafts. Like, I'm literally just looking at cards for the first time. I didn't, like, read the set spoiler or whatever. Alright, I think I want this Recover. Yeah, definitely want this Recover. Take Pilfered Plans. Forbidden Alchemy or Ground Assault? Let's see. How much red do I actually have? I think it's probably Forbidden Alchemy here. I have, like, no removal, which is an opportunity cost. I'll take Alchemy. And Pierce. Pierce, get over here. Yeah, we'll bring it back into Thornscape, thank you. Our mana base is a utter nightmare, it's gonna be great. What's a land? So yeah, I probably should have taken all the Savage lands if I knew that I was just gonna take all the good cards, rather than taking reasonable picks, but... Uh-oh, people wanted the Assault, that's unfortunate. Batagaba Oosh. The problem with that is my only red card is this Broodmate Dragon. Like, I'm probably not even going to play a mountain that I could search up with a Sylvan Ranger. I think if I had a second Sylvan Ranger, I would. Alright, and the next question is, how many lands do we put with our 4 signets? So we're green, blue, splash, black, red, and white. It's a sweet deck. Or something. I think his tandem lookouts are all pretty bad. Yeah, I don't want to play Sherman Grotto. It's pretty bad. His tandem lookouts are not great with the creatures we have. Alright, get out of here, boys. Or girls. What are you? You're a dude. Can I put the MOCS record on screen? Sure, Ochre. What do you believe is the best way to do that? I can make a notepad file and take a screenshot of it and then place it somewhere. I'm not inclined very well with OBS. So like if I show you my external monitor, you would just see everything over there. I guess I could add another source, which would just be another unit frame that I could hold off screen. I can just add text in OBS, like I can just write on the screen. How do you do that? Write on my wall with Sharpie? Can I just have a sign that says this is my current record? So you guys are saying put text on the screen, but you have to remember I'm like, add source text, okay? Add source text. MOCS record. 3 and 1. Alright. Sure. Oh, wait, why isn't entering... Okay. MOCS record. 3 and 1. Bam. Alright, let's see where this puts it. Do you guys see the text? Because I certainly don't. Okay, let's go into here and check properties out, see what's going on. It's perfect? Where is it? Oh, it put it up in the top left. That's awesome. That actually was perfect. Alright, whoever thought of that, was it Ochre? Okay, Ochre, props to you. Yeah, I didn't see it up there at first. I don't know if it took a second or if I'm just blind. It's probably that I'm blind and didn't see it. Yeah, I know you. Alright, good call, Ochre. Look at that production value. Yeah, somebody sent me a frame at one point, and I just didn't know how to make it work, so... I also didn't save it, so I don't know where it's at. I feel like I'm supposed to play 16 lands. It's like 500 mana sources. I don't know if I can actually get all the cards that I want to in my deck on 16 lands, though. So that'll be the other minigame. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. My blue sources, I have 5 here. I'd like 8, so we're likely to play 3 islands if possible. My green is my base color, and I only have 2 green. So there's 5 blue lands and how many blue signets? 3 blue signets, so that's 8 blue. So I probably can get away with 2 or 3 islands. My green only have 2 and how many signets? 1, so I'm probably going to play a ton of forests, probably like 6 forests. Plains, can I get away with 0? I've got 1, 2 signets that produce it. Probably going to need 1 plains. I could probably get away with 0 mountains. I have 2 gates and 2 signets, 1 signet. It's closer. And then black. How many's left over for black? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So my guess is likely 6, 2, 1, 3. 6, 2, 1, 3. But I don't get that many land slots, do I? Nope. New minigame. New minigame. You'd play the mountain over the plains because of Sylvan Ranger? I mean, is it bad enough that I should just play 1 of each? Like, it sounds like I should have just picked up a second Ranger. Oh, you cannot be 5 islands, Moto. Good try. It could be something like this. How many black do we have? 3, 4. This is a little too low on black for my taste. This was 1, 2, 5, 8. 8 green is super low too. Alright, screw it. Screw it, mana base is perfect, we broke it. Yeah, we've got like 1.5 white cards. We got Vanished into Memory and then this Mist Meadow Witch. That, with the Mist Meadow Witch, all I want to do the entire game is blink my Evil Twin, kill their creature, blink my Evil Twin again, and then eventually I'll find Brewmate Dragon, I'm just going to blink that. Ochre, I'm down to losing my mana base. I'm not too proud. It's not like I drafted a great mana base. I just drafted all the sweet spells. I'd rather lose to my mana base than lose because my opponent's cards are cooler than mine. Cut plans for a land? Pilfered plans? That was what I was looking at, honestly. I think that's a reasonable idea, Sox fan. There we go. 2 more matches going on in the MOCS. I prefer blinking didn't Rova Horror to no permanent, though. Wait, this can bounce a land? I thought it was non-creature permanent. Holy crap, this card's so dumb. Alright, let's get this out of here for another swamp. The good old cut a black spell for a swamp. Green, green. Green, white, blue, red, blue, black, white, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Black, white, red, green. So we get 1, 1, 1, 3, 2. 1, 1, 1, 3, 2. Yep, okay. Sadly, we have a dual color divination. Yeah, like I said, our deck wasn't drafted perfectly, nor was it anywhere close to optimal, but I drafted all the cards that are cool. Yeah, uninvited. That is the sweet thing. I do know that one. So I did play full block RTR. Was probably the first time I think I took seriously trying to queue for a PT. And I remember Dinrova Horror, and there was a 5-mana 3/4 that gave all of your opponent's creatures -1, -0. Yeah, those 2 cards were the life. If I had to put 1 card from this deck into my modern deck, what would it be? Probably Teachings. It depends. Do I want to put the sweetest card in my deck, or the card that allows me to win the most? Because the card that still likely allows me to win the most is like a Spell Pierce or something. Maybe it's the Teachings. Right now it might be Teachings. Is it really, Danny? I would. No, Rangon, no, I'm not from Wisconsin. I do draft with those guys sometimes, though. Yeah, much. The problem with putting Demir Signet is, though, that I have to change the entire deck, and I have to put, like, Damnations in my main deck, and Lilianas, because, like, I have to actually get use out of this thing. I'm going to tap out in turn 2 for it. Either that or I'm just going to hope my opponent Thoughtseizes it a lot or something. At least with the flashback spells, like, I can cast it, go get something cool, and then flash it back when I get bored later. Also, look, it can go get Snapcaster Mage. If we had opened to Snapcaster Mage, we could tutor for a Snapcaster Mage. But instead, we're just going to tutor for 5 mana 3/3 flyer. Yeah, I remember testing at your place that night, Danny, when we were playtesting matchups for him. And I remember us coming out with a sideboard package of click your deck back. That was what we did in like every matchup in the top 8. It was just like, screw it, your main deck's perfect, your sideboard sucks, just beat them down. Oh, you're talking about that draft format. I understand. Yeah, you'd probably done 10 drafts by the time that I had finally actually started playing the set on Magic Online. Yeah, Jack Murray, I want to take the Spectre. The Spectre's like exactly my kind of card, but it just wouldn't have been castable. Like, that card is me in a nutshell. It's just like, what horrible, miserable thing can you do to your opponent? Yeah, see, Crash is on board. Get Snapcaster, Cryptic, K-Command. I like me some Forbidden Alchemy also. Alright, round's about to start here in a moment, guys. Let's see. I'm going to go run and grab water really quickly. But I'm going to leave the deck we're playing the MOCS up on this. Oops. I tried to get Moto to change scenes as the scene itself was changing formats. Alright, screw it. We'll leave it on this screen, because the match is going to start and you guys will see my... You guys will see whether or not my opponent wins the die roll or we win the die roll before I get water. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Oh man, world record time. It would be Impulse was Dark Ritual with Flashback. Aggressive mush, but whatever. Yeah, Ochre, it's great. We're really stoked about it, at least on our testing team. Wilsona, I don't think you need it. I think it's just too expensive. Yeah, the chair is a master. We've got this blanket backwards and be so cold. Ooh, we won the die roll against Mono L's. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna play the Water Grave on turn 1 because we can just fetch a basic mountain. We need to terminate. Can I explain the Packers blanket? Oh, my dad was born in Wisconsin and lived there most of his life. Ew, Tron. Yuck. So I grew up a Packers fan. Our hand is awful, awful, awful. We are so dead, dead, dead. Don't play a second Tron land. Don't do it. Don't do me like that. Ooh, baby, we got a chance. My hand is still awful. I played this line this time because I'm gonna just defense and bolt my opponent. And then I'm gonna defense untapped and attack. So yeah, we're going ham. I also wanted to thin my deck in case they're on task or I can start going off. Otherwise, I think it would have been correct to just play the creepy tar pit. But part of it is I wanted to get spells out of my hand for this ancestral. No, deck, we weren't supposed to draw another swamp. Not today. Not today. Alright, whatever. We'll play it in attack. Alright, get him creepy. 14 points to go. Here we go. Oh no, a second tower? Well, if they had to draw a Tron land, at least it was a tower. Come on, can we draw a K command? I really just want to get my opponent. Please deck one time. What are they playing for 2 mana? Oh, Mind Stone? Oh, they're Eldrazi Tron. Okay. Dang it. Can't hold up Cryptic. Let's see, what does a Mind Stone 11 actually do? Not the most. I do need to shock myself, though, so I can leave up Terminate, so I can't really suspend this other Visions. Whatever, my life total doesn't matter. Whatever. Yeah, that's right, you cracked that map. Unfortunate thing now is they get to crack the other map also. But then we will Cryptic Commando the heck out of that spell. So let's bolt them here. K command. Rude. You're late to the party, buddy. You're a little confused. Alright, so we're going to hit for 4 this turn and then try to hit for 7 the next turn. Unfortunately, they could go for a Karn, so part of my idea here is I'm likely to shock myself with this Blood Crypt and bounce the power plant once they search. I'm just trying to make sure that line doesn't fold anything that I can't think of, and I haven't figured out anything it folds to just yet. But I think my plan here is to bounce their land. So yeah, let's do that. I think it's hard for us to go badly. I do like how much damage I've dealt to myself this game. So there's that. Shock ourselves. Just make sure that is the land our opponent searched for. It was. Make sure they search for the other piece. They do. Alright, let's return target permanent to owner's hand and draw a card. Return that and I'll draw a card. Because I'm not concerned about a Karn Bucket Boy, I'm concerned about an Ulamog. Because they have access to 11 mana if I let them assemble Tron. And the part about Ulamog that I care about is not the 10-10 Indestructible, I care about the part that exiles my Taskroom and Creeping Tar Pit. Walking Ballista X equals 2, perfect, terminate as expected, and then we win the game. Get out of here. Easy game, Tron. Easy game. Oh, I'll animate. I'll get you. Don't you worry. You got a friend in me. That's the creepy tar pit. Bam, victory. Alright, sweet. What'd you say, Dylan? I love bouncing the land. Would have liked to see you play around Tar Pit, play around GQ. Well, that was why I waited for them to crack their map to make sure they assembled Tron. If they don't assemble Tron, I might audible my line. Alright, so we want the Damnation. The last time I played this matchup, I brought in the Surgicals. They were fun. They weren't great, but they were fine. Foamies, and the negate. I think the negate's pretty bad, though. So if we cannot bring in the negate, I will not bring it in. The bolts are poop soup. The terminates are amazing. Spell snares were bad if I remembered, because I just don't think that Chalice is a card that they should even play in this matchup. I have 8 cards I want to bring in. Well, the other 2 cards I was boarding out. Counter Skulls are medium. Yeah, I think it's just bad to fight them on that axis, and it's better to fight them on the axis of the giant middle finger, maybe. Leave 1 Counter Squall in. Do I want this 1 push? That's the other question. I like having an extra removal spell to try to kill Thought-Knot Seers. But it might just be too bad. K commands deal with Walking Ballista. Yeah, Okra, their hand was really bad. Yeah, Jaethber, it's pretty skeptical if you ask me. I'm trying to figure out like what kind of hands they could have had. Like, they obviously had double map. They had 1 Tron land. Maybe they had like a Chalice, Karn, Ulamog Walking Ballista. I just don't even know if that hand's good. You'd get the push in. What would you want to take out? You're just not bringing in any negate effects? I think that's reasonable. We could try that. I have not liked the negate effects that much in this matchup. This is actually very similar to how I board against Eldrazi. To ban Eldrazi. Usually have summon over the bolts in however to deal with nobles and whatever nonsense. It's usually 4 bolts on the draw and 3 on the play. Why do I have too many cards now? Oh, it's because I didn't take out Counter Squalls. Yeah, seems reasonable though. This is a little liable to like them drawing natural Tron, or having Tron through a map and then, turn 3ing a Karn, but they only play 2 Karn. Nothing is pretty what I'm playing Grixis. How important is the second E? It's the only card I'm missing. Zem, I don't think it's the most important thing. I think you can get away without it. I like it a lot, but I think you could get away without it. This hand's pretty bad. It does have a surgical, so I draw Fulminator, it's great. Problem is it has no interaction pieces. They just snap capped, like, didn't even think about it. They did just snap keep it 1 Tron land double map hand, though. The 1 loss was to me playing badly against Esper Shadow. I'm going to keep this hand. I think it's really close, though. Not good. Damn, I did draw the Fulminator Mage. I think it's going to be too slow this game, though. Brutal. Brutal. Rats. Maybe we'll draw Shadow of Doubt. Oh yeah, I forgot to put it in my deck. Rats. Let's see here. I can just fetch a basic island if I really wanted to. Yeah, let's just do that. Hopefully not be dead. Because being dead sucks. Cryptic Commando and a Swamp. Well, I definitely don't want the Swamp. The Cryptic's fine enough that I'll keep it, because if this Fulminator Surgical Plan does work, I'm going to need tools that allow me to survive through whatever threat they play this turn. If they play Thought-Knots here, I'd expect them to have to take my Fulminator. I would still expect the Cryptic to be functional in that spot. Although it's going to be on a bit of a time delay. Yeah, I think playing as if they don't have a Thought-Knots here is probably the most reasonable thing I can do right now. I mean, you play that deck to play Thought-Knots here. I understand that, but you can't have Thought-Knots here every hand. Yeah, I would expect Scalding Tarn is the cheapest it'll ever be right this second. It's Walking Ballista X equals 3. Oh, no, they just had the natural Karn on 3 in their 2 Karn deck. Yeah, we're just gonna die to that. Cool story. Fun game. Close match. Okay, well this gives me a chance. What card do I give them? I give them a Snapcaster? Because I need all the other tools in my hand. Yep, or I'm giving you a Snapcaster Mage. That's the worst card in my hand. What do you determine, opponent? Alright, let's fetch ourselves Steam Vents. The hope with this is that our opponent will kill our black source, as black sources are more important than other colored sources. Blow up the tower or the mine. So the tower is the least likely piece to be in their hand. So I should blow up the piece that is most likely to be in their hand. The most likely piece to be in their hand, I believe, is a mine. I believe it's a mine. I think they let on mine. Let's scroll and figure it out. Yeah, they let on mine. So I'm going to blow up mine and then draw step kill their mines. And draw step. Surgically your mines, I go to 12. So they have a bunch of nonsense in their hand. Unfortunately, I have 2 reshapers that can actually cast. And we'll take a picture here quickly of what they submitted. And I failed at snipping tool. Wonderful. Alright, let's see. 4 ballistas, 2 surges, 4 relics, 4 maps, 1 crucible worlds, 2 dismember, 2 endbringer, 4 reality smasher, 4 matter reshaper. Wait, where are Thought-Knot Seers? There's no Thought-Knot Seers in their deck. I'm not crazy, right? Does anybody see a Thought-Knot Seer on this list? Okay, so they submitted a list with no Thought-Knot Seer. Interesting. So my Fatal Pushes are worse than my Lightning Bolts. Okay. I'm confused. Alright, yeah, you could have my Snapcaster Mage, I guess. Again, so the plan here is we're going to bounce that Karn, draw a card. We're basically going to be at 7 because of the silly matter reshaper. Ooh, now we don't have to go to 7. Lucky. Want to draw a card or tap their team? I think I want to draw a card. Let's see, against Relic, Map, Endbringer, Reshaper. So the map is likely to get an Eldrazi Temple at some later point in the day. Yeah, we're just going to draw a card. Turn your card and I'll draw a card. Alright, found a Terminate. That'll be helpful. If we find a Tassiger, I think we have him locked out of the game pretty hard for a while. Yeah, so you thought of the exact same thing I did. Yes, this is Z Jr. We're going to bring in Squall/Negate for the version they're playing, which I just don't understand this version very much. They have 2 Karns, like the one card they had on the battlefield and the one left in their deck. And they have 2 Ugins, but then they have no Thought-Knot Seers. Like, very puzzled. They have 3 Endbringer, though, which is an extra Endbringer than I'm used to. Yeah, I don't understand that either. Like, I think if my opponent had just killed one of my lands, I think I was done on the spot. Alright, so now the map allows them to play Endbringer soon. Silly Relic. Tricks are for kids. Alright, get rid of the Delta. Alright, hopefully Ancestral Visions yield some good things. Not really. I think I'm just going to Serum Visions. If I find a man land, I'm going to want to play that before fetching. I'm going to keep the Thought Scour as I expect my graveyard to get exiled soon. Suspend this. Play this Grave tapped. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to terminate one of these silly Mana Reshapers. You can have a Scalding Tarn. Yeah, the bot's losing its mind. Alright, good play here by my opponent, just going to attackers. Because it's pretty difficult for me to just accept going to 3. Hopefully I don't hit a Temple. A Ballista. Ugh. Well, if I can't really deal with Mana Shapers effectively, I probably can't deal with a Walking Ballista effectively. So now their hand is Expedition Map, Endbringer, Walking Ballista, 2 unknowns. Jesus, Sam, that sounds horrific. That just doesn't even sound like fun. Will, I'm planning to stream to the end of the MOCS. Normal Tron is worse for me, Oker. This version of my creature removal is actually good, so I actually have a chance in game 1, which we saw by them keeping an unplayable hand, but my removal spell actually killed something, which doesn't usually happen. Okay, so they drew a second tower, so now their hand is Endbringer, Map, 2 unknowns. To survive 4 more turns? This does not seem reasonable at all. Alright, big money. Fulminator Mage. So we can block sack with the Fulminator Mage. But they're going to get online their Endbringer. Oh, and a Karn. Thank you. Good call. I'm trying to think of whether or not I can afford to terminate this Walking Ballista. I'm like kind of hoping my opponent goes to attack so I can block the Walking Ballista and they'll try to level it up. At that point I go to 1, but I think I need a lot of good fortune to get out of this game, and I'm willing to incur that risk. Problem is if they just go to attack, if they don't do anything, they just level it. Just priced into holding up this mana the rest of the game. Yeah, I think I have to incur the risk if my opponent makes mistakes. My hand's too bad. Endbringer, Map, Karn, X. This could end well for me. Alright, hopefully my opponent just accepts the trade. Alright, good. Good. Alright, so we got a chance. I think we still need to run really, really well, but we have a chance. Alright, that was a start. Guess I should, in theory, play my land still. Alright, let's bounce and draw. Do I want to fetch first? I think I do. Yeah, I can just get another island. I have another island left in the library for the Ghost Quarter. I don't. Yeah, I do need to fetch, though. I lose to a Walking Ballista anyway, so would not like to pay the 2 life and kill myself. I'd like to try to win the game. Alright, return your 3-mana spell to your hand, because you correctly went to combat. And draw a card. They can just remember their mana reshaper here if they want to prevent me from drawing a card. I'm perfectly okay with that. Zem, the MOCS is always 8 rounds. Blue Adults is bad. Not a good draw. 1, 3, there's the map, that's fine. So they're going to go get the 7th land and recast their mana reshaper as expected. 2, 4, 6, 7. We haven't seen that many lands either. We're only halfway through our deck and we've only seen half our lands. Not a good spot for us. Tasker's not even out this turn. Getting Tech Edge, that's smart. One more turn until Ancestral comes off. Alright, Thought Scour. Do I want to fetch my Blood Crypt first? Not particularly. It's unfortunate. Maybe my opponent won't attack. There's always a chance, right? Alright. Yeah, I needed to find a K command or something there. That would have been great. You're a dead Zo. Alright, well, didn't expect to be turn 3 Karn, but I mean, the game played out way differently than I expected to from the opening hands, so there is that. So from what we've seen, these Fatal Pushes are stone unplayable, these Counter Squalls are good, and the Negate is fine-ish. The question is, do you want this Negate over another spell? Spell that it would likely come in over the top of is a Serum Visions. Thought Scour leads to our explosive draws, and Ancestral Visions is just something that we need to... We're trying to trade spells for their lands and their spells, so we just need the card advantage. Yeah, I think I'm going to bring in the Negate over Serum Visions. Yeah, Zem, I think its potential is really high. Uninverted. Alright, trying to figure out what you guys are discussing. Abzan Coco is close to unplayable right now? I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's a reasonable deck. I think it's hard to build correctly. I also don't know if you want to be all in on the combo version, because it's just... a bunch of the decks just have so much interaction. Okra I'm mostly not playing because this is what I'm likely to play in San Antonio. And it's also just like... the deck that I assume most of you are here to watch. Morrow, it should be up here in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Ochre was nice enough to tell me that, hey, people are going to keep asking what the record is because the bot's broken, so we should get it up on screen. So if you look up here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, up here by the filter section, up here on Moto, it should tell you that our current MOCS record's 3-1, and we're 1-1 in this game. Or 1-1 in this match, excuse me. We're fighting Eldrazi, Tron, but they don't play Thought-Knot Seers. They're playing more Planeswalkers. Alright, we just need to rock 8 commands this time. That's my plan. No worries, Mara. And you're very welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Tracker's one of the cards I hate seeing the most from those decks. Alright, what do we have here? We have a Counter Squall, a Surgical, a bunch of lands, and a Snapcaster Mage. Sand seems quite poor to me. Doesn't have an Ancestral Visions to lean on. Has a bunch of lands to interact with, but it's just going to fold to... any sort of nonsense play. Yeah, I'm going to throw this hand back. This hand's much better. We need another land, but... yeah, I'm willing to top that land because of just how powerful it is in my hand. Alright. Planeers, we're going to fetch a Steam Vents, then play our Swamp on turn 3, Fulminator, Surgical, they're nonsense, try to K-Command, Shatter something, buy back our Fulminator, and go from there. Alright, mine, power plants. Do I want to fetch? Yeah. I actually do want to preserve my life total a little bit, given that my hand is very susceptible to just getting punched to death by Reality Smashers. Fortunately, drew another 4-mana spell. Alright, so we're going to pass here, let my opponent map, and then we'll blow up their power plant and Surgical It on their draw step. Alright, let's just make sure they search for tower. They search for Eldrazi Temple. I don't think that changes my line enough. Yeah, I'm still just going to blow up the plant and then Surgical It on their draw step. Again, I want to do this in their draw step. It runs the risk of them drawing Surgical Extraction, but it allows me to get them to draw an extra power plant. Okay, so they do have another power plant, and they just have double Reshaper and a Dismember. Let's see how they sideboard it differently this game. So they brought back in the Thought-Knot Seers. So I'd expect our opponent to stream watching, as we had Fatal Pushes and those didn't do anything. Because there's no way you would ever board those in play draw. I just don't believe that's possible. So what do they sideboard differently this game? They have Dose Mind Stones, they still have all of that, and then they cut all the Planeswalkers, so yeah. Oh no, they have 2 cards still. So they cut the Ugins and 2 Walking Blisses for 4 TKSs, and everything else remained the same. Okie dokie. So we will see a Mana Reshaper likely this turn into next turn Mindstone Mana Reshaper. So we really want to draw in their land to Cryptic the second Mana Reshaper and draw a card, and then we can try to K-Command, Shatter, buy back the Fulminator to blow up the Eldrazi Temple. Okay, so that's our plan for basically the rest of the game. Then hopefully we draw preferably basic island this turn or Sulphur Falls. Serum Vision's not great. Not great at all. Not great at all. For some reason did not add their hand to the revealed zone. Thanks, Moto. I didn't pay enough attention. So it's Dismember, double Mind Stone, Eldrazi Temple, some other land that I didn't care to write down. Mana Reshaper, double Mind Stone, Dismember, some other silly land. If anybody remembers the other land, let me know. Not drawing a land here is pretty brutal, and if I Serum and don't draw a land, it's even worse. Oh, the Seagate. Cool, thanks. Yeah, it's just so horrible if I brick on a land again. I think given that, then I should just pass and go for K-Command, Shock, Buyback. Yeah, I just don't want to fall too far behind. Opponent correctly going straight into attackers. Alright, return my critter. I choose that critter. I choose kill your critter. Get out of here, critters. Oh no, I'll start playing fast. We only have 8 minutes left. That's fair, Danny, I guess. They got a Mind Stone on the battlefield? Rude. Just infinite Mind Stones. Okay, so they drew a tower. Another Mind Stone. Use one of the Mind Stones. Cast the Reshaper. Oh, just getting all the Mind Stones out. That's fair. That is fair. Okay, so I have a Dismember and a Thingamajiggity. Dismember and a Thingamajiggity. So I should fetch Island and play Fulminator, and then likely block sack the Fulminator on Temple, or not block this turn so I can blow up their... Yeah, I should not block and blow up their draw card land. If it forces them to Surgical It, obviously I'm way happier. They're not Surgical It, Dismember it. Drew another Fulminator and a Steam Bounce. Well, I definitely don't want the Steam Bounce. I want that Fulminator. Given that I drew a Thought Scour, it's reasonable. Could also literally just trade it for a Mana Reshaper. But I do want to use one of these to blow up the other land in question. I think given that I might be able to bait my opponent dismembering this, I will keep this. Also, it's fine to weave it in one time here because I have the Thought Scour now. Basically gives my opponent 2 draw steps to find something awesome. before they start cracking all these Mind Stones and drawing a million billion cards. So this time it's pretty safe for me to block sack on the Eldrazi Temple. The next turn I can block sack on the draw spell land. Oh, they just drew an Endbringer. Oh, they drew a Ballista. Ugh. Yucky. I want the Fulminator now. I still do, because I just want to blow up the stupid Seagate wreckage. So let's Thought Scour ourselves now. Ooh, K-Command. K-Command will be nice. That was a surgical, not a Tassiger. Got so excited I thought it was a Tasker for a second. Alright, so we're going to line up another block sack blowing up the Seagate wreckage, and then likely look to shock this, shatter this. My opponent has a bunch of implied cards, but not many cards that really do a ton right now, which is nice. Want them to level this? I guess it's actually better to block this because they probably are just going to level this. Sure, that's fine. Hope they sack more of their mana. That would make me happy. So the thing I'm most fearful of in the drawing is an Endbringer, and then after that it's a Thought-Knot Seer, and after that it's a Reality Smasher. What do they do? Oh, they just leveled up the Ballista main phase? Okay. I think I just want to do this right now. I guess I don't do it right now because I don't want them to hit. I guess there's no creature they can put in off this, right? It's only, oh no, it's 3 or less. If they hit another mana reshaper, it centers the battlefield. So I'm at 8. If I wait a turn, I can theoretically go to 7 and they have a Dismember in hand and an Unknown. Yeah, I think that's fine. So my plan here is going to K-Command, Shatter the Ballista, shock the mana reshaper on their upkeep. Guess I could theoretically wait for them to go to combat in case they screw up, but... Alright, fine. I guess we can wait for them to... Because them getting to 6 mana is no different than getting to 5, because they don't have another Eldrazi land here. Or, sorry, not an Eldrazi land, a Tron land. Alright, so let's... Shatter and shock. Opponent's trying to figure out if they'd now rather draw cards with Mind Stone or shoot us a bunch. That's good for us. Yeah, I got taunted into no delay. Basically, Party called me a pansy. And I wasn't going to have my character attacked like that. Alright. Whatever. Always deal with this nonsense. Alright, what do I want this to flip? Probably a land? Yeah, an Eldrazi Mine, that's fine. They could already cast a Endbringer if they had it. This allows them to cast a Karn, which would suck, but whatever. If they're one unknown as a Karn, I'm kind of sad anyways. Alright, correctly cracking Mind Stone. Uh-oh, it says they're casting a spell. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so our Cryptics are all live now. Oh no, they drew a Reshaper? Oh, they drew another Mind Stone, okay. Well, they shouldn't crack this one yet. Wait, why would you crack that one? Now you can't card me next turn. Opponent, what are you doing? Whatever. Go get us the Steam Vents, and we're going to try to play a little faster here so we can close up this game. Through a Thought Scour ourselves. Drew another Thought Scour, ship turn. Milled over 2 lands, which was great. I'm basically in the point where I'll just cryptic any spell just because I want to draw cards. So if my opponent played a ham sandwich, I'd probably counter it. Spoilers, opponent. Later, Uke. Alright, counter target spell, draw a card. Ooh, another cryptic. Alright, let's Thought Scour ourselves again. Play a tap land, F6. We milled over that time. Milled over Snappy and Ancestral. So if we find a K command, the game's over. We just need to actually find it and not get surgical. Like I said, I'll basically counter any spell at this point. This qualifies. I'll counter this with the Counter Squall. So I do want to defend my graveyard here. And if my opponent led the previous turn on a Reality Smasher, it's unlikely they have another threat. 7 lands. There's Thought-Knot Seer, counter draw. Alright, there's a Serum Visions, that'll help us dig out of this nonsense. There's an Ancestral Visions, that'll certainly dig us out of this nonsense. 2 more lands, don't want those, don't have a Thought Scour to mill them away with. Suspend the Visions. Play the Tarn, ship it back. Interesting that they have 2 Ghost Quarters there. I'm not going to crack my land, as I don't want to shuffle in the 4 lands on the bottom of my library. There's Snappy Doo. We found you, buddy. You're here. You're here. We missed you. Oh, they have a spell I have to actually counter? Alright, fine. I will Cryptic counter draw, as I want to get back a K command. Note, our opponent has a Dismember, so I can't, like, Cryptic counter bounce my Snapcaster, as it'll get hit by the Dismember. And I don't have 8 lands to counter the negate. Alright, well, now we have a Damnation. What a joke. This matchup's horrendous for you. What are you joking about? Alright, another Visions. We will suspend that because we can Cryptic counter. We'll Cryptic off the turn if we need to fetch. Alright, given that our opponent's not going to do anything this turn, now we get to turn the corner, and the game should be over. Yeah, it is hard when you're stream sniping and still lose. It is really painful, I understand. I could understand that being frustrating. Oh, don't worry, we have infinite time. Another Cryptic. That's game. I think we just have Fulminators in our yard. Ooh, am I finally getting dismembered? Bye, Snappy. You were a good friend. Alright, we'll negate this. You want to complain again? Come on, please complain again. It's just too enticing for me. Alright, get an island. Snapcaster K command again. And make you discard. This puts them on no hand, no hopes, and no dreams. Also known as the whole game. One of these things resolves and I get to draw a bunch of cards this turn. Sorry I didn't pull out the Exile Zone because I was having too much fun taunting my opponent. Alright, play this nonsense. Exile some number of random cards to my graveyard. F6, attack. Counter target spell, draw a card. Thanks for playing. Alright, hold on. Please be careful with what you say. Alright, so I have a reporting to do. This opponent was blatantly rude and is going to need to be hopefully dealt with by some nice members of the community. Everyone that plays in this tournament, your DCI is recorded, like, if you're not playing on your account. So this person will be dealt with and be interacted with by some people. So let me talk to my friend here on Facebook for a second, and we'll do some reporting. Alright, let's see here. I don't remember the old report link, so I'm probably going to go do it the ghetto way. I should probably just have this. Chat with support. Alright, well, we'll get this person reported. Probably do it on the other monitor so you guys don't have to deal with this nonsense. Don't forget to update the record. Ooh, Bucket Boy, you're on top of it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd much rather blame myself and know that I could have improved than just whack my opponents. Like, we're 4-1 now. Oh, I love how I named the source MOCS record 3-1 instead of random text on screen. Chat's all probably AFK or helping other friends. I'll get that eventually. What if our opponent's still spouting off in chat here? Oh, I left the game? That's unfortunate. Oh, lame. I can't get it anymore. Hopefully I have the screenshot of it. Okay, good, I do. Alright, what was this individual's name? Lots of L's. Snipping tool, where'd your save box go? There it is. LL's report link. Alright, we'll deal with that later. Sorry that everyone had to deal with some salty Sams on stream. Yeah, I just believe that you bashing someone else on the internet is just stupid. Like, what does that accomplish for you? I don't think they're going to ban their account. I just want them spoken to. Like, hey, this behavior is unacceptable. We expect you to be a model citizen when you're playing on Moto, and you whacking your opponent is just not a reasonable thing to do. Like, I'm not asking for them to ban the person. I'm asking for someone to just speak like, hey, we know who you are. This is your DCI number. If you act like this, we can prevent you from playing Magic. Realize that the way that you acted is not reasonable. Just act like a reasonable human being. Like, would you go around just laughing at your opponents at a Magic tournament live? No, no one does that. No one's that rude to other people. Like, yes, people get frustrated. I've definitely been frustrated myself and been tilted off. Like, I've definitely been a horrible person to opponents before. But you know what eventually happened? Someone was horrible back to me, and I realized, huh, I really don't like feeling this way. Maybe my opponents don't like it when I act that way to them. Dokamoy, I don't think saying scoreboard to them accomplishes what I want. What I want them is to feel empathy for how it's supposed to make me feel in that moment, which is, like, I'm supposed to feel bad is what they're trying to make me do. How would I feel if, like, every time that I cryptic then I just yelled, suck it? Like, how does it feel, dickbag? Like, if I just said that to someone's face, like, no, that's horrible. That's not going to be benefit for anybody in society, let alone, you know, my feelings in that moment might go up ever so slightly. But at the end of the day, there's still just, like, more negative feelings built up inside of me, and then those just compound. Thanks, Mary. What's up, Nick? How goes, man? Yeah, I don't like cursing on streams, I try to not do that, as I do understand that some people might be watching with their kids, and that last word that I used there is also probably not something I should have said, so whoops. Whatever. It's all good. Ack, I don't know. I don't know what about it. Like, I know I'm a hypersensitive person, so I know that I respond both very aggressively against the people that do this, and I know that I myself used to do this. So I think that because I used to lash out at people like this when I was younger, especially when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger and just didn't... I just had no idea what was going on in my surroundings, like absolutely whatsoever. Oh, I don't know what AK Cracker said, but hopefully it wasn't bad. I was honestly trying to answer their question. Like... Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. I think it helps that I'm one of the few people streaming, like, you have Marshall, Luis, and Xion all at the Grand Prix commentating. Aber, I played whatever the best deck was usually in Yu-Gi-Oh! I played up until the gadget monsters were around, so 11 or 12 years ago. Yeah, I guess I should actually look at what this person said. I don't think they were trying to be... to trigger warning for you, Ak. I mean, I'm sorry that it triggers you, but I do think it is something that the people that act this way need to realize. Like, how they're trying to make other people feel and just how awful it is. Yeah, Mush, I mean, I was that way too when I started playing WoW. Yeah, it's a sweet one. I was watching GB coverage all day yesterday. Sorry, talking to somebody. Alright. Yeah, just firing off the already want a MOCS joke again to somebody, so that was fun. Do I generally enjoy limited Grand Prix coverage or constructed? Keen, oh, what's up, buddy? I definitely enjoy the constructed coverage more, as I think there's an easier narrative to follow. Chicks dig the Grixis. I don't know about that, Gruck. I don't know. If what you're trying to get out of Magic is chicks, I mean, that's on you, but it's not my priority, I guess. If I meet somebody through Magic, sweet. That'd be awesome. I would definitely be into that, but... Obviously, I'd much rather just find somebody that's awesome on their own. But if they also play Magic, huge plus. It's always sweet. But I definitely enjoy the constructed coverage more so than limited coverage. I think there's an easier narrative to follow. Limited's a little tough to watch, and bouncing around, you don't understand all of the compounding factors that brought somebody to be in what deck they are. It's really tough, because limited is really great. It's really fun. I kind of wish I was there this weekend. I chose not to fly out there. But coverage-wise, it is really tough, and I do empathize with the coverage team. Like, the numbers are worse, but this team that they have this weekend is the best 4 dudes that you can put out there. I think this is the best 4 people you can field. And I haven't been paying attention to the numbers. Hopefully they're still around the 10, 12 Ks. But, yeah, limited is a little tough. Yeah, Vicious, this deck's really sweet. Definitely harder than your average deck to play. But I have a blast with it. Yeah, AK Cracker, I don't really understand. If I know how to untime you out, I don't think that you were trying to be mean or anything. I think you were just saying, like, hey, this is not something I appreciate. And, you know, I try not to talk about it much, but I do think that we had a reasonable opportunity to bring it up. I don't know how to untime you out, so... Untime out AK Cracker. Let's see if that works. Oh, unbanned. Cool. Thank you, Aber. Alright. Yeah, AK Cracker was being reasonable and messaged me on my other monitor. I think they're trying to be a reasonable human. I don't think they were trying to be, you know, mean or anything like that. I think there was a reasonable moment to teach, and we took the moment to teach, and we'll drop it now. Yeah, Druck, we actually had this conversation. The circle was... I think it was Rietzel, myself, Yelger, Owen, Huey, Reed... And Huey goes, who's better looking, Reed or Corey? And everyone responded Reed, including myself. Reed didn't respond because Reed's way too nice and would never say that in front of me. But yeah, I mean, Reed's just too nice. Reed is painfully nice, but yeah, that was a funny comment. I agree. I think Reed's got better hair than me. I do like my hair, though. My hair's nice. Reed also works out. I'm way too lazy. I'm just scrawny. Dude, I don't know. If I were a chick, I'd be into Reed. Reed's a good-looking dude. Super nice, super well put together. Very determined individual. There's a lot of great qualities about him. It's an aggressive, unanimous decision. Yeah. I don't really care much. If it was a bunch of dudes saying who's more attractive among dudes, I don't really care. Now, if it were like a girl I was into and or dating saying he's like more attractive, I'd probably be more motivated to try to be better looking in some way, but whatever. At the end of the day, it's all just a decision based on someone's opinions of other things. I don't care. Yeah, see, Richard, it's all what you prefer. Yeah, I don't know. I touched with Kibler. Kibler's awesome, but yeah, Kibler I think is more associated with the Hearthstone scene at this point than the Magic stream. Yeah, Yul does put a lot of work into his hair. I don't know how much product ends up in his hair every morning, but it is amusing to me every time I see him at events, and I hang out with him a little bit more now that we're both on CFB teams. I say that I'm evil, and I get it clearly back. Brutal. Thanks, Holy Diva. I appreciate it. Clyde the Glide Drexler is a grinder out of the Northeast area. I want to guess Massachusetts. I don't know exactly where. But knows a bunch of the great players out of the Boston, Pennsylvania, New York, like tri-state area. Sorry, Boston's not a state, obviously Massachusetts, but Boston was what I was using as the major city there. And just moto grinder that just crushes every format. Like if I had to guess, the guy's limited and constructor rating are both over 1900, but for some reason just doesn't try to grind Grand Prix. I assume it's a cost issue where it's just like doesn't feasibly have the time and or the money to try to do both. Yeah, Ochre, the deep dives on stuff like that are difficult, though. Like, what percentage of the viewer base are really into that? Like, I would assume most of the people that are here hanging out with us, like, I would assume more often than not, more of you are on the spiky end as you're watching a very spiky player play a very spiky deck. Ooh, Magnus is 4-1 also. Nice. There's a bunch of sweet players up here. Caleb Durwald is 4-1. Yeah, I would assume that we would all be into that kind of thing. But your average person that maybe just plays F&Ms, doesn't really care about the competitive scene, maybe they're not into that as much. That's the difficult thing. Oh, dude, MTG bot got fixed. He or she's a little behind on the times, or it, I guess. I guess a bot's probably an it, or a they. Wobbles, I think there are some live PPTQs for Modern Masters 2017 Limited, but there are no like online PTQs of Modern Masters 2017 Limited. I was actually surprised there was no PTQ this morning. It's a little odd to me. No, Justin, it's 8 rounds if you're in chat. The monthlies are always 8 rounds, and then it's modified Swiss +1 for the quarterlies. Yeah, no worries, Wobbles. Alright, we're fighting Watchwolf 1992. Hey. Always nice to start out cheery and chatful. Alright, this hand's not keepable, unfortunately. We have 2 of our 3 non-blue producing lands. This hand is keepable. We will keep it. Hopefully we Serum Visions here into a Thought Scour. Get a lead on Steam Vents, as it's much more likely that I get to play my Watergrave tapped on turn 2. Potentially draw a Bolt, which the Steam Vents we'd want to play. Creepiest of Tar Pits. We will top the Creepiest of Tar Pits. So we draw a creepy tar pit and what do you see? Snapcaster K command. Well, I don't want the second K command. The matter is, do we want the Snapcaster? Blind, I am going to keep the Snapcaster. I don't usually Snapcaster Serum Visions, but this is a hand where I would do it, so. Fortunately, not much interaction, but Them's the beats. Do we know who Magician 5 is teaming with? Oh yeah, Aber, I'm teaming with Justin Cohen and Samuel Black. Yep, K command and C command. Danny, you're fine. Don't worry about it, man. Alright, so I'm not pleased off seeing them just fetch a Stomping Ground. Those are two bad matchups with this hand. Alright, this matchup's going to be very, very bad for us. Alright, well, we're going to have to find some good action. Hopefully a Thought Scour. I thought we bottomed that Cryptic. Did I misplay and accidentally top? Or just draw more Cryptics? That's also possible. Alright, well, we're going to keep this Scalding Tarn, mostly because we can just fire off this Tassiger here and exile our graveyard. Other nice thing is it gets us another land towards the Yield Cryptic Command. Our Snapcaster is kind of a dangler now in the hand, so whoops. That's on me, everybody. I'm sorry. I done screwed up. I think it was good to keep it blind. It is going to be great against this Eidolon, so that's obviously super, super great. Alright, so we're at 14, fighting an Eidolon and 5 cards. Our opponent doesn't have a white source, but I would assume they have to have another land based on how they fetched on turn 1. So get ourselves our Islando. And get all these nonsense cards out of here. And tab back over to chat. What team do you think is the strongest going to the GP? My expectation is it would likely be Huey, Reed, Owen, but I don't know how much of late Huey's been playing Magic. If Huey's like off Magic, like he just hasn't been playing much and has been doing other things, excuse me, there's probably some better teams out there. Yeah, ever. Clearly bugged. Oh, this is Sukenic? I didn't know that. That's awesome. I love this kid. This kid's great. Oh, we're just jamming with both here? That's aggro. Kinda have to block the Eidolon. They likely just have a bolt. Sad day. It's also possible they just go land Searing Blaze, which is the more likely outcome here, as their Searing Blazes are usually pretty bad game 1. But if I get to trade for a bolt, I'm going to be happy. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. My plan now is to block with my Snapcaster Mage and suspend this Visions. Certainly not out of the woods yet, but we're in a, like, okay spot. We're trading spells for spells, which, when you're trading spells for spells against burn, that means you're trading spells for points of life. Oh, Backstrap, you bombed out also? You're just chilling with Gabby at the pool? I saw the picture and I was, like, kind of jealous. Alright, opponent not playing a land pre-combat. Potentially good for me. Come on, land. Another Cryptic Commando. Alright, well, 100% of the time that I'm flashing this Snappy Doo. Come on, little Snappy. Snarfgasm, thanks for following. Hopefully you're having a grand old time kicking it watching the stream, as we're going to be Cryptic Command flooded here. And has hot dog legs, like she doesn't put sunscreen on and now her legs are all red. I'm kind of sad. Her deck looked decent and she played really well yesterday, the game I watched on stream. I was kind of hoping she'd crush it. Ugh, that sounds horrible, Justin. Vomit City. Yeah, the Grand Prix, I guess if you want to call them PTs almost back then. A Tarkus Command. Whoa, dude, not cool. Still has 3 spells in his hand? They were showing drums, yeah. Well, this sucks. God, I really needed that to the land. If I hit a land, I could actually, like, do reasonable things. Maybe. It's an interesting spot if So Kanakir has a bolt. Whether or not he's supposed to bolt me or hold on to it. I think he's supposed to hold on to it because I could, in theory, block with Tar Pit. Because he doesn't know that I don't have a 5th land in my hand. Correct there, obviously, to not fire off. Because I'm very likely to let him attack here and probably bounce his Goblin Guide and draw a card. Alright, we drew a creepy Tar Pit. So, return the permanent to their hand and I'll draw a card. Not a great spot to be in, but I do need a way to answer this persistent source of damage before I can just hold open for all the instant speed sources of damage. Creepy Tar Pit's probably on the weaker side of lands I could draw there, unfortunately. Yeah, Nats and Worlds are the only tournaments I'm ever trying to qualify for. I lost playing for top 8 of Nats 2 years in a row. My buddy top 8'd both times, then couldn't win the top 4 matchup. Ooh, K-Command's decent. That's good for us. So you're saying there's a chance. If I draw a Spell Snare now, I'd be happy. Red-green, am I just getting commanded main phase and they're going to replay the guide? That'd be bad for me. You might Searing Blaze his guy. I think the problem is it's target creature and target, or sorry, target creature and target player. No. Yeah, target creature and target, no, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so yeah, you're probably right. It probably can like Searing Blaze his guy and me, but I think he's supposed to just wait. No, I can't F2 if I'm not on this scene, huh? Scalding Tarn, not fantabulous. Probably just have to counter this Rift Bolt, as miserable that is. Yeah, I think I have to. I think I have to. Is there any reason to counter bounce a land? Not particularly, because I think I can beat lands and I can't beat spells, so I just need more spells. Alright, Drill Blood Crypt. Not great also. Would expect to be dead this turn. Yeah, and that creature's controller, I guess that's the templating it would have to be. I couldn't think of the templating at the time. Alright, I go to 4, am I getting Boros Charm to death? Bolted to 1. And Shard Volleyed. Ooh, alright, he's on the good list of burn. This is the list that I've been recommending for a while that people start playing. No Nacatls with Shard Volleys, which I think is really good against Death Shadow because you get 16 1-mana burn spells. So this is going to be also a very tough matchup for us, as that means they have more 1-mana burn and less expensive burn. And same boarding as last time. Unfortunately didn't win game 1 this time. Comes the beats, happens sometimes. Yeah, I didn't think they could, but I couldn't figure out what the templating was. Say Creeping Tar Pit for the stream again. Creepy Tar Pit. In my world, Creepy Tar Pit is my friend. I don't like Nacatl because it gets outclassed too quickly and it doesn't have haste. Eidolon has a form of haste. We'll keep this hand. Yes, but it's bad. Man, and my opponent didn't mulligan? That's brutal. I don't have a Lightning Bolt, John. I don't have it. I can't have a Lightning Bolt. Totally plays a Goblin Guide. A Relic? Why would you bring in Relic? That's weird. That is weird. Snappy-doo, I choose you. Alright, well given that, I do kind of want to protect my Lightning Bolt. I'm gonna play a Scalding Tarn and not crack it. It's unfortunate because this is my other untapped land that doesn't cost me life, but protects me against the Relic. The other annoying thing is I can't get a black off of this. McNeil Stash? No, we got pummeled. The creepiest of tar pits. Heck yeah. Alright, we can play this game. I'm already trying to fetch Basic Island. I got no fear. This is thankfully allowing my hand to develop, which is horrible, but as I said before, letting the game just go this long, like, this is likely going to be an 8-turn game at this point, can get pretty risky. I would expect a triple creature turn, or I would look to expect an Eidolon turn. Ooh, a Wild Nacatl. I don't actually think... That's actually good against me, but I don't think it's what I would usually expect. Okay. So I am going to crack this for Steam Vents, and then I'm going to bolt this. You got it. It's gone. I'm sorry. But I'm going to kill your creature. Alright, get us a Steam Vents. I'll start Serum Visioning up some stuff and see what we can find. Cryptic Commando. Not really what I'm in the mood for right this second. Serum Visions is I want to keep playing tap lands and not to take damage. The Dispel's good and the extra Serum is actually fine here. Let's see. 4 lands, next turn I'll be on 5. I think I'm more likely to want the Serum on top and then draw in the Dispel. But that doesn't allow me to hold up Cryptic. Alright, we'll top in the same order there. Play the second Water Grave here tapped, and I'm looking to flash in a Snapcaster Mage this turn. Because I need to start clocking John here, and it's likely John's going to play a creature this turn. Also, flashing in the Snapcaster makes it less likely he just open cracks the Relic. Do we have an Eidolon? I would expect an Eidolon. Creeping Armpit? No, not exactly. Alright, there we go. Get Snappy down. That holds the fort against the Eidolon. You're right, buddy. I don't have the mana to flash that Volt back. I'm just firing out a 2-1. I just came to battle. Okay, so he's going to exile it. Makes sense. Tap land. Okay. So given that, I want to leave my Snapcaster on blocking duty. I'm just going to play my tap land out. Look to Cryptic Draw to get my Serum Visions. It's a little dicey for him as he would have to start spending real spells to kill Snapcaster Mages, which is not where he wants to be. I believe that's who my opponent is, at least. Alright, is this Lightning Bolt targeting Snapcaster? Okay. So option 1 is Cryptic Counter Draw, which I think is my best option. Option number 2 is Cryptic Counter Bounce, which I think is a less good option. Option 3 is Dispel, which I think is also a medium option, but okay. As I want to be able to play as Tasker with the Dispel open if I'm given the opportunity. So I think given all of those, I think it's best to spend my Cryptic here. So it's my most expensive spell and potentially allows me to play Tasker with the Dispel open. Now, if my opponent has a Path here, they should Path in response to this, as they know the top card of my library I topped and should be good. As I should have been able to determine that John had an Eidolon based on the sequences of the first 3 turns of the game. Given how the game's played out, I would assume John has to... They can't... I don't think they have a Path. If they do have another Bolt or a Command, I believe they have to burn it to kill the Snapcaster here. I think that's what we're seeing. So I would expect an Atarka's Command 3 to me, +1/+1 his team. So I'll be at 16 and he'll be at 14. Okay, that just happens. That's good for me. It's just another Eidolon. Okay. Fine with that. Fine with all of that. I'm just going to get down Tassiger. I think I'm going to exile the whole graveyard. I don't think I'm going to Serum Visions yet. Guess I only have to leave 1 open then. And I'd rather leave the Cryptic in my yard because I have a Snapcaster. Okay, we're going to do that. I'm just going to leave the Cryptic. If I see John go for a path here, I'm going to counter it. I would expect one of the cards in his hand is path. I thought it wasn't last turn, but after he traded and displayed a second Eidolon, I'm more likely to believe it is. Yeah, John Suckenay, I've met him at the first Pro Tour of the season. Very, very sharp kid. I keep calling him a kid, and I think he might be as old as I am, so... But he's a youngin', really solid player. I expect big things from him in the coming years. He played really, really well from what I saw at the PT. Alright, so Tasker is sort of holding the fort here. We're still drawing land, so this is great. Got in a spot where Tasker is holding the fort against multiple creatures. We just sort of need to find some big spells to take over the game. And I'm also at the point where I can just start activating Tasker, which is just so great. Alright, activate Tassigwife. I get a Fatal Push or a Cryptic Command. Yeah, probably can't get me Cryptic. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and burn the Fatal Push now, as I expect to be able to use all of my mana on the next few turns. I would expect this is going to buy a Boros Charm out if he needs to protect this Eidolon to win. But, yeah, I didn't think he could hold on to that forever. We could Snapcaster Push with the spell open and K-Command up. That puts my opponent to 13, splits him to 9. Really don't want to take damage from this Nacatl if I don't have to. I do need to get my opponent dead, though, so I'm going to start attacking. Again, passing. I don't want to fire up the Serum yet, as I exactly don't know what I need, because I don't know how the game's going to play out just yet. Boros Charm targeting me will dispel that. They should know that I don't have any spell snares or counter squalls / negates based on that, unless they think I have exactly Snapcaster Cryptic. Oh yeah, I talk very quickly, I'm sorry. Okay, so they played a land. Do I want to kill this before attackers? No, I think that's fine. I am gonna Snapcaster Fatal Push here instead of holding open Cryptic, as the K-Command really prevents me from losing to any sort of nonsense here, as I'm at 400 billion hit points. Alright. Kill that thing, still have K-Command open. Not gonna fire off K-Commands, there's no need to. Do draw the creepiest of tar pits. This is one of the nice things of getting to operate at a low land count. Like, even though I've drawn 8 lands here, like, my opponent plays 19 or 20 and they've drawn 6. Terminate and Thought Scour. I don't really need either of those, so I won't keep either of them. Play the creepiest of tar pits, hold up Fatal Push and K-Command. If my opponent fires off 2 burn spells on an end step, I would have K-Commanded them. Okay, cool. We did it. There's another awesome spot there where if they went for Path on Tasker, I let it resolve. They try to Path the Snapcaster Mage, I Fatal Push in response, and then buy back the Snapcaster Mage with K-Command. As I would expect their last card to then be a Bolt to try to prevent the loop with, or to prevent dying to the Creepy Tar Pit. Tetsuo, I don't know it. It's the creepiest. Thanks, Goblib. Appreciate it. What's the name of the streamer? Matt's Bets. My name's Corey Burkhart. I'm a gold level Magic Pro, part of Team CFB Fire for the team series. I'm on track to be gold this season. I'm currently 2 points short. I'm a game designer by trade, and I play Grixis Control in Modern. I'll play whatever's the best deck in Standard. I don't play much Legacy or Vintage. If I did play, I'm much more likely to play some amount of nonsense blue decks. So some sort of Leovold / Miracles deck in Legacy, and then as far as Vintage goes, I mean, Mentor's probably the best thing, but I would probably play some nonsensical Grixis Control deck there also, as that's just what I want to do. But yeah, that's me. And what you're currently watching is the MOCS Monthly, so it's a tournament that goes on, as they say, once a month. There's one standard one limited one, and one modern one guaranteed, and there's usually one or two others, which I find it weird they call them monthlies, but they queue into quarterlies if you go 6-2 or better. And then from the quarterly, it's the top 2 from the quarterly are qualified for the championships next season, and as you play these, you get leaderboard points. So then after that, it's the top 16 players qualified on leaderboard points will also be qualified for a 24-person in-house tournament there at Wizards of the Coast headquarters. Next March, I believe, is the weekend. Oh yeah, Fishmoss, that is my sweet tech. I made 2 moto names when I was younger, and I stream on a different one than my Twitch name. Yeah, about that. Unfortunately, we don't have any cards to switch out. Our opponent didn't show us Nicottle, so we could, in theory, bring in Anger, but I'd be much more likely to bring it in on the play than the draw is. Trying to answer their 1-mana creatures with 3-mana answers is just not very efficient. So we're just going to run it back, hopefully draw some Lightning Bolts, pushes, Spell Snares, and Dispels, and survive to the point where we're starting to K-command them. No worry, Goblin, you're good. Ugh, man. This hand's really close. If I put a mulligan, it would be an easy keep. Part of the reason why I think this hand's close is that John's on a heavier creature build with Wild Nicottles, Swift Spears, Goblin Guys, and Eidolons, which means having a 1-mana piece of interaction is just important to a different degree. The big problem here is my only blue source ETB tapped is an ETB tapped land, meaning I'm likely going to cast 1 spell in the first 2 turns, and while I do have 2 cryptics, one of them is likely dead unless I'm winning the game. Like, it'll help me close if I am closing, but it's difficult to get me to the point where I can start turning the tide. So this hand is going to be decent against 1-mana burn spell hands, as my hand is just susceptible to creatures. So, yeah, weak to creatures, good against burn spells, but only if the burn spells are clunky. So it's only going to be good against John's 1-land hands and his 3-land plus hands. And again, John, I think, is a good player. I don't think John's keeping a 4-lander. Sorry guys, this is a really close one. Holy, I certainly try. Alright, I'm gonna mulligan this hand. I think it's really close though. This hand's not very good either. It's unfortunately a keep though. Can't keep a Terminator, I don't have a black source. But I feel really bad now if he doesn't have a turn 1 creature. But the draw step. Oh, too hype, you're great. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and look at that. That hand might be a keep. It's so close though. Oh, Tetsuo, yeah, no. If it were a Bloodstained Mire, that hand would be an easy keep in my mind. You don't have to take 2 damage. God dang it, and they had a Rift Bolt to open. Crap. Oh god, and we drew another bad spell. Crap. Alright, that sucks. Gonna really need to draw a basic Swamp here. Stomping around untapped. Hoping this doesn't mean Eidolon, but I would assume you're not keeping many hands there that don't have many persistent threats. I mean, it's hard to mulligan with burn, it really is, but... Come on, just be a command. Yes, alright, come on. There we go, come on. So we're functionally at 13 here. We do need to draw one more lane to get these cryptics online, but I have to cast a spell next turn. I'm going to fall too far behind if I don't. So we're just going to have to hope we really draw Sulphur Falls next turn. Well, not this turn, but one of the next 2 turns, excuse me. I would expect here when I put this lane into play tapped that any 1-mana spells I should have fired off in my face. Creepy Tarpit, why are you doing this to me, buddy? Why do you do it? Why did you do that? That's so rude. You're so rude. Oh, it hurts a little bit inside. Okay. Gonna play our island, ship the turn. Big decision point is here, if John fires off 1 burn spell, do we K command? If they fire off 2, we definitely do. But if he only fires off 1, that's the tricky spot. Okay, he didn't fire off any burn spells. Maybe he's on a 4-laner. Maybe he's gotten unlucky and drawn lands. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. He could just be holding lands. Alright, well, I am going to fire off here as I just need to get some cards out of his hand to gain information. I also want more spells in my yard in case I draw a Tasker and start turning the corner. But I expect him to burn me for 6 or 7 points here. Searing Blaze. Wow, he left in Searing Blaze. Maybe brought it back in. Oh, baby, that was great. That was great. Good job, Basic Mountain. I'm proud of you. Very proud of you. Very disappointed in you, Creepy Tarpit, but very proud of you. That mountain was a really big draw. Is John letting us develop our mana here is risky for him. Now I want to hold on to this K command. The reason to hold on to that K command is I need a way to interact with creatures. The Pluto Delta is nice. It does put me to 12, which is not a great number, but it is a 6th land and would let me to fire off Cryptic and have Snapcaster and the like up. I think this game's really scary still. Lightning Bolt. I think I'm just supposed to trade for any spell I can get. I can get this spell, I'm just going to take it. Come on, dispel. 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 Alright, what's up, Snappy? Alright, bolted down to 10. Don't kill me. Lava Spike to 7. Lava Spike to 4. Okay, we're still in it. They got 2 cards left. Oh, brutal. Brutal. I need a cheaper answer. This is rough. Probably should have fired off the other K command that 1 turn instead of hiding it for creatures. That was probably bad. That was probably bad. I really don't want to go to 3. They've already burned a Rift Bolt. So they've burned 5 of their 16. Alright, whatever. I'm still going to Cryptic this. Yeah, John may have realized and actually taken out his Nakados. Come on, Dispel. Crap. Still has 2 cards in his hand, so it's tough for us. Really don't want to go to 3. Crack that fetch, show who's boss. 2 side, you are ballsy. Yeah, Eidolon doesn't get hit by Cruel Ultimatum. That's not true. Can I draw a Dispel? Or a Polluted Delta? Oh boy. See, the worst part about this is I just don't even know how many lands and Path to Exiles and nonsense are in John's hand. B path. The problem with Thought Scouring there on end step is then I have to crack my fetch land with which to Snapcaster Cryptic. And if it was the turn prior, I only had 6 lands open, so maybe it would have been okay. But I needed to hold open Snapcaster Cryptic, I think, or I'm just going to die to a Boros Charm. I think there's a real decision on whether or not you use it this turn, though. As it's possible you're now encroaching the space of, I don't know if you can beat a 3 damage burn spell anyways. The other line here is I think I might need to just flash in a Snapcaster. And just start clocking him. That's 16. Bolt Snap Bolt is 6. Snap Command is 8. Command in hand is 10. That's only 3 attacks in with Snapcaster. Oh boy. How many lands are in your hand, John? How many lands have you drawn? Don't kill me! Okay. Okay. I obviously didn't fire up the spell there, because if I fire up the spell, John's just going to go for a kill. Nerve-wracking little game. It's fun. Don't you wish you could play Peak? I did say this before Gitaxian Prep got banned. I do believe it was reaching the point where I would just put 1 Gitaxian Prep in my deck. Holy Diva, it's possible that John's hand's just so horrendous that if we had just moved earlier, we would have won. So, Returning Dawn, I own 4 of them, and I put 1 on every morning, or every night when I get home to stream. Other than that, I don't really wear them. Other than that, in tournaments. But yeah, there's 3 more hanging out in my closet, which is half open now that I realize it. Thankfully, the camera isn't pointing that direction because it looks like a bomb or something went off over there. As there's a bunch of stuff that I need to go take to Goodwill. Well, Legion, it definitely is now. Mr. Me355, thanks for following. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time at my expense here of just me freaking out. Oh my god, another Searing Blaze, really? Dang it, John. Dang it, John. Alright. We might be dead, friends. If we're dead, we're dead. That's okay. There's always a chance we draw into a 4-outer and draw a Dispel or a Spell Snare here, though. Let's target Cryptic Commando. Brains, the unfortunate part is there's 2 targets to the spell. So it targets both a creature and a player, so it doesn't interrupt the spell or counter the spell if I bolt my Snapcaster Rage, unfortunately. Good thought, though. Very good thought. If it was more in the Syrian bloodline, which I believe is deal 3 damage or deal 2 damage to that creature, then when that creature dies this turn, you deal 3 damage to its controller, then you would be in a good spot. Then that's a really smart catch. The fact that John's now deep in the tank scares me just horrifically. Oh, yeah, Phil, my bad. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, my light switch is on my bed. Let me grab it. Phil was making a comment. The lighting's pretty bad, guys. Give me 1 second here. Alright. Alright, well... gotten this far, may as well cryptic this silly spell of yours. I assume with this on the stack, John's going to try to make a play for lethal. The worst part is, all of this is happening on my end step. Not fantabulous. So this should get the Sacred Foundry. This should lead to a Boros Charm, I would expect. At which point we're going to have to fetch both of our remaining islands and try to Thought Scour into a Dispel, or... Alright, here we go, friends. Island number 1. Island number 2. Alright, big money, big money, big money! No! Brutal. Alright, well played, John. Searing Blaze bring back in worked out pretty well for him. 1 turn short. I think we could have done anything different. I think the turn that we targeted the K command probably should have fired it off. And that was probably a mistake. Doesn't seem like it would have affected that game, unfortunately, but it's probably incorrect to target and then not do anything at 7 life. Probably can't win if our opponent's hands 3 or 4 spells anywho. Well, drat. That sucked. We don't really have enough time, because I took forever in deciding what to do to start playing our nonsense Dim River Horror Broodmate Dragon Mist Metal Witch deck. So I guess we'll just kind of hang out and chit-chat with everybody. Darn, that sucks. Oh, we gotta update the record, though. Even if we lose, you gotta update the record. Nope, yeah, properties, there we go. And a dose. Alright, we gotta win the next 2, friends. I got faith in us, though. Z Junior, I did have 3 for one of the MOCSes. I do think the card's quite good. It's the next card that I'd like to get an extra copy of into the deck. It's possible I'm supposed to play it over the second EE. As I've gone away from the rest of my burn hate, it probably would just be better than having another silly Serum Visions that matchup. As it's usually tricky to ever find spots to weave that spell in. Timmy, no, we decided to play with no delay today. Yeah, Grux, sorry, I saw your message, I was pulling it up though. Yeah, Sam Party basically was just like, nah, you should stream without a delay, and I was like, okay, fine. Basically, I was really hesitant about getting stream sniped, but Sam eventually made the comment of, whatever, dude. Like, you're not playing for much, just do it. Also, Matt Nass is doing it, but Matt Nass is playing Dredge, so his deck just like, flip cards over from your deck and just ask. Yeah, Wobbles, I'm not 100% sure we did, but I think we did. Good Ghost did. Tolkien. So I started interning there at Cryptozoic at my sophomore year of college, junior year. I think it was my sophomore year. And then the day I got out of school, I got hired on as a systems designer at Hex Entertainment, and I've been working there since. So for 5 years now. It'll be 5 years in June, I believe. So I guess a while now. Almost 20% of my life. Lynn, that's a good idea. I have played Devour Flesh before. The big issue I have with it is that I just don't think that you really are in the marketplace for like Devour Fleshing their Death Shadows, because I think they can just get their life total low enough again, and or you just have to kill them at some point. So you're gonna have to deal with those Death Shadows eventually. I'd rather just have more Fatal Pushes, I think. As the Fatal Pushes are also really great at dealing with like Tarmogoyfs and Grim Flayers and other nonsense things. Like Devour Flesh does deal with those. It's just a little bit less efficient. Dock Shovel I don't. We can start building one though. I don't know what I'm missing for it. We can certainly try building one. Probably do that after the next round. Grixis Shadows. Modern, is there a Death Shadow deck box? Of course not, it's all just cool Planeswalkers. I just use Tezzeret for basically everyone, because Tezzeret's sweet. All the villain Planeswalkers are awesome. Oh yeah, Sorin. We gotta get Sorin on this deck box. We'll start building it here later. Oh, dude, Wobbles, I'm jealous. I don't even know if my deck's terrible. People were saying my deck was a train wreck, but it looked really fun. I got a Brewbait Dragon. How bad could it be? You work on mobile games? Yeah, I've had some friends that have reached out from mobile game companies that are just like, hey, you know, if you ever get tired of doing things there, you know, talk to me. And it's like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm like great at game design. It's one of the problems. So, like, there are definitely asset or like specific portions of the process that I think I am good at, and I do have some skills for. But I don't know if the whole process of game design I am great at. I think I'm decent with like user experience stuff, but like the actual design framework, I don't believe I'm actually like cut out for. Not the most creative of individuals. Grixis Shadow is really open right now. Yeah, there's 0 cards in the main deck and 0 cards in the sideboard though. Richard, I want to say it's about 40-60. I think Burn's a reasonable favorite, but not a huge favorite. Wait, there was a Bolus deck box? I screwed up. Bucket Boy, we'll have to go change that later. Wobbles, I started out as a math major, and then my first course of upper division linear algebra was sort of the time where I was like, alright, this isn't really my thing, and I already had taken a bunch of stats courses, so I audibled into quantitative economics. So the way I get to describe my degree to people is it's 50% stats, 50% econ, 50% math, is the kind of joke there. But I was like 1 or 2 courses away from a minor in mathematics, and I have a degree in the social sciences. No, I have no brutality in the sideboard anymore. I found the card was just so bad against everything but burn. I don't want it anywhere again except for against the burn matchup, and I think Modern is diverse enough now. Well, it probably was before, and I was just sideboarding badly. But I think that you just need better cards and better matchups that I don't think I'm willing to dedicate a singleton slot for burn. I think whomever brought up the question earlier of should you have a third Spell Snare, you talk very highly of the card, and the card just seems like the card you always want to draw in so many different matchups. It is possible we could cut an Engineered Explosives for another, copy of Spell Snare. That might be a good thought. We'd have to try it out. I played 3 in the MOCS that Abzan was really popular in, and I brought it in, and it was always hit or miss. It was like 2.5 felt like the right number. I think you can get away with 3 on the draw, but 2 on the play was the correct number for me. But yeah, against Burn and Affinity and stuff like that, obviously I'd want as many Spell Snares as I can get my hands on. If you'd let me play 4, I would. It's just a matter of can't fit it all in the deck. Oh, T-Bow, that's interesting. So, like, the big thing for me on Affinity is I've not really had the most difficult of times with Affinity. I guess, however, if they had... I don't believe Damnation allows Regeneration. Yeah, okay, it doesn't. Good. I was going to say, if they could through Damnation regen their Edge Champion, I'd be a little little fearful, but I've never seen that come up before. I don't know, I've never really had a big issue with the Affinity matchup. I assume that the matchup will become a fair amount worse for me, though, if I went down to 1 EE, as I really only have 2 ways to interact with the silly goofball that is Etch Champion. That's the big problem card there, is you're not really losing to the Ravagers and losing to the Cranial Platings or the Signal Pest or whatever other nonsense cards that are in their deck. The card you're really losing to is just Etch Champion. Yeah, I guess it's not miserable there. Yeah, I mean, if I had it, I guess I would bring it in against Merfolk, but I would only ever plan to use the -2/-2 mode. It's a fine card there, not great. But, I mean, it's certainly better than having, like, Spouse Snare when they have 4 Cavern Souls and 4 Vials. Yeah, Lord, I currently do have the Fatal Push main deck. There's 1 Fatal Push down here. And if you scroll over, bam, 0 X cost spells in our list right now. So yeah, run 1 push main. We swapped it with a Fatal Push and added a second Fatal Push in the board as there was an uptick in Black-Green X, Death Shadow, and Friends. Rasser, I've never tried Blue Gear Hulk, and I never plan to. I just don't plan to put a 6-mana spell in my deck. I think it's more likely I cut one of the Cryptics before I put in a spell bigger than it, as Cryptic's just too expensive, and you see it a lot of times where I'm just stuck with 2 Cryptics in my hand, can't cast them. God, I can never understand how to pronounce your name. Qualdum? I don't C-W-A-L-U-M-D. You're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name, but C-W is what I'm gonna call you for now. I've thought about Ceremonious Rejection before. I've never actually tried it. Like, I've had it in theory in lists that I've written down on my phone. The problem is I think it's just too narrow with not a high enough upside relative to what I'm looking for. As I think the Eldrazi matchups are close, and I don't think you need a 1-mana counter. Tron, it would do a reasonable amount, if not a very big amount, in swinging the matchup. But the problem is the card slot I'm likely taking out for it is likely just the negate. Ooh, our match started. That's lucky. Well, on the die roll, that's also lucky. Our hand's fine. Yeah, this is a keep. Cleric of Cool. So this tournament, the monthlies, you're not looking to top 8. What you're looking to do is you're just looking to go 6-2 or better. 6-2 qualifies for the quarterly, whenever the heck that is. I don't know the schedule anymore. I stopped paying attention. But you want to go 6-2, 7-1, or 8-0. You get a bunch of product, and then you're qualified for the quarterly. And then the quarterly is where the big prizes are in the qualification to the MOCS Championships next year. I haven't tried Disdainful Stroke in a long while. It's possible it's better than Rejection just because it has more matchups. But the 2-mana counters are just way worse than 1-mana counters. It's like part of the reason why 3-mana counters aren't playable is you just need to be hyper efficient in Modern, and you need to be even more efficient in Legacy. And then it's why when you go to Vintage, you just see people with mental missteps in like whatever deck they can play it in, because you just need to be even more efficient. 1 Dispel. Okay, you're on 1 Dispel. Okay, that makes sense. You have 2 Surgical, so that allows you 1 more slot. And you have Virulent Plague. What's a Virulent Plague for? Are you just trying to kill Lingering Souls tokens with it? The little issue I have with Virulent Plague is usually Abzan decks don't have enough cards to bring in against you, so they have to live in like a Maelstrom Pulse or an Abrupt Decay, and I just don't really want to give them a target. There he goes, TRH, that makes sense. Essentially, yeah, Cleric. If you've ever played like Poker Tournaments before, they're essentially satellite tournaments, yes. Okay, I've never played against fairies, and I think we played it once on stream, and since then I don't think I've played it ever again, so Snarf, that's reasonable. I think it's a little bit too narrow for what you're looking for, but Lord, I think you might be right. I think there might be. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, Snarf, you might want to try Illness in the ranks out. Are there any, like, 2/2 tokens you're looking to deal with? Like, do you need it to kill Gideon tokens or something? Alright, opponent mulligan, and then top their card. In the dark, I would not just fetch Thought Scour them, for the record, but good thing to note. Alright, so they're on a Death Shadow or Living End variant. Cycled to Street Race. Okay, so Grixis. Grixis or Esper again. Thought Scour yourself. Okay, they're on Grixis because Scalding Tarns and Deltas. Given that, I think I'm just going to fetch an Island and Serum Visions. Could get dicey if they play a Tasigur with a Thingamajiggity open, whatever it's called. Counter 4 or less. Can't remember its name. Spell Snare is going to be reasonable, but not fantastic. Thought Scour is going to be great for flipping our Tasigur. Question is, do we want both of these cards or just the one? I think I'd like both of these cards. The Bolt I wish I didn't have. Alright, given that I think I'm into both these cards, I'm going to top both. The line I'm going to take is going to leave me a little susceptible to a Liliana, but I can finish her off with either a Creeping Tar Pit attack if I draw a 4th land or Lightning Bolt. So I'm going to top and leave the Thought Scour on the top of my library. I think, or I'd rather leave the Spell Snare. I think I'd rather leave the Thought Scour in case my opponent Psychopaths off and Thought Scours me. So if they want to take my Spell Snare, I'd be perfectly happy with that. Okay, another Terminate and a Thought Scour. I'm not going to be too pleased milling over that Terminate. But given the line that I've taken, I would have to fetch it away. I could, in theory, Thought Scour them and then fetch, so... We will still top, leaving the Thought Scour first, as we can leave our option over to Thought Scour them if we need to play our Tasigur. I think it's passable, not good in the matchups that you're listing off there, Legion. That's the problem I have with it. Holy moly, they're just going big. Alright, if they top here, I will Thought Scour them. They bottomed, unfortunate. Looks like a giant monster. Alright, given it's a giant monster, I am going to Thought Scour to get that Terminate into my hand. I'm going to fetch a Scalding Tarn to kill this monster here. So, Milieu, draw my Terminate, fetch a Scalding Tarn, get Steam Vents, yes, and kill your creature. Of note, they're at 9 points of life, so if they can Shock Fetch themselves one more time, I can Bolt Snap Bolt and kill them. Alright, 4th Street Wraith puts them down to 7. Thoughtseize puts them to 5, so they have to take my Snapcaster Mage here, or they're susceptible to just being dead. I'd be shocked if they took anything but Snapcaster here. I guess if they have a Spell Snare, they can take my Lightning Bolt. But it's really, really, really tough for them. Oh, did I say Snap Bolt, Snap again, Digitech, or are you just trolling me? That is becoming a thing of the chat, where one of the times or all the times, I don't know, I usually say Snap Bolt, Snap instead of Bolt, Snap Bolt. My opponent is in the tank. Bolt, Bolt, Snap. Alright, Richard, I like your strategy better. Alright, good. I was making sure. The more times you guys say it, the more times I believe that I just say it wrong every time. I'm waiting for one of the times where it to screw me and me announce as I'm casting a Snapcaster, Bolt you, and my opponent just looks at me like, alright, hold on, I need you to stop and tell me what the hell's going on. Alright. Well, they can't play another giant spaghetti monster. Now they can. I lied. Alright, 8-8. 8-8. Oh, man, brutal. Let's see. Given they played a Shadow, I think my most likely desire here is to play Tasigur, hole up Spell Snare and Bolt. think that's the best line for me, as it makes it very difficult for them to attack, and it leaves me good counter-assault lines. And if I draw a land, I can go Lightning Bolt, or terminate rather their creature, and then have Lightning Bolt slash counter squall up, assuming it's not the other creepy tar pit, and or a basic island. Basic island getting us again. Alright, it's difficult for our opponent to crack that land, so that's good. They're attacking, that's less good. Not gonna block. Going for Team or Battle Rage. Oh man, they have the backup too, that's brutal. Okay, I was gonna say, I've seen one Team or Battle Rage out of these lists sometimes, but if they had Team or Battle Rage plus backup, I was gonna be impressed. So my opponent there probably just had 2 lands in hand, and they were like, well, I can't win sitting here because their hand's too good, so I'm just gonna bluff. I think that's a reasonable line. I wouldn't fault anyone for doing that. Alright, so we got game 1. Yeah. Yeah, I was ready to click on that stair. It was already clicked. Again, these matchups tend to grind on. Spell Snares, Counter Squalls are a little less efficient, but we've seen earlier people still play Lilianas, and Liliana, Last Hope, is really good against us. So this makes it a bit difficult to sideboard. I found that I'm just not a big fan of that negate. I'm not even sure if I'm a fan of this Damnation. I think I just want to shave 2 Cryptics, though. Because I think that the Cryptics are just, like, a pretty reasonable liability. Especially in the draw. I think you can go back to a third on the play, maybe. Alright, so we'll definitely do what we did before, which was Damnation in, Fatal Push in, 2 Cryptics out. See, Danny, that's the tricky thing, is I think since it only kills Death Shadows, really, like, I'm never going to try to kill Snapcasters with it. I think it's just too mana inefficient. E for 7? So there's 5.5 colors of magic. Maybe we can have like the purple color and the orange color. I mean, look at our Damnation. Our Damnation's clearly yellow, so there should be a yellow color of magic. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Do I think Distraction is good against Shadow decks? See, Rogan, that was something we've been discussing a lot. We're not really sure yet. Z Jr., what we're playing against this round is Grixis Death Shadow. Ooh, nice, Snarf. That's awesome. Massacre's a sweet card. I've played Storm before in Legacy, and that card is nice. So I think the counter squalls are okay, because I expect our opponent to have Liliana of the Veil. And I think the 2 points of life loss is actually more beneficial for us than it is beneficial for them. They should let you add other colors like purple. Yeah, I'm game. I love purple, so I'm in. If I can add a hybrid of blue-green, like, not actual Civic, but if I could add turquoise or aqua, I'm in also. It really does, yeah, it is just one of the best fair decks I've ever seen. Alright, Sans medium. By medium, I mean great. Hopefully our Intellectual Visions doesn't get stolen. Our opponent says straight up passing on 1. Their hand must be interesting. Going to play Steam Vents here. Main reason is I would like to draw another land. My opponent might have been holding up Stubborn Denial to try to Stubborn Denial Serum Visions, but is most likely going to fetch themselves down to 17 here and Thought Scour themselves and try to untap and play a Tassiger of their own. Let's see, Thought Scour, mills over Terminate, and it's a Steam Vent, sorry. Alright, looks like a giant spaghetti monster threat. I've reached the point where I just call everything giant spaghetti monsters. I wonder if that's our only Steam Vents in their deck. It'd be interesting. Thought Scour again, milled over Blood Crypt and Tarn. They might be out of fetchable red lands. Thought sees me. Let's see, if I were my opponent, what would I take? Probably still my Snapcaster Mage, as I would anticipate this game going long based on just hands. If they have a Liliana, they might just take my Counter Squall, though. Problem is they can't really just jam their Lilianas. I would likely just play my Tarn up and pass, even if they do take my Counter Squall here, repping Liliana, as there's no incentive for me to Serum Visions right away. And then I would hold up Snapcaster Mage. If they go for Liliana, I flash in Snapcaster Mage. discard whatever card I draw more than likely, or my Serum Visions, and then I attack the Lily and bolt the Lily, and then I follow up my Tasker because I have enough mana. I believe at least. Two cards in graveyard. Liliana makes it 3. Oh, I'm gonna be one card short. Creepiest of Tar Pits. Unfortunately, Creepiest of Tar Pits, we have to play Scalding Tarn here to ensure against the Liliana. Basic Swamp. They usually play 2 Vents, 2 Graves, 1 Crypt. Okay, thanks, CGR. Appreciate it. That's the mana base I would recommend. Having played Grixis, I mill over Tasker of their own. Rude. Yeah, but sometimes you mill over your lands with Thoughtscour and it kind of sucks. Nile Spellbomb. Okay. I think I'm still just gonna get a Water Grave here. Go get the Blood Crypt. Could get the Blood Crypt in case draw a second bolt. I really just don't want to get into a spot where I'm trying to double bolt that thing though. Yeah, I'm just gonna get Water Grave. What is that? What is someone saying about Pithy Needle? Oh, that's cute. That's smart. Drew the Terminate, which is great. So we're probably going to end up upkeeping that. Yeah, that was probably tip-top of the draws that I could have asked for. You know, just the nuts. Alright, let's upkeep this. Reason to upkeep it is it reduces 1 more draw off my opponent. Alright, so we do have a Stubborn. So now hopefully that mana is relevant to them and they can't play something sweet. Except from Nile Spellbomb, because they don't have a Snappy. Found a second Blood Crypt, okay. Maybe they're on a 1 Vents version. Alright, we got 1 more turn until our Visions comes off. Found a Delta. Found a Delta. So we could try to do the Bolt Snap Bolt play this turn. Again, would get wrecked by another Stubborn Denial. Probably not much we can do about that. And we definitely want to do it now, as we don't want to walk into them just having a Snapcaster Mage. That being said, I do want to bait out another Stubborn Denial if they have it, because I want the cards off Ancestral pretty badly, because my hand's pretty weak. So I think even with them at 12, I think it's better fighting over the threat on the battlefield. Susceptible to Spell Snare, Dispel, and Stubborn. 3 cards. They cracked Stubborn Denial and played a tap land. Playing a tap land, so their hand cannot contain Death Shadow, and it cannot contain a 2-mana spell. Yeah, the problem with that line, Betancourt, is that it opens up to me all these cards that I'm saying, and then it also opens me up to like turning on their Terminates and their Lightning Bolts, which is not something I really in the marketplace to do, I think. Yeah, Timmy, I would be at 10 and I would be at 6 if, say, this thing got cacked by a Spell Snare. Would not be a great spot, but I think it's our best line. Get the Steam Vents. Yes. Bolt Tassiger. Snapcaster Mage, target the Bolt. Alright, we made it past step 1. Will we make it past step 2? Nope, alright. Stubborn Denial number 2. Okay, cool. So our Ancestral is likely to resolve then. Definitely not chumping this turn. I'm willing to die to just 2 Lightning Bolts, that's fine. And I'm much more likely to want the creature on the battlefield in case I draw another bolt to block this and bolt, as Modest Mage had said in the chat. Snapcaster, Stubborn Denial. Not great. Not great. Alright, so maybe they had both the Stubborn Denial and the Snappy Do. I'm trying to figure out if this art is better or worse than ours. God, just think if we had a Terminate, blow them out. It'd be great. Whammies. Alright, well, we can fetch down to 5. I'm definitely going to do that. Does leave us dead to bolt, but I don't think we have the privilege of playing around such nonsense right now. All these are horrible, so we don't want any of those. Let's exile a bunch of cards for our buddy. And we will put this Ancestral on suspend, but I don't expect it to do very much. I expect to not live through the turn, to be honest. So there's that. Alright, let's see what happens. Looks like X-24 Logan. Is that the new Logan movie you're talking about? Attacking with that guy. Alright, so we're trying to beta double block. I mean, I don't have the privilege of not double blocking. And if you wanted me to double block, you should have attacked the Snapcaster. So not attacking the Snapcaster is like, hi, I have Lightning Bolt, but I don't have Lightning Bolt. We should have just terminated this and attacked, so yep, making my double block. Killing the Snapcaster and then bolting this, I assume. Could be K-Command, but I can't really beat a K-Command either. Alright, that's actually better for me that K-Commanded to kill this rather than discard stepping me. Or draw stepping me for a discard. Seems fine for me. Come on, big money. Lightning Bolt, that's not big money. That's little money. That's no big money. Probably gonna have to line up the Creeping Tar Pit block of the bolt. Again, can't really beat any spells, but not trying to beat any spells. Yep, that's what we're going for then. Man, all these people are following and I'm missing it. I feel horrible. Okay, Daniel, I understand your line. That line may have been better, yeah. Thought Scour target themselves. Sure. I understand your line is now, and I think your line was in fact probably better, yes. Block here. Let damage occur. Serum Visions with no blue open. Yeah, I'm gonna let this resolve. Main reason is I don't want them playing another Tasker here in their second main. So they topped once and they're going to top a second time. Alright, so if I draw a Thought Scour, I should Thought Scour them. Oh, they have a Death Shadow too. That's bad. That is bad. That's also a Death Shadow. I don't have a second block anymore for Damnation. This is bad. Any Thought Scours into K-Commands? Ooh, how about Counter Squalls into Dead? Yeah, that may have been better then. Betancourt. Tiwu hype, I still was just gonna die to Snapcaster Mage. Like, they had abilities to play Death Shadows earlier, they could have. Okay, I don't want to change anything here. I don't think so. I do not believe so. Yeah, that vision is going to be there for a while. I mean, we resolved one. Wasn't good enough. Or we're trying to resolve one. It wouldn't maybe have been good enough. Never know. Alright, yeah, I'm submitting this. Fuck this. Visions is fantabulous in this matchup, though. I have teammates that are like, yeah, I don't like Visions against Death Shadow. It's like, well, what cards do you like, then? Wave. Alright, let's win the match. Would I like to play first? Of course I would. Would I like to keep my hand? Of course I would. I've got a visions. I've got a visions. I got a visions. Oh, yes, I do. Alright, what do they got? They got a card on the bottom. We'll just pay life. Boom. Yeah, Delicious, it's possible the way my opponent's boarded the bolts are bad. I definitely like the bolts just to like burn out package them from whatever life total they're at, though. At least I'm willing to try it. Like, this is what Majors was telling me I was doing wrong. Let's see. No, I think I'd rather play the tap land here. Yeah, okay, hold on. I guess there's a reason that if I need to double bolt something, I'd rather play this Delta. My opponent's starting on Thought Scour so often, I'm so jealous. Alright. Backup plan. Fetch an additional Steam Vent in the event that my opponent tries to go for a Fatia's turn. Thought sees target me. Resolves. This is also nice because in this exact scenario, if my opponent doesn't take my Tassiger and I do draw another fetch land, I can play my Tassiger. It is bad if they have Liliana, but such is life. I'm willing to accept some bad outcomes. TRH Chi, that's possible, yeah. Yeah, 2-0 hype, I also agree that these decks aren't trying to kill you on like turn 3 like previous versions of Death Shadow. These are just like legacy decks, where they're just hyper efficient, good at grinding, good at top decking. Digitech, I think I would. I think Delver's just bad. Like, it dies to Bolt, it dies to Terminate, dies to Liliana, it dies to Kolaghan's Command. And in the early game, like, they're going to board out their Street Race against you. So I think it's bad for you to help turn on their shadows, as your deck's very weak at dealing with them. Now, if you're on a package of Electrolyzes and Snapcasters and Bolts, then maybe it's more reasonable. They turbo Xerox decks in format where Rossi said no turbo Xerox deck should exist. Yeah. Alright, they did take Snappy Doo. Poor Snappy Doo. Alright, Tassagoyf of their own. We're going to kill Tassagoyf. Yeah, we're going to double bolt their Goyf and then play our Goyf. Steam Vents. Yes. Bolt you. Bolt you. Alright, that little buddy comes off soon. Let's Serum Visions it up. Counter Squall, Cryptic, and Bolt. I don't think I want the Cryptic or the Bolts. I'm going to bottom both of these. Shock ourselves. Play Tassiger. Alright, what spell do I want to leave in here? Probably Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, probably Snapcaster Mage. Alright, could get Liliana'd, but the line that I've already taken by playing the 2 bolts is I'm pretty much moving in and just hoping my opponent doesn't have the Liliana. Alright, they didn't. Ancestral Vision's a great draw there. I'm going to go ahead and suspend that one and play as Counter Squall. Note, by attacking there, it does turn on my opponent's Death Shadows, but I'm fine with that. You can make an argument to not attack there. It might have been correct. I might be wrong. Like, they might just have so many Death Shadows locked up in their hand. But, yeah. See, they would have been able to get their Death Shadows out anyways. I had Bloodstained Mire. So let's see if it ends up costing me, or maybe I shouldn't have attacked, because it's going to turn on double Stubborn Denial. If that happens, then that sucks, but... Okay. So I don't have double black to fight over that. So I think I just want to play the Creepy Tar Pit tapped and look to fight on their end stop. Alright, let's see what my opponent does here. Serum Visions. That is fine by me. Beckstrom, it'll never happen again after this tournament. You don't need to donate anything, and I don't have a donation button set up, and I don't plan it to occur until I actually am, like, sponsored with Twitch or whatever. That's just not a driving motivation for me to do the stream. The driving motivation for me to do the stream is I enjoy playing Magic, and people enjoy watching me play Grixis. So I'm motivated by other people enjoying it. My motivating factor is not to make money, so... Wish I could spell correctly. Typing words is hard. Words is hard. Alright, now Spellbound. Do I care about you? I don't feel like I do. I think that's okay. Immediately cracking. Oh god, if they tap that land, I so want to just kill their creature right now. My current line, however, is to K-command, shock them, make them discard, terminate their Death Shadow, counter-squall their backup spell, and win the game that way. But god, does terminating this Death Shadow look so appealing. But they know what the top card of their library is, so they're drawing into what I assume is a land. But the only thing they can cast is in their Death Shadow. Alright, I think I'm not going to terminate here because I'm just going to go for the terminate squall line that I just discussed. It has to be a basic swamp. I'm just not afraid of basic swamp. Bring it. Yeah, that's right. Bring it on. Alright. Another Blood Crypt. Tapped. Okay, so they're dead. They have to have what is the card text on Slaughter Pact? I think it's non-black creature. Slaughter Pact. Destroy target non-black creature. Alright, yep, we're going for it then, friends. Again, you could choose to not discard your opponent here because you're afraid of Obstinate and Baloth, but we're gonna not screw it up again. I've screwed it up before. I've shocked myself and made me discard and shocked, or other way around. I shocked myself and made them discard. It was ugly. Okay, so let's make absolutely sure. Is there any possible card that I can think of that causes me to lose this game? Double Gut Shot? I lose to Double Gut Shot. No, I don't lose to Double Gut Shot because I go to 2. I'm missing how I don't win. Alright, I'm going to try to kill my opponent. Alright, sweet. Got there. Interesting lines there at the end. White Intervention into Manamorphose? What does White Intervention do? Man, I'm going to learn about all these cards. Pact of the Titan plus Simeon's Spirit Guide. Okay. I'll be honest, I never would have put those two together, but yes, that was a possible way I could have lost. Simeon's Spirit Guide, Metamorphose, Darkness. At least in that line, we weren't down on the board, at least. That would have been embarrassing, though. Yeah, alright, so we're 5-2, let's update the stream. Do we have enough time we can explain that Modern Masters draft deck? Of course not, because I'm just so slow at playing Magic. Lordy. Okay. Eight total rounds. Skrynosa, one more. I believe the word is methodical. Yeah, well, Wisher. Methodical is a little ambitious for me. I tend to do some reckless things. Update that record. You got it, Digitech. Why are some players in the list marked as yellow? So the players marked in yellow means they're currently in a match. So I don't know why Clyde is blue and the Mata is yellow, personally, but in my eyes, both of those players should be yellow, but maybe it only does it in the second category, which the yellow is supposed to mean you're currently playing a match. Budikov, the modern trophy leader, 6-1, qualified. Not surprised. Been playing his Rhinos and Abzan Jam for months here and just been crushing it. Just been crushing it. So salty. What did you ask? So salty? Why are... Oh, yeah, no worries, anytime. Marduk, my 2 losses were to Esper Shadow, where I think I punted game 2. In game 3, we got punished by having a negate in our deck instead of a cryptic command. We were 2 points off of killing our opponent. Could have possibly gained an extra turn if it was a cryptic, and then we would have had an Ancestral coming off, so we would have seen 4 or 5 new cards. But I definitely punted game 2 and could have won game 2 had I just played better. My opponent played game 3 exceptionally well. We're not sure if they were stream sniping. They might have been. They made some weird plays with the surgical extraction. But in all, they played the match very, 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 very well. So props to them. And then we lost round 6 to Burn. Yeah, John played really well down the stretch and got me with some Searing Blazes that not used to Burn players leaving in and or bringing back in. Because I didn't see them game 2 out of him. But game 3, I think he brought them back in and took a pretty sophisticated line where I think he boarded out most of his creatures. Where I think he probably boarded down to, like, Goblin Guides and Eidolons. I think that may have literally been the 8 creatures he submitted, and he just submitted all of his burn spells. Tiwu Hype, it costs 35 to enter these. I get 35 a month, though, for being a gold level pro. So they just let us play in these, essentially. Alright, Legion, what'd you ask? You'll have hands where you... Oops. And you'll have hands where you can, but you have a freaking twin in your hand, and then you wish for something else that helps your Death Shadows. Yeah, that is always the problem of decks with a bunch of moving pieces. Holy Llamas, the silly MTG bot's all out of whack. It should be up in the top left-hand corner, though, if you look around where it says 2007 monthly MOCS. Up there where it says the event number, just above it should be our MOCS record in white. Yeah, I think it spawned because I didn't start playing in round 1, I didn't start streaming until after round 1. So I streamed rounds 2 through 7 so far. Round 1, I was sitting there lying in bed fighting to stay awake. I'm trying to remember what I even played against round 1. I think I played a good matchup, so it was like not too horrendous. Gosh, what did we play against? Hate Bears? No, it wasn't Hate Bears. Hate Bears matchups go super long, and they're super complicated and super fun. Played against something simple. Wasn't Merfolk. Wasn't Red White Prison, because Red White Prison I think was our first match on... Oh, it was Amulet. Amulet, there we go. The match is pretty much just like, do I draw the right spells to deal with you, or do you draw the right, pieces to fight through whatever disruption I offer? And my opponent, unfortunately... Got Fulminated a bunch in game 2, and then got double Fulminator, double Cryptic in game 3, and I just kind of fought through them. Tyler, I currently am leaving in all of them. It could be wrong. I'm mostly going off of what Michael Majors had said. I don't have that much experience yet with Grixis against Shadows. I probably have about 30 matches under my belt. And from my experience, the bolts have been acceptable. The problem is I don't have other cards in my list that I think that are phenomenal. Like, if I had another Fatal Push, I would bring it in. If I had another Kolaghan's Command, I would bring it in. If I could play 5 copies of Ancestral Visions, I would play that. The biggest thing is, I think you want to go down to their level about fighting about efficiency, but you want to make sure that you have the most powerful spells at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, I have Ancestral Visions and they don't. I think that allows me to be the deck that can actually play the better long game. I have Manlands, they don't. So when the game's flood out, I'm consistently able to turn my lands at some amount of equity. They have Street Race in their main deck, I don't. The Street Race are basically there against decks that aren't trying to pressure your life total to turn on your Death Shadows. The problem is the games go so long they can just turn on their Death Shadows any way they want, and a 5-mana creature against me is just not feasible. Yeah, well, Wisher, I do think the matchup was pretty much a beating in games 2 and 3. I had very, very good hands in the post-sideboard games. Somebody asked a question earlier, I think... Oh, what I think about the matchup against Merfolk? I think it's close, depending on what kind of interaction the Merfolk players draw. But... like, in all, I think the match is pretty tough for them, as I'm a deck full of Lightning Bolts and Snapcaster Mages, and their deck's full of a bunch of 2/2s. But yeah, I think the matchup was like pretty favorable for Grixis overall. T-Woo, it's fine-ish. I don't know. I like Jace a lot. I wouldn't bring it against these Death Shadow versions, but like if Abzan with Lingering Souls was more common, I would definitely have it in my deck. But I think some of the sharehold in the metagame is those players just shifted from playing Abzan, which was a rock deck, to playing Death Shadow. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Which is just another version of a rock deck, essentially. Ooh, let's see if MTG Bot actually has the right version of the deck up. If they do, that'll be great. Oh, this is awesome. Whoever did this, you're fantastic. Thank you. Why I don't run Grit's Shadow? What's Grit? Oh, Grixis Shadow. Mostly because I don't own the cards and just haven't put in enough time testing with it. Billy Ass Gunman. I have no idea about wrestling. Almost no clue. I don't know if I could... Is The Rock a wrestler? I don't even know if I like The Rock that much, so I'll plead the fifth. I have no idea. Clyde the Glide Drexler, I don't know exactly what he was playing. My best guess is Abzan. I like hardcore. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, like hardcore music? I have no idea what that would even consist of, honestly. Why am I not playing any copies of Spire Bluff Canal? Mostly because I played Spire Bluff Canal at one Grand Prix, and it came into play tapped when I had 2 Cryptic Commands in my hand, and I wanted to jump off a cliff. I think the fast lands are just not feasible in the style of Grixis. I think you just need all of your lands to come into play tapped, or be able to kill your opponent with those lands. So the Creeping Tar Pits are the only tap lands I'm willing to accept. Sulphur Falls sometimes comes to the battlefield tapped, but you've got bigger problems than Sulphur Falls is ETB tapped. This hand's fine, not great, but fine. Alright. Cavern of Souls. Are we naming fish? Are we saying the fishies? Thanks, so salty. Appreciate it. I think it's Dwayne Johnson? Gruck, I don't know. Oh, hardcore mode in games? Yeah, I do like them. They're fun. I don't know if I could ever, like, truly get into a game that was just, like, all hardcore. Like, I never really played hardcore Diablo because it was just too much of an emotional investment for me. KM, basically this tournament, you're just playing for a record. Alright, they are fishies. Alright, fishies. So, 6-2 is what qualifies us for the quarterly, so we're playing for all the marbles this round. I don't know, let's find out, Hoist. Price. Not Aether Vial. Look, the Aether Vial in the stack. Cavern of Souls. $1 million. That's your answer. Alrighty here. Thankfully, we got a bunch of fetch lands, which is nice in this matchup. I'm going to play a Polluted Delta in case I want to fetch the basic swamp. I don't want to crack my fetch land yet, as I want to play around Spreading Seas as long as humanly possible. If my opponent vials in, or not vials in. Oh wow, they don't have a second land? Wow, that was why they tanked so long about keeping. Well, now I might just fetch, start getting lands on the battlefield. Huh. Intriguing. I do want to be able to play kill a Curse Catcher if they play it, though. Interesting. Very weird. Fine. Not a big fan of this line that I'm taking, but I think it's okay. Basically, it's going to involve me taking a lot of damage off my lands, and if my opponent has a heavy handful of Spreading Seas, I'm going to be in a rough spot. Of note, I fetched backwards there, but hopefully it doesn't matter. I didn't realize until just now. Don't want either of these. Happy with this Thought Scour I drew, though, as it bails me out of my nonsensical fetching. Top Deck Miracle. Are you a Bears, Vikings, or Lions fan? So Misha, or Saint Misha, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good time. Alright, we got any curse catchers for me? Any curses to catch? Got a curse catcher, I'll kill it. I came to kill it. Jace the Mind Sculptor, better than all. My name is Corey Burkhart. I'm a gold level pro from Southern California and a member of Team Channel Fireball Fire. Vikings fan? Okay. Yeah. I have no words to try to bridge the gap other than I'm not gonna sit here and just like talk trash to your team or anything. I mean, obviously I have to like the Vikings because you guys did pick up Favre after we were dumb enough to get rid of him. I mean, obviously Rodgers is great, but yeah, Brett Favre was a nut. Interesting. No play there either. Weird, weird, weird. I'm going to play this basic island, and I'm going to pass turn to my opponent. I'm hoping they're going to vial something in, at which point I can Shatter Shock. If they don't vial something in on upkeep, I'm going to Shatter Discard. But expect them to have to vial something in. I don't think there's any way I can get punished here. If they had a Silver Gill Adept, they would have cast it, so Alright, destroy target artifact. I choose this one, and I choose kill this creature. What's the bio? There's these edit panels. I don't know what you're talking about, Socks. But yeah, you're probably right. Wherever this bio thing is, I probably should fill in. Shasha, Shahar, Shenhar. I've never heard anyone ever call Shahar that. I just call Shahar, Shahar. Alright. Do need to find some sort of action here. A little awkward based on the way I fetched where I guess I somehow left my Flooded Stream as my last fetch lane stupidly. Can't get my Blood Crypt. Whoops. Alright, opponent found an island. They can start casting their silly lords. I can start killing him. Spreading Seas. Yeah, we're not going to allow that. Let's see, which color do we want? Prefer an extra black here, given my hand. So let's get that. Yes, I'll go to 11 because my life total's not super relevant here. You can make an argument here to just Spell Snare this, but I'd rather draw the card. It is going to be difficult for me to cash in the Spell Snare, I do understand that, but I do just really want to cash in a card here from the Cryptic. And unfortunately drew another one of the dead cards in the matchup. My Merfolk opponent is drowning. Yeah, they'll be drowning if I draw Tassiger. Alright, well, I've got 2 horrible cards, 3 solid cards, and a great card in our hands, so hopefully we can just spiral the game out of control from here. It's always the hope, at least. Alright, well, I will get to counter squall this one. Blue and black. Again, counter squall is much more dead than snare. Again, I'm aware it's hard to use snare on many things in this matchup, but fired off where I can. Alright, uncounterable Merfolk. Pearl Trident. Pearl Trident, you can get met with a Terminate. Boom, you're dead. Blood Crypto. You can go into play tapped. Master of Waves? Sure. Okay with that. Hopefully I can find a fetch land, deal with that nonsense. Other crit command's also fine. I'll probably should accept taking a hit this turn. Yeah, it's fine. Rather take the hit this turn and then counter whatever spell they're going to cast and bounce the Master back to their hand. Basically it's like drawing 2 cards. Probably not Zem. I'm probably going to go run a little bit, hang out with my folks. If there's anything else on the docket. I might come back and stream later, though. Probably want to watch the top 8 of the Grand Prix. Hang out with a friend later, also. I guess I forgot about that. Whoops. This is the second Master of Waves? That's going to get annoying. That is going to get annoying because our hand sucks. Return target permanent to its owner's hand and draw a card. Alright, we're going to need to draw some goodies here. So our hand is not shaped up. It's not getting better either. Creepiest of tar pits, huh? Alright, we might lose this game because we have done successfully very close to nothing. I haven't found a Snapcaster. I don't think we've milled one over, have we? There he is. Alright, welcome to the team, buddy. We need to find your best friend Tassiger too. Yep, you're back. Second Cavern of Souls. Oh no. Oh no. Named Wizard. I think Hero's a wizard? I don't remember. There we go, there's a fetch land. Okie dokie. What can we do with that? Fortunately, don't even know a creature I can bring back. That sucks. So probably what I'm priced in to do here is play my Tarn, crack my Tarn in my upkeep, or whenever my opponent tries to do something, kill the Master, and then when they play the second Master, Snapcaster Fatal push that Master also. Hopefully it won't look too fishy, because hopefully it'll look like I'm just leaving up to block a Creeping Tar Pit. Alright, you go to attackers. Crack this. Hopefully don't get blown up by some nonsense. Blow up your Master of the Waves. Alright, step one worked. That's good. Is there a line of Snap Cryptic Bounce Snap Trigger Volt? I mean, it is Delverino. The problem there is you get blown out really hard if your opponent has a Dismember, which is a likely card they can have based on the way the game's played so far. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a Lord of Atlantis. Okay, that's fine. Probably Snapcaster K command here. Probably just want a Snapcaster K command. Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. It's the one that untaps things, right? Doesn't? Okay. Yeah, then if things get weird, I can just leave this back. Yeah, that's fine. Fortunately, I don't have any creatures to buy back, is the big issue here. You discard, kill your friend. We all do, Delverino, no worries then. Expect my opponent to just discard like another Lord here or something? Harbinger? Yeah. That all makes sense. Ooh, another Snappy Doo. Alright, start clocking my opponent here. Hopefully they try to kill my Creeping Tar Pit or something. Just want them expending resources, really. Sort of the dream scenario at this point is my opponent is to start actually spending cards to interact with my cards. It's a Vapor Snag. Dismember as expected. Okay. That is fine. So you have 2 cards left. So Steel can't K command the other. Oh my god, wait, are they going to dismember this too? Oh, they're animating Mutavault? Oh my god, it's going to be a blowout. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. Alright, so we're going to get to make them discard so their last card's Master, and we get to get back our Snapcaster. Turn Snappy, you discard. Whew, that worked out well for us. Could say that turn went above average, and you would be really high up there. Okay, they discarded a Master Wave, so I assume they just had other Master Waves in hand. That turn went really well. Alright, a millionth Master of Waves of the game. think I'm just going to play the tar pit and pass. There's no reason to get frisky here, I don't think. I mean, I guess we can actually do the silly line somebody recommended. 2, 6, 8. No, we're mana short. Okay. I'm going to say we could go Cryptic Command, Snapcaster Cryptic, balance our Snapcaster, Snapcaster Fatal Push, but can't actually do that. That would just not be true. Didn't get why he went for Snapcase Command the turn before when he hadn't drawn the second Snapcaster for the push yet. Wonka, moreover than not, it was that I thought I needed to start turning the corner with my Creeping Tar Pit that was on the battlefield. Expect my opponent to only send their elemental token this turn. No worries, you're good. Yeah, my line at that point was I was going to try to start racing my opponent. Honestly, Danny, it's been so long since I played Legacy, I have no idea. I might play in Vegas, I don't know. I'm currently planning to drive in from work on, or after work Wednesday night, so I wouldn't get to Vegas until like 1 a.m., so I'd probably show up for the Grand Prix at like noon or something. Get smart. The record is up here on the top left-hand corner of your screen. There's white letters above the frame that tells you what tournament we're in, and it should say our MOCS record is currently 5-2. Phantasmal Image. So they would get to copy a Snapcaster. Is this a wizard? No, so I can Snapcaster Cryptic this. Ooh, that's enticing. That is enticing. Alright, I'm a fish. I'm falling for it. Again, I could spell turn this, but this seems too tasty to pass up, where I just get to counterbounce my own Snapcaster. There's been a lot of spots to use a spell snare. Maybe I should have just used it half an hour ago. Okay. Yes. Counter target spell, return target permanent to owner's hand. Counter your Phantasmal Image, bounce my Summoning Snake Snapcaster Mage. And luckily we still have 500 million cryptic commands over there, so if our opponent... Alright, just sending the elemental. We can still go for the Snapcaster Cryptic line this turn. I'm going to take that hit down to 4. Sure, swamp. So now it's more of a matter of, is that actually the best line? It seems so aggro as hell, but it sounds really fun. It does sound sweet. Alright, whatever. If it's wrong, it sounds sweet enough to me. I've got enough bluish to make sure to have my mana correctly. Alright, Snapcaster Mage. Target Cryptic. Return target permanent, draw a card, bounce my Summoning 6 Snapcaster. Blue, blue, blue. This gets dismembered and be a little sad. I won't lie. I went through all this work to make a really sweet play. If it gets sad, I'm going to be sad. And blue. Again, I have no idea if this is correct, but this is really fun. Get Fatal Push. Fatal Push your Master of Waves. F6, attack, RAR. Oh yeah, this is still game 1. Game 1 against Fish usually lasts about 30 minutes in real life, and then the post-board games are just dumpster fires. Either Fish gets on top of you and you die, or you get on top of Fish and they can't come back. Yeah, Returning Dawn, I promise I'll change it after this match. I put it in because we opened one out of a treasure chest, and I asked people, which art would you like to see me use? And obviously everyone was like, oh my god, you've got an expedition, use the expedition. It's just hideous. Everyone thinks it's a Bloodstained Mire. And I don't blame them, it looks like a Bloodstained Mire. Silvergill Adept is a Merfolk wizard. Okay, I did not know that. And they have another Master of Waves in their hand? This is insanity. That's not good for me. Not good at all. So that's their fourth Master of Waves, right? 1, 2... Yeah, okay, so the last Master of Waves is in their hand. But we're dealing 7 damage to them this turn. So they should still be dead. Alright. Terminate your Silvergill Adept. Play my land. Animate my goofball. Attack with everybody. Hopefully my opponent just has to run out Master of Waves, and then we get to terminate their little token, and then attack with 2 Snappies and Tar Pit again. And that is the plan to victory. Yeah, Lord, our main deck is set up really poorly to deal with Master, and they've drawn 4, and we're still going to win. It's just like, yeah, if these are the draws that they're not winning within Merfolk in Game 1, it's like really, really rough. Alright, so go to their end step. Terminate your token. Untap. Draw bolts. That's finally our first bolt of the game, I believe. Activate the creepiest of tar pits. Go to combat and win the game, even if they have a Vapor Snag now. Sweet, got there. Yeah, I countered them all. I got bored of all their silly spreading seas. Alright, definitely want the other push, definitely want Static Caster, definitely want Anger, definitely want Damnation, definitely want the EEs. Alright, so we get these 6 cards. The Counter Squalls and Spell Snares are quite poor. Our opponent's flooded with a bunch of 2-drops, but the problem is that most of them are uncounterable, as Cavern of Souls is actually their best card in the matchup, but you don't want Fulminator Mage, as they're such an efficient deck at making all their creatures such large threats so quickly, that you just don't have the time to mess around with cards like this. So Spell Snare is pretty bad. Counter Squall is pretty bad. After that, we have more removal than we used to, and we have fewer counter spells than we used to, so now we're just flooded on good cards. We could cut 2 Ancestrals on the draw. That's an okay thought, I think. Good job, MTG Bot. You're about 30 minutes behind, little buddy, but you're trying. Okay, Cryptic's still pretty good. Ancestral's great for grinding. I think I'm going to cut 1 Serum Visions and 1 Cryptic. I think it's the way I'm leaning. I like the Ancestral Visions too much, as I think that's just like a time dial that says the game ends right here, right now, and this resolves. And I'm willing to give up enough turn 1s now that I have 6 pieces of 1-man interaction and 2 Wrath of Gods. And sometimes EEs are Wrath of God. So we'll do it that way. Terminating is just worse than my other removal spells, but all their deck is medium creatures, so all I want is just a fistful of removal. If my hand in the middle of the game is K-Command, Fatal Push, Cryptic Command, nonsense, like, those hands are great. Like, this hand will be great, I just don't have lands. This hand on the other hand is pretty solid, so we'll keep it. Thought Scourer. I don't think we'll keep you, Thought Scourer. I think I'd rather have another random card off top of my library. My plan here is to try to not fetch on turns 1 or 2 to play around Spreading Seas. No Vial? Darn, had a Vial. Rats. Rats, rats, rats. Ooh, drew the Kick Command, that's good. That is good. So we could lead on Island then, and then just plan to double, like, end of turn, Scalding turn, get a red-black, Scalding turn, fetch Steam Vents, and just anger that way. Acceptable. We just have to be worried about if we mill over 2 of the red lands, we're going to want to jump off a cliff. I guess since we have 2 turns, we're fine. We can't actually mill over 2 of the 4, or 3 of the 4 red lands. Alright, so we'll play basic island. Plan to fetch red, black, red, blue unless we mill them over. Obviously, I'm passing with the intent to Thought Scour and end step. If my opponent wants to vial in a Curse Catcher and Curse Catcher the Thought Scour, I'm going to jump up and down. Like, I will probably get out of the chair and jump up and down and be really excited. Okay, another Vial. So my K command loses some of its equity here. And a Relic. Annoying, but okay. I do want to cash in a Thought Scour for a random card fighting a relic. I don't think so, as I wouldn't do anything with it anyways. So I think I'm going to wait this turn and crack it on the next turn. Another land's not a great draw, but it's a fine draw. Okay, good. No Curse Catchers. That's good. The reason to not Thought Scour there is there's a possibility I want to audible my line here. If I Thought Scour into a Tasigur, I'm going to fetch. That'll put me on 4 cards. Then I go down to 3 cards from the Relic. And then I want to play an untap land. This also would then play around, theoretically, a second Relic. Assuming my opponent taps all their mana, of course. Animate Mutavault. That's fine. I'll declare no blocks. Would you like to violent any lords? Nope, okay. Let's see then. Given that I have another blue-black line in my hand, I don't think there's any reason to fetch. I will Thought Scour myself on end step here, though. So if I draw that Tasker, I do want to make a move. Serum Visions milled over a lightning bolt. Alright, will they crack their relic? You're gonna make me exile one. I'll exile the island. They're passing through again. Alright, I think this is fine. If they exile, it's going to be annoying, but not the worst thing ever. So many lands. Lands stop. Alright, plan here is my opponent activates Vial, again going for the shatter the 2 Aether Vial and kill the creature. Alright, so they're just firing off the relic, that's fine. Alright, just untapping. They went to 3 and 2. It's probably not great for me. Spreading Seas, targeting the vents as expected. I will float a red. Now the question is, do I want to fire off a Shattered Discard here? I think I do. I think I just want to blow up the Vial on 2 rather than the Vial on 4. That's going to 4. That might be a mistake, though. Get the Blood Crypt here. Don't think I milled it. Nope, I didn't. Alright. Come here, Bloody Crypt. You discard, and let's shatter. Shatter the 2 as there's more 2s than 3s. Oops, that was a red. Yeah, this is opening me up to Master, but I would rather them start vialing in a bunch of stuff so I can anger this turn. At least that's my goal. Ooh, Dispel. That's cute. Fine by me. Snappy. Play a Polluted Delta and immediately crack it for tap Steam Vents and then use the Serum Visions. Seems fine. Opponent's likely to just play a bunch of nonsense then. Izzet, it should be up in the top left-hand corner of the screen for you. Hey, Dark, be nice. Alright, Serum Visions here. Found Tasker, that's good. I think I'm going to leave both of these cards on top, I believe. Am I more into having the bolt or the serum? I think I'm more into having the serum, as it allows me to draw the bolt if I want it. I don't need any of these nonsense cards right this second. I would have preferred to leave the K command in my yard, but getting a giant Tassiger out there that can lure out some larger creatures for anger is going to be nice. Could die this turn, but if we do, such is life. Sometimes you die. Like my opponent could Violin a Regery, Violin a Lord, untap, Violin a Lord, animate their Mutavault, attack with everybody. I think that would kill me. 4, 13? Yeah, I did the math, it'd be 13. Because it'd be 4, 8, and the Mutavault would be a 5. If it happens, it happens. Such is life. Alright, so they are going to 4, so they have a Master in their hand. Obviously didn't have any Regeries, because they would have Vialed him in, so leaving that one on 2. Fair enough, Dark. No worries, Etzer, you're good. Sure. Spread them. Yeah, that relic didn't work out great for you, did it? Okay. Serum Visions, draw the Bolt, then play the Tarn, likely Bolt, Snap, Bolt. Probably leaving Tassiger back to block some amount of the nonsense that comes out. Can't really Bolt, Snap, Bolt very effectively because of the Relic unless our opponent for some reason taps all their mana. So we'll see how this goes, but... Draw our Lightning Bolt. Oh, push. Fair. Interesting. Now I wish I'd bottomed the Bolt, of course. Alright, I'm gonna top all these kill spells. Fortunately, don't want to use Tassiger because of that. Probably just going to play the Watergrave tapped here. Yeah. Given that I've got all these million Fatal Pushes on the top of my library, and I'd like to use one of them in combination with this Scalding Tarn to kill off this Master that I'm pretty convinced my opponent has. Activate Relic, sure, you can have my Serum. The Elementals don't. Alright, Master Trigger on the stack, I'll Bolt your Lord. So you get 3 friends unless you have another Lord to Violin in response. Okay. So we can block an Elemental, the Master of Waves stays home. Stay at 2 and 4. Okay. Ooh, no attacks. That's good. That is good. Good. Play the Scalding Tarn and just pass. Because if I'm given the opportunity, I won't crack it, and I'll try to have both my pushes up on the next turn if I fetch my other Watergrave. But I expect my opponent to have a million Master of Waves here based on just how this game's played out. Yep, you've cracked your Relic. I guess I need to play faster. I didn't realize I have 7 minutes left. Just untapping, that's good for me. So good, in fact, I might actually activate the Tasker and mill over those one of those fatal pushes. Yeah, I probably will. Reason being is if I mill over just the pushes, or if just a push and a non-spell, I get the pushback. Oh, I gotta terminate, that's cool. Just calming turns a fine draw. I think it's this turn. I probably have to make a move if they play another spell and or another Mutavault. Oh, Tech Edge, that's annoying. Yeah, that's a little annoying. Makes me more likely to fire off these Anger of the Gods, because 2 of my 4 red lands are currently nuked, and one of them is in a mountain form, and one of them is in a tech edgeable form in the steam vents. Alright, I think I'm going to crack one of these for a blue-black land. And then push this Master of Waves and see if we can make any moves on the board. Cast to try to kill this. The reason I'm doing it tapped is I have another Scalding Tarn now. I can just Snapcaster the nonsense later if need be. Unified Will. This is fine. Okay. Then I'll activate Tasker. If I'm over my mountain, I'm not going to be too pleased. Ooh, an Ancestral Vision. That's actually not bad. Alright, so this forces me to snap main phase, right? If I do it that way, so I don't want to do that. I'll just suspend the visions and ship back. They want to blow up my red land, it's probably bad, but okay. So I'll find an E eventually. Alright, so just going back to the return again. What's up, Ninja? No worries, you're good. Another Islando. Alright, let's fetch our basic mountain and then I'll try to snap push the silly Master of Waves. I guess I should have Snapcastered first, that was a mistake. Whoopsie daisy. Because if this gets, I guess it's actually fine, so this gets Unified Will, I just activate Tasker. But it is still bad that I cracked fetch first, but yeah, that was a mistake, whatever. Yeah, that was a mistake. I would prefer back a Snapcaster Mage to Fatal Push, so yeah, I may have ended up in the same spot, but see, what do we get? Ooh, Snapper Push. I will definitely take a Snapcaster given the opportunity. Alright, we got a push. You gonna Tech Edge my Steam Vents? Nope. Okay. Terminato. Just gonna fire these off to clear up these tokens. ZJNers is game 2. Another Unified Wall. Wowzers. Okay. I think I'm actually going to Serum after that. I guess it gives up that I have no Cryptic. That's fine. Creepy Tar Pit, Cryptic K Command. Alright, tops on both of these. Play the creepiest of tar pits. Ship turn back. If I survive this turn, I'd expect to win, but I don't think I'm going to survive this turn. But we'll see. Yep, animate Mutavault. Yep. $5.11. $3-5-11. Right. Block the Mutavault. Kill the other Mutavault. Could have blocked the Master of Waves, of course. I don't know if that was better, but I really wanted the Mutavaults dead. Based on the fact that I'm drawing this Cryptic. And if my opponent couldn't kill me there, I don't think they can have much. So I have enough lanes I can animate my creepy tar pit and start bashing back. I have 3, 5, 8, so I can't because I'd lose to the Tectonic Edge. So let's attack with Tasigur. Yeah, attack with Tasigur. That was nice, they didn't do anything. I'm supposed to bounce this now? I feel like I am. Yeah. Return target opponent's center's hand, draw a card. Bounce this, and I'll draw. Obviously couldn't K-command there because they just have Vial on 4, but it would have been nice if we could have. Okay, that's an interesting thing. I don't know why you play your land there. So my plan here is I'm going to shatter the 8th of Vial on 4 and buy back my Snapcaster. Return target creature, destroy target artifact, snappy, shatter this. 6. Dial on the Master of Waves. They're going to kill our creepiest of tar pits. Poor creepiest of tar pits, you're dead. Another visions. Okay. Probably just going to snap Cryptic. Yeah, I'm just going to snap Cryptic. Play that. Pass back. Yeah, I want to kill the elementals. Snapcaster. Cryptic Command. Again, I'm going to try to waste my opponent's mana, so I'm going to return their Master and draw a card. So I have an Ancestral coming off. I would expect now the Vial goes to 3. Master of Waves is back. I get to draw a bunch of cards. There we go. So I think we want to E for 0, blow up, leave back Snapcaster. Yeah, E for 0. Crack these islands. Could have done for 2, but I don't want to kill my Snapcaster just yet. And I can find another E to free these lanes up if I need them. So use the 2 islands. Cracking is certainly Tasker. I don't know if we're supposed to crack with Snappy. Probably are. Yeah, I'm gonna crack Snappy too. We're at 6 or 10. Making a bunch of different plays than I'd usually do because I'm trying to end the game quickly. This might all be wrong, so my opponent might just have another Master of Ways now that they just took that Vial to 4. Another Tech Edge, that's not good. Mill them. Mill them. Another Tasker, okay. Trying to find another Cryptic there to tap their team before they go to blocks and kill them. So this Visions goes to 2. There's the other E. So I can play this on 0. And I don't think I can lose then. Yeah, let's play it on 0. Go to combat. Tackle both these goofballs. Float a black. Sure, my pool can empty. So I got 2 bolts that are aimed right at your head. Sure, that block's fine. Alright, play the Delta. Ship the turn back. Is this the one that can bounce to their hand? I think it is. I'm going to fire off one of the bolts here for sure. I think we've got this though, everybody. I think we're supposed to fire off the second one also, so I am. Untap, Visions goes to 1, so some nuclear disaster has to occur this turn. Basically some card I haven't thought of, like my opponent could Violent Huntmaster of the Fells. Nope, I could terminate that. I don't know what it has to be. Karate, I mean, yeah, it does do that. The problem is that it's just like, land that only taps for 1 color is just really rough. I think the mana in our deck's not even very good. We get a modern reprint of Misdirection. Wait, Tesker, you're supposed to be attacking. I think they're both attacking. Alright, good, they both attacked. I thought they were not going to attack for a second. Alright, you may vial in your lord. Your master, rather. Alright, you've got nothing. Got a land, fair enough. GG's, opponent. It was a sweet game. Probably played the game really horribly, but I was trying to play around a bunch of different things and probably should have played better. We get a next turn. Ooh, 2 Cryptics. A Snapcaster and a 3rd Terminate. Alright, well, we did it, stream. We went 6-2. Doesn't beat the Terminate, so yeah. It wouldn't even beat the Terminates. Because we'd get to terminate the Master himself, sack the E to kill 0 for all the tokens, and then deal 6 combat damage. Shasha Shahar, by the way. That still doesn't catch on to me. Kasari. I don't know why you'd, like, Shasha seems like something you'd call, like, your grandfather or something. Yeah, we did it. Trophies. Yeah, I don't know when the actual quarterly is. I guess we can probably hit this prize structure button, it might tell us. MOCS Monthly. Does it not have a quarterly on this? That's brutal. Alright, well, we'll never know. But we got 24 Aether Revolt boosters, 12 Kaladesh boosters. So we'll probably crack some of those. Since people are here, we may as well crack the couple chests we have while we're waiting. And then that's probably going to be it for me, even though I'm at 500 people. Thank you, 516 people, for coming and hanging out. I know you guys have way better things to be doing on a Sunday, but I'm glad you're kicking it with me, as I've got a friend to go hang out with. Let's see, tickets? No, not tickets. Sealed product. Alright, here we go. It's May 20th? I don't even know if I'm home then. Come on, Black Lotus. Oh man, this guy was great in draft. I remember this guy. Eat your creatures. I become bigger. Alright, one time, Black Lotus. 10 play points, whatever. Wizard Adept. There are 3 different kinds of MOCSes. So you have MOCS Opens. I have no idea how those work other than you want to win them. There are there are monthlies, which are the tournament that we just played, where you try and go 6 or 2 and better to get prizes. 6 and 2 also qualifies for the quarterly, and the quarterly is top 2 qualify for the MOCS Championships, which, if you watched about 4 weekends, maybe 5 weekends ago now, Josh Layton won the tournament, playing some Mardu vehicles. There are MOCS Opals. Good one, Lord. Well played. I don't know. If you type in exclamation point cost, or exclamation point, excuse me, price, and then the card name, we can find out. That's only physical ones MTG bot. We were looking on Moto, friend. Baron Bounty, nobody knows. I thought they were like 140 tickets, though. Oh, no. Pure Rock, don't worry. Pure Rock, sorry. I'll put it up on YouTube, and you can feel free to watch it there. But yes, we did just finish our 8th round of the MOCS. There you go. Don't worry, they're down to 76 tickets. So still infinite. Oh, it's E-price. Okay, my bad. Thanks, Bujo and Blue Baron. Good calls. But yeah, everybody, thanks for hanging out. That's going to do it for me. We went 6-2 in the MOCS. That was great. Played badly in one of the rounds for sure. I know we could have won. It definitely could have won the match against Esper. I think John outplayed us a lot in terms of how he configured his deck for Game 3. He was also on a very good list that I've been recommending with Shard Volleys. I think it's a really good version if you want to play Burn against Death Shadow. We should check and see if John 6-2'd. Hopefully John 6-2'd. Yeah, he 6-2'd. Sweet. He lost to Clyde in the last round, but whatever. He's still qualified. It's good for John. All in all, not a bad tournament, though. Had fun. Alright, take it easy, everybody. You all have a good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever it is you are. Have a great day. No promises I'll be around the next couple days this week, but I'll definitely be streaming sometime next week. So make sure to follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook, whichever works best for you. I'm Corey_Burkhart on Twitter and Corey_Burkhart15 on Facebook. Feel free to hit the follow button. I have a ton of people that try to friend me. If you shoot me messages, I will respond. I'm really bad at responding to the ones on Facebook, mostly because people like to ask novellas, and I do type novellas myself, so I understand. But I am really bad about getting back to those, and I will try to work on that. I'm sorry for those people that have been shooting me messages. They've been stored up for weeks at this point. I'm sorry. There's about 50 or 60 of them I need to get to. But yeah, that's it for me. Everybody have a great day. Cheers.